technology focused groups are coming up like yours to change the space and democratize it so that startups like us also will are profiled and have a voice in terms of global reach and global coverage, which is very, very useful.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Moving on to our next session, it is a fireside chat with Dr. Sapna Poti on industry academia and startup academia alongside Anup Pai and Indrani Karuna Sagar, which is moderated by Mr. Naveen Lakur. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and lovers of inspiration, welcome to our fireside chat by the beach. Tonight, we have the pleasure of gathering under the starlight sky with the soothing sounds of the waves as our backdrop for an evening of thought-provoking conversation during the fireside chat on industry, academia, and startups academia. Tonight, as we come together on this picturesque Tanir Bavi beach, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, exploration, and discovery. Thank you for joining us for this fireside chat on industry, academia, and startup academia. May our conversations tonight be as invigorating as the ocean breeze and as enlightening as the stars above. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we welcome our panelists for today. I request Dr. Sapna Poti, Mr. Anup Pai, Dr. Indrani Karuna Sagar, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Naveen Lakur, to please come on to the dais. Dr. Sapna Poti is currently the Director, Strategic Alliances in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Poti is a PhD from IIT Madras with a dissertation in Enterprise Resources Planning and has around 30 years of experience. Her current role is to facilitate and promote scientific research and development and innovations in India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Anup Pai is the founder of eSamudai. Anup is building eSamudai, which is a decentralized digital community network for local sustainable living. Building eSamudai is a 1 to 0 journey which enabled him to navigate the increasing rate of change, which he terms hyper-change. Previously, Anup had a 0 to 1 journey with Fintellix Solutions, which he built from scratch to sell to Nasdaq, listed Verisk after 2 rounds of funding from Tier 1 VCs like Sequoia. eSamudai is actively engaged in building a network of digital districts interconnected on India's national digital public infrastructure. Within each district, a nest is created which combines community commerce, community finance, and community media. Nest integrates people into a network of cooperatively operated local digital businesses. Recognizing climate change as the greatest challenge of our times, eSamudai has configured Nest to prioritize local action while fostering global cooperation for sustainability. Welcome, sir. Dr. Indrani Karuna Sagar is an MSc PhD in Medical Microbiology from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India. Her professional career has spanned across 4 decades in multiple prestigious institutions such as Kasturba Medical College, JMI MPR, Pondicherry University of Agricultural Sciences, Mangalore, and Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fisheries Sciences University, College of Fisheries, Mangalore. She was also the Associate Director of Research at KVA FSU, Bidar, until her retirement. She has served on several national and international committees, including FAO, WHO, Joint Expert Committee on Microbiological Risk Assessment, member of FAO Subcommittee on Antimicrobial Resistance, scientific advisor, International Foundation of Science, Sweden, faculty member of the International Life Science Institute, Singapore, and National Academy of Science, USA. She is actively promoting One Health research and education. Her recognition at the international level includes the coveted position of Director of UNESCO Center for Biotechnology, Chair of the International Jury for UNESCO Life Science Prize for Research and Social Relevance. She was the Director, NITTE, and also headed the NITTE University Center for Science Education and Research, and was the Dean Faculty of Biological Sciences for 6 years, from July 2014 to October 2020. Presently, she is the Director, Projects, and heads the Technology Enabling Center of Department of Science and Technology at NITTE. She is a recipient of several awards and recognitions in India and abroad, notable being National Technology Development Award, Government of India, Fellow National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Award for Excellence in Research and Lifetime Contribution to Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Outstanding Woman Scientist Award, ICAR, Government of India. She was recently ranked 11 among the top scientists in India in microbiology 2023. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Moderating this session is Mr. Naveen Lakur. Mr. Naveen Lakur is the founder and chief innovation coach at Institute of Inspiring Innovation, corporate divisions such as Dell R&D, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development, Standard Chartered Bank, TCS Healthcare, Fujifilm Sericol, Crimson Logic have utilized his training programs to nurture their human capital with innovation competencies. Naveen Lakur is a serious entrepreneur turned innovation coach. Naveen loves to inspire enterprises and entrepreneurs to innovate and guide them to grow in the right direction. In his professional career, spanning 25 plus years in the industry worldwide, he has co-founded several innovative companies. He has also been a catalyst for 250 plus ideas to have become commercial realities. He's passionate about sharing his practical knowledge of building companies and nurturing ideas. He brings to the table his personal experience of a unique combination of systemic innovation, a structured and scalable approach, and tactical innovation, a frugal and flexible approach. Besides his active engagement in the industry, he indulges in writing books with international recognition, and he loves telling business stories. Sir, we're glad to have you here. I kindly request you to commence this session.
One side it is industry, the other side is the academia, and then the other dimension, the three dimensions, right? So is the startup. And looks like all three of you are bringing all those three aspects to the table. Like, when I heard your keynote talk, it was coming out, and with your IIT Madras, one side the academia, and now with the startups that you're doing, and also from the industry experience that you've had. So you're a combination of all three, and similar is what I'm getting to see from the other panelists also. Welcome. I'm sure it's going to be interesting and useful for our audience. So this was the synergy that we wanted to bring. And we were looking at curating some questions while asking the audience at the same time. This was done even before the session. So I have few of them for all of us. And are you game? So yes. Wonderful. So here, the very first one, interesting one, it is between synergy or silos. Okay, the theme is it synergy or silos? In your experience, how effective are current collaborations between industry, academia, and startups. What are the biggest challenges faced, and how can we foster greater synergy? Okay, so synergy versus silos. What's your thought?
Yeah, initially, earlier days, I think the industries and academia and startups used to have their own silos. But now it's more and more industries are also coming forward, looking for startups. We also included from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor 2 clauses in the CSR. One is to fund research, which is aligned to Sustainable Development Goals, and the other is to incubate any startup. So these clauses also help the CSR funding to reach the startups and academia. So that is the other reason why they're all wanting to work on some of the Sustainable Development Goal areas like water, waste management, renewable energy, etc. So there's a lot more synergy now. However, as you mentioned, what are the challenges? There are quite a few challenges. One is the pace at which people are going. So industry goes at a different pace. Startup is able to match that pace in some ways. Academia surely is not able to go on that pace because they have their regular jobs of teaching along with research. So they are not only doing one or the other. And hence they are not, and they are also technologically, interested in cracking bigger and bigger technology problems. So they are not interested in the mundane stuff. So they are always seeking something very challenging and so on. So they are in a different world altogether.
Manthan itself as a platform is actually promoting that synergy, right?
Yes.
So bringing the ecosystem players together. And one of the books that I've authored is by name Inseparable Twins. Like they are 2 sides of the same coin. To me, I see the synergy and the silos are like the 2 sides of the same coin. They coexist. In fact, in the previous panel discussion, we saw that some investor are focused on the specific areas of the investment in the gaming, right? So it is in silos in a way, but there is synergy. So they are like 2 sides of the same coin, and in the while you are focused on developing a platform which will bring everybody together and optimize the efforts. And I'm sure she's spending more time on the academia side, right? So but then you want to connect with the industry and also want to see how startups are benefiting. And NITE is one of those institutions where, incidentally, I was the super mentor for Atal Incubation Center NITE. So I have a special connection with your institution that way, and where startup, from the startup focus. So what's your approach? Do you think it is in silos or is it synergy? And what are the challenges that you think should be addressed?
It's $1 million question. When I think that I come from a generation that did not look at anything beyond what happens within the 4 walls of a classroom, max a university portal, that's it. And through the 5 decades that I've spent, and as they mentioned in different institutions, I have seen the change that has happened in the thinking. And that change has been also undergoing a lot of innovation. While the government had, started off incubation centers, along the way they realized before they incubate, understanding the TRL level of any technology that one is interested in has to be probably looked into and has to be mined, whether it's from a school project, a college project. No one ever thought that what they did was going to become of significance because we were limited to getting a degree, finding a job. But today the situation is different. Research encompasses, apart from basic aspects that you study, a translational value. And this has made all the difference in the connect. In my former years, if somebody in a university was associated with a company or worked for some company, it was considered criminal. But in the last 2 decades, things have been changing, and government also has started supporting through, as I said, incubation centers. And as the director of a center set up by Department of Science and Technology, which is called as a Technology enabling center, we serve as the link even before identifying who can become a startup by making them realize that what they did is of significance. We have, of course, some startups from our center, and you are very well aware of it.
Yes.
Apart from, say, looking at developing apps, which in the engineering college is happening all the time, I lead a biotech center, and therefore the focus towards understanding real life situations to think of solution. For instance, the climate change aspect that was talked about by one of the startups. Who is going to be interested in a device if you tell them you can have this to reduce the carbon footprint? This would come, I mentioned to him, under the corporate social responsibility. So they have a responsibility towards a larger project such as reducing carbon footprint, and not merely thinking about something that an individual can just benefit for themselves through sales.
Okay. So I'm an entrepreneur, and when I see a silo, I take out my bazooka, right? So it's always been that way. See, I mean, silos come from an old world where protecting and, sort of being ultra competitive was a thing, right? We are in the new Web3 decentralized network economy, which is symbolized by what is known as competitive cooperation, right? So there is cooperation at some level, and there is competition at many levels as well. So, and synergy is the only way to be in the network world. I mean, when you try to hoard information decays at a very rapid pace, because now we know that information has got half-life, and the more you hoard your knowledge, the less it becomes in value. When you share knowledge, it increases in value exponentially. Absolutely. And these are all learnings that we're having from physics and other natural sciences and other things. So I am a big advocate of the fact that silos need to be broken down. Faster you do it, the better. I take out bazookas every day to break out silos. And that is done through conversation, that is done through consulting and trying to share each other's point of view.
I think in general, I agree with you, right? But you as an entrepreneur, and you've raised investments for your entrepreneurial ventures, well, as much as the synergy is what is required from an ecosystem side, but as a startup, you need to specialize, you need to actually focus on particular area. That is also in another way as a silo.
That's
right?
focus.
So how important is that to specialize and to focus?
So look, I mean, nothing can be done without focus, right? You can't achieve anything if you don't focus. Yeah. But at the same time, I think our work has become so interdisciplinary these days that we have to collaborate with other people with other walks of life, right? Because you're not building in a silo.
Yeah.
You live in a society, and solutions have to come and live in. I mean, and for example, since we're talking about academia, industry, and startups, so we think building from our perspective, but I think that we're building. I'll be living in the world of the young tomorrow, right? In 20 years, the world I'll be living in is their world.
Correct.
Right? So why can't we see the whole world from their perspective? Because eventually, what the biggest opportunity in India right now is the youth of India, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the opportunity, right? So if you build for them, I mean, if you build, everything we think about is saying, what can we do with young people, and how can their lives be?
That's the vision and enrollment. And actually, the next question is actually based on that theme, which is the talent bridge. Okay, so here is the question based on the theme, talent bridge. Many argue that academic research often lacks market application, right? That's been the way. We all know that this current academic, the design of the education system was for Industrial Revolution 1.0, and while we are there at 4 and looking at knocking at 5 and also talking about 6, but the system is stuck at 1.5 maybe, right? So, and while we are wanting entrepreneurship as the mindset which is required with the youth, and youth as the biggest asset, so the talent bridge, the gap is pretty large, right? So how can startups and industry help bridge this gap? Attracting and nurturing talent with both research expertise and commercialization skills. Okay, so that's a pretty big one, right? While there is a gap which is high, and you being an entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you. if you are hiring people or if you want youth to embrace entrepreneurship, what are the gaps and the challenges that you see, and how do you think we can address that? Your ideas, your thoughts.
So first and foremost, I think I spend a lot of time with people in campus. And I think entrepreneurship has gone from being like a sexy thing to being something that they want to pursue, definitely, because everybody has come to the realization that a job is not going to give you security, financial security, and fulfillment through the 40 years we're going to work, because change is happening so fast, right? So entrepreneurship is definitely there. I feel I've got very, stoic old ideas about how to implement. I think the alumni networks of every college are crucial here, right? To be able to bring the alumni network who come from either academia or in government policy making or in industry or in startup, connect to the institution at a deep level, right? Because there is already trust, right? You already know that you are from that institution. If alumni networks engage with student networks, job done, right? You have collaboration built there. And the synergy already there.
Absolutely, that's a wonderful secret that you have brought out. I think today, all that what you need to learn from just as an academic, as a content, right, is all available. And even ChatGPT and the AI is all available. You don't have to go to college for that degree and, that kind of learning. It is the network which is going to be very useful. And are we building that platform? Educational institutions, are they building that? I think that's the new mindset, right? One of the quotes in my book, A Little Extra, refers to, building from an entrepreneur perspective, it's very appropriate. Building a net worth is ordinary. Ordinary is not bad. We need to build net worth. Building a network is extraordinary. Ask any of those people who have built great net worth, they will tell you how their network mattered, right? So educational institutions in the entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's so important. And in the research perspective, that, can we build that network, right? Can that play as a platform? And moving that question to you as a research, right? Because you're from biotech aspect, and, so most of the educational institutions, the way it works, it is based on the ranks, and based on the placement is where the demand for their institution grows. Yeah. And we are talking about entrepreneurship. It's not about getting a job, it's about giving jobs. And the mindset is about research, mindset is about solving some problems, and so on. So how much of that is happening in academia, and what do you think is the gap in India, and how can we bridge that?
The first point is, I think doing research in a laboratory is all about a lot of honesty with what you're doing, not looking at how much is going to find a place in the industry. Whereas when you get into an industry and start working on the same aspect, you deal with a lot of lies. And this big divide is what sometimes frustrates people who have gone from a laboratory where they did probably research of a very high order, and then they go to an industry and say, especially we've seen this with so many people telling us that it's completely different in an industry. It's about getting certifications. It's about having the right market approach to its saleability ultimately. But somewhere the two meet, because I think industries also have realized that for them to be sustainable, marketable, internationally acceptable, one does need to go through a very good R&D system in their own centers. And I think this in-plant quality controls, in-plant R&D
Absolutely.
and networking.
But is that happening?
It's beginning
because
to happen.
The way academia, the way it is taught, right? Mug up, answer, and if it is A for not apple, then you don't even get a mark. When today people relate apple to a phone than a fruit. That is the world that we are in. And, where the gap between the academia and if you see what the research mindset is required, it's no connection only. So how do we think we can bridge that?
I personally think See, we have to consider every method of approaching a problem from the perspective that exists in a particular country.
Yeah.
We can talk about these kind of methods in Germany. We talk about it. I've been to most of the countries.
I think.
But in India,
Yeah.
if you look at the number of students in a
Yes,
classroom,
yes.
the number of students in a university, all of us have gone through that old-time kind of education. But there is today opportunity for the younger people to have exposure, either online or through the visits, to know how they can maneuver and mold what they have
I'm
learned
sure if
to
there is
suit the industry.
I'm sure if there is an opportunity and time, I would have wished, how do we get many more Indranis, right? So where Sir M. Vishweshwaraya's award is what you are a recipient of, and what does it take for that research mindset, that wonderful engineering aspect in terms of be it bio or be it any other field today, right? How do more students develop that? And I think those are the secrets probably the industry needs, the academia needs, and the startup would also need, because the research oriented here in India, as part of our startup ecosystem and my personal experience of dealing with hundreds of startups around the world, I've seen here that the research mindset is low here with the students, young entrepreneurs. It's either they say it's a gut feeling, or it is like, somebody else is doing, so I'm doing it kind. It's a copycat model, or somewhere else it has worked, so let me do. And even the investors are backing that way, right? So that is where I think the new mindset altogether is required for India. And for India to lead from the front for entrepreneurial things,
It's changing, but it's changing.
Yes.
Any change in India will be slow. We wouldn't be having Manthan, which is addressing so many issues. Everything against the background of the very, very large numbers. And we need to realize that gone are the days where you proposed research projects and they got approved for the basic science that you were doing. Today, there is a social science component to it. There is a component where the translational part of what you're doing is taken into consideration by the experts. And it is here that I would maybe say the startups should come even to centers like us to talk and apply for projects with the government, where it doesn't become so highly, I should say, I wouldn't say competitive, it's like pressure about what you're going to deliver.
I think there's a hidden...
Say BIRAC, big grants from the DBT, all these are available, and we have been hand-holding people, and I can I can inform you that quite a few of them have got support.
Actually, that is where the secret is, right? Where the young youth especially should know how to tap into the resources of the academia, where there's labs, research centers, and so on. So it's not as much utilized, right? So I think underutilized, and that shifts to her when you mentioned about Manthan, and she was actually traveling last several days and straight landed up here, and the talent bridge. Talk to us about how your travel, just recent one, and about the Manthan, and how the talent bridge is bridging, and how are you bridging, and what do you think can be done?
Right. So I was traveling to Dubai because Manthan got selected by the World Government Summit, which is organized by the Prime Minister's Office of UAE, along with WHO, United Nations, and World Economic Forum. So this got nominated in the last minute, and they kind of came to know about it through interview that I gave in Government Insider. What I feel is that when it comes to industries, yes, they are very keen on certification, etc. They do whatever is required for livelihoods because they have to generate them, they have to pay salaries to their people, and hence the pace at which they need to go is much faster. However, I think the research outcome that comes from various academic institutes is also very useful for startups. Almost all innovations that we see are somewhere or the other an outcome of research. If it's not an outcome of research, then at least it has some international journal papers behind it. Because almost anything to do with drug discovery or biotechnology or even Ayush for that matter needs certifications. So because of that, I think it needs to work closely with academia. In terms of Manthan, of course, it brings in, the whole idea is to source CSR grants, foundations, line ministries and so on. So people think once you make this platform, everybody will come on their own, just like it is in Facebook or Amazon, right? But the point is, it's not true. You have to have people behind it who convince these industries, convince these foundations to come on the platform. The minute they get good proposals, they'll keep coming back. But if they don't get good proposals or they don't get good solutions, they are not going to come back. And it's a big task to bring them back. Or if one academic institute or one startup has burned their fingers with the industry, then we are dead. I mean, I have cases like that, where one IIT, I don't want to name them, but I was so frustrated and furious. I really had a big fight with the director, where they have returned some of the funds which they received. Can you beat that? Like, I mean, here we are dying and trying to get people to pay and all that. And these guys, and they're telling me that we didn't get enough good startups. I said, how come? The first 3 startups could have been, you would have given them more money. Just because you didn't get 5 of them? So that less people want to think today. And this is also coming back to your AI, that AI is making, and also a lot of these gadgets are making people stop thinking normally. That intelligence that has to be used, why are you not using that intelligence? You're a faculty member of an IIT, for heaven's sake. And we have put a lot of efforts to bring that organization to you.
What are the emerging areas of research and technology where collaboration between industry, academia, and startups hold the most promise? Bonus question, each one will get a chance to share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Okay, so we will come back to that. But before that, future focus. What should academia, the startups, and the industry should collaborate for as a future focus?
So first thing is, I think a lot of focus is going on bio and technology synergies, right? I mean, a new space of research around how we can build systems that are biomimicry, and how can we make have more, let's say, artificial intelligence in the whole biotechnology. Or so I think there's going to be a lot of research in there, and that can, if we can extend the life of the human, if we can make our lives more healthy, productive, that's excellent, right? The other, I think, is I feel we do less, but we should do more, is in theoretical physics and looking beyond current instrumentation. We depend, in current science, we depend a lot on instrumentation and experimentation and proved results. Whereas we're entering periods in theoretical physics which go beyond what we can experience or experiment with. And I think we need to invest more in theoretical physics, because that's going to lead us to quantum supremacy and understanding quantum at that level, I feel. Right?
Wonderful.
So, yeah.
In fact, this resonates very well with one of the experts that I was talking recently. They said Indians, as the Bharatiyas, the ancient wisdom that we have, mathematics, that skills comes natural to us. It's been in the DNA. If only we know how to really, nurture that, and it might play a big role in the AI generation, that the youth is going to be like playing a big role, and you wouldn't know whether it is machine or man who is working, right? So it kind of extends and resonates very well with the point that you're saying, as a future focus, right? So, madam, future focus.
The way you talked about Indian mathematical mindset, yes, the proof of it is already there with both Satya Nadella as well as,
Sundar Pichai.
And not to speak of course, Ramanujam, who, of course, we lost him very early, but his legacy, when I go to Cambridge, more people know about all that. So these inspiring stories are very important. But coming back to your question, I think industries in India need to have more confidence in the institutions in India. I think there is a basic lack in that. Whatever be the reason, if today you make a white stand with me and there is a problem that is put forth, they would rather have it solved or approached. They approach the lab somewhere outside, not knowing that that person will come back to me to solve the problem.
The back end. The back end.
I know, I have actually examples of all that. Yes. When there was serious problem of, okay, I used to work a lot with shrimps, okay? It's a major exchequer earner for this country. And in 1984, 85, there was boom. Yeah. But when there was a major disease that struck, well, they went and approached. They were, of course, government institutions. Even government always trusted them. Today, they trust us also, I think.
Yes.
But they went and approached the experts in Australia and in America to help them with the disease problem, until suddenly we had some directors from the government and all turning up in our lab, and we wondered how they came to us. They were guided by those people saying the expert on this topic is in the College of Fisheries at Mangalore, Dr. Indrani Karunasagar and Dr. Idya Karunasagar. And so you need someone else outside of this country to tell you are good.
Yeah.
Maybe the recognition we enjoy is also part of that, because we have had so many bilateral projects, so many people from abroad. Yeah. And for those very diseases and...
The thought leadership, right? So I think...
Today it's different.
Yes.
The government of India has introduced, that is why, bilateral projects in a big, big way.
Correct.
So equal partnerships, patent sharing, everything is there.
I think this is where academia, we should also teach. We know how to solve problems, but we should learn how to present, exactly. Right? So sure. One of the key things, when I used to travel around to bring projects to India, I've heard this multiple times to myself directly. They're saying, "Oh, you guys are amazing. If only we tell you what to do."
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the mindset, and like they will tell and we will do kind, right? So unless we start learning how to present and we know how to innovate and we know how to represent, right? That I think is changing. So it will, and now we are with the digital, kind of democratization which is happening, and tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, no barriers, right? It is, we need to learn and develop that skills, and that is where academia should go beyond the subjects and bring the softer side of skill development to happen.
No, the channels are publishing.
Yeah.
But publishing has become the biggest industry. I'm sure with Dr. Poti sitting here, yeah. I'm telling all this because I know they are involved in helping to solve many of these problems.
Absolutely, and that's
they pay so much. That's why
that's
I'm very
the next stage of Manthan and future focus.
Exactly.
I'm sure she's developing this platform itself as an architect for Manthan. So what is the sapna for that? So your name is Sapna, and future focus is that dream, right? So what is the dream that you have seen?
So I think a lot of academia, startups and industries today have started working together. The pilots are very small, they need to be scaled and things like that, and hence industry is required. Like I said, research outcome needs to get into an innovation. Only then the innovation is going to be really profound and solid. And hence there is a lot of this synergy which is going on between these three. Let's take the pandemic times. When a ventilator had to be developed, researchers were putting all their efforts in making a good ventilator with technology, with all that was required in terms of making that ventilator. That went to a startup for pilots as well as they made the cohort, and then they took it forward and did the pilots and things like that, and they built the whole business plan, all of that. And then came an industry like Maruti or like ABB and several companies which came forward and said that we will scale it up. Yeah. So when during a pandemic this could be done, which is a value chain between 3 different animals, that can be surely done in day-to-day business. So if you see Mahindras, you see Tatas, they're always looking, Mr. Anand Mahindra himself, he's always looking for new ideas. Yes. He's always looking for new startups. He's always looking for research output. And that's what they come to Manthan for. let's not go so far. Even if you look at XPRIZE Foundation, which is an unknown entity for most of the startups, we have brought them to Manthan. They said, that is Mr. Elon Musk is also funding that. They said decarbonization, anything from idea to TRL9, you let us know which is, what's there as a good idea and what have you as a solution, and we will give grants and we will take that forward. So that is the kind of stuff today.
Wonderful. That's the future focus, and the Manthan itself is supporting that future focus of building synergy and so on. So, yeah, from my side, the future focus, tomorrow, my talk is going to be all based on that. Twin trends, I'm going to be speaking tomorrow evening. So if you want to listen to what I have got to share, be here tomorrow evening. Okay. So, but the last question for all of us, I'm sure it's going to be, an inspiration to everybody who's listening in and tuned in virtually also, right? Share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Be it you as an entrepreneur, be you as somebody in the academia, and you as somebody from the ecosystem of startups. I would love to hear one story each. Yes.
So let me go first. There is this startup called Modulus Housing. So they worked with Chitra Thirumal in Trivandrum, which is one of the best institutes I've come across. And they came up with a modular hospital, which they built in 3 months' time with about 2.53 crores of cost, right? So there are these two people. And then we went to several industries and talked about this. So he just came and he said, this is what I have, and I have a CDSO certificate for it, which is a big one, because you got a certificate, and so we can go ahead with this, right? So we requested Tata Memorial Hospital that can we develop one prototype in Munger, which is where they wanted one more unit. And so they said, yes, but we don't have the funds. So we got Wells Fargo, which is a financial organization, has got nothing to do with hospitals or anything to do with anything. They said, we'll fund it through our CSR funds. So we got one prototype done there. Once we got that done, we did roadshows with the help of NASCOM Foundation and talked to so many companies. Finally, we got 54 hospitals done with 15,000 square feet land from state government free of cost. So here, not only is it academic institute, startup and industry, it's also a state government. So there are 4 stakeholders, right? And we've done this in 3 months' time flat. And it's a case study where 54 hospitals across the nation were done. And today, those have been adopted by those CSR organizations which funded the hospital. So they are carrying on with those hospitals. This startup has got 500 hospital contract from National Health Mission, NHM, and 140 from Meghalaya and several other states. So he's at a different level today.
Wonderful, wonderful. A round of applause for that. It's a very inspiring, and you know what it can do, right? When synergy happens and collaboration happens. Thank you.
So my area has been mainly food, water, and of course when I say food, both agriculture dependent as well as fisheries. So after becoming a technology enabling center and scouting for research that could give rise to startup, I have a whole lot of it. But what really is a success story is when during COVID, an individual working for Z as an interviewer, he lost his job. And as he walked, he's from India, and as he was walking, he found so much of betel leaves, nobody to use it, lots and lots. So he came to us and he said, there is lots and lots of betel leaves. I don't know, I feel if you suggest what I can do with it, we can think of an industry. We have the food technology division. So we said, since betel leaf has got medicinal properties, can we think of making betel leaf tea? Of course, the process is a very long one.
Yeah.
It took close to a year, he hadn't yet become a startup. Idea came from him, so we cannot take the credit for the idea.
Yeah.
But hand-holding, doing everything in the laboratory until it became a product
Wonderful.
in 2 years' time that could be launched. And he got startup grant from MS Ramaya, big money.
Fantastic.
But helping him with getting the appropriate machinery.
Yes.
And also the pilot studies were supported. The machinery was available at CFTRI.
Wonderful.
He is now gone international because he has orders from many parts of the world, but not yet a big company. It is actually betel leaf tea that he has made.
Yes.
And it gives us, all of us who are working in government,
Yes.
it gives us great satisfaction when startups and entrepreneurs become successful.
Now you
believe
never
me.
know how a chai wala can go to whatever level, right? So there are enough inspirations, and this is a wonderful story of inspiration and a story of
there's
success.
one more small story.
Yeah.
This is where I say industry should have faith and come to us.
Yeah.
There is a major block in Supreme Court that has been raised on the cancer-causing property of betel nut. Campco is a very big industry. And they came to us, they said, a lot of problem is being faced. Many people's livelihood depends on agriculture. Can we do something to work on this problem? Okay, they didn't say find an answer to say it's not cancerous. They say, can you scientifically work on this? So it didn't have a lot of steps the way we do for a government project, It was easy to prepare the project, give it to them, and right away they supported with a whopping sum. See, for us, for 1 year, 1.5 years, if somebody gives 45 lakhs to do something, it's big money.
Yeah.
It was a comprehensive exercise involving the dental college of ours, because I take care of the whole university, the research center, and of course social scientists, and my own people who have a stall here,
Yeah.
DST Tech. All of them were involved. And the study went on to look at the property, anti-cancer property or otherwise,
Yeah.
of betel nut, obtained from Puttur, Shimoga, wherever it is grown, because there could be variation, without processing, okay? So it came to be that a lot of chemicals go into processing. The word betel nut could be panparag.
Yeah.
The word betel nut could be everything that has been tampered with, taken with tobacco, taken with sunna, but a lot of the laboratory results that were done using model systems like zebrafish, Drosophila, tissue culture, and of course real-life data obtained by a lot of data generated by visiting every household.
Okay.
Is there a genetic component in the family? What
I
is
think
there?
this is a stage set for the need for industry, the academia, and the startups alignment to happen, right? The need for that. There's a big enough number of opportunities and the problems out there to be solved, and I think the stage is waiting for performance, and there's a lot of wonderful knowledge and inspiration. One quick success story from your side.
If I took more time.
No, there was a signal already which came to me saying, we need to wrap it up, and which we are.
I
So
think
one
there is all these stories. We've got 3 stories already, so I won't add more. So
No,
it
no,
just shows.
please, you are an entrepreneur.
I don't have any stories to add right now. So
your own story.
So I think we should all talk about collaboration. I think
Yes.
the stories I've heard, I think it's just about people trying to solve problems together, right? I mean, and Tapasya Beach Festival, and I just want to talk about the organizers and bring them back into Vishwas.
Vishwas, a round of applause for Vishwas and all the organizers
Aditya,
here, right?
Karthik. So
Karthik,
I
a
think
round of applause for Karthik.
I think the way the collaboration has come out, they've brought industry, startup,
Yes.
and academy on the same stage.
Oh,
This has all
fantastic.
happened. So
This is an example, wonderful. This is a success story. We should write about it, right? So this as a platform.
Thank you, everybody. Let's go to the.
Yeah. So one of the things that I witnessed or been part of this as where the collaboration happened amongst all three is during, again, going back to the COVID times. Well, I was the super mentor from Niti Aayog, and Wadhwani Foundation had engaged us for mentoring the incubation centers. So one of the incubation center assigned to me as a super mentor was LMCP, AAC LMCP. And LMCP is the first pharma college in India, post-India independence. This is in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. And when the CEO and the manager and all I was mentoring, and this was during the first lockdown time, and COVID, and people were stuck and wondering. So that was the time I was asking what's happening in healthcare, and healthcare is health is wealth today, and lockdown, and what innovations are happening. And so on top of the mind, innovation that time was about sanitizing and masks and so on. So the real innovation, take a guess, and it was vaccine, right? So don't know when it is going to come, which country is going to release. And I asked one question to them during my mentoring thing. How many people, if there is a vaccine, need for vaccine, how many people would need it? I wanted to quantify. Obviously, they said everybody in the world, right? So, but I wanted numbers. So they said some 6.3 billion people would need vaccine. Okay? So then my next question was, what does it take? We don't know, 3 months down the line, or 6 months down the line, or 1 year, 3 years, no idea. But when it happens, how many syringes are required for that vaccine to be provided? And they said, obviously, it will be 6.3 billion or even double of it, and depends on the vaccine, right? So where do we get that from? There's absolutely no way that we have that, and no country is equipped. And there is probably one which nobody wants to go with it during the vaccine, especially related to COVID. So just imagine a situation where vaccine is there, they announce that vaccine is there, but no syringes. There will be riots, there will be black market, there will be and the worst part is the vaccine price is cheaper than the syringe price. Just imagine that situation. Right? And the worst part is still it won't work if you can afford, because the principle of philosophy of vaccine itself is the herd, the more the people, then the efficacy increases, right? So then I said, you being in the healthcare industry, and some of the best industries being come out of your educational institution, because it's the first pharma institution in India, and 75 years in the making that time. Right? So what can you do? How can you? So long story short, they sprung into action, got some of the startups to take care of the logistics and all that. Then they saw industries which could manufacture syringes, but hardly any in India. And those who could, very little. They started providing support, looked at how to fund, and bringing funding support, clearances, because government in pharma and syringes and all, you need a lot of clearances. All of that they did. And today, India is the largest exporter of syringes in the world. And Gujarat has played a big role in that. And not only that, irrespective whether the vaccine is ours or not, syringes has been ours around the world. And if you look at nowhere in the world, ever there was a report that was raised that shortage of syringes in the world during this whole vaccination time. And the best part is this, the whole world has an alternate for syringes beyond the vaccine today. And that is industry, the academia, and the startups, a combination, and the impact that we can create. I think if we can synergize, and these three aspects, the entrepreneur, the academia, and the startup ecosystem, I think we can make a huge difference in this world. And this is the time, this is the opportunity. And thanks for bringing us together and making this event happen. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning, esteemed guests and all the dignitaries here, and all our participants, the startups. We are very happy to have you here. We want to welcome all of you all to the COVID valedictory session. COVID actually stands for COVID-19 Technology Development. This was an acceleration program that we had proposed to SPMCIL back in April of 2021, right in the middle of the second week. So we during the pandemic, it was realized that the startups actually can really help in mitigating a lot of things that the country was facing, especially in terms of kits. So primarily our initial idea was that we will help these startups to take their technologies which were at TRL level 3, 4 and help them reach the market. So we designed a 16-week acceleration program. We'll talk a lot more about it. We were very happy and we were very grateful that SPMCIL decided to pledge 2.3 crores for this particular program, out of which 1 crore was directly given to this startups as seed fund. So 8 of the startups have been actually funded through the program.
Is somebody online?
So I will just like to make a quick brief introductions of the people here. So I'm very happy to out from his profile. I was just trying to Google sir, was that he has worked a lot in resolving man-animal conflict. So one of the things that even I talk about is livelihoods, that providing livelihoods from forests so that the forests can be protected. We have a couple of programs that we are also designing and working around. And we're very happy that we have sir who probably later can also guide us in those matters. We also have Shri Ajit Rangrekar sir. He is now the CIO, the Chief Innovation Officer of Telangana State. He is also the CEO of RICH, which is the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. So thank you so much for joining us. I know that you are not well, so it's really we're really happy to have you here. With us is the Director of CCMB. And I will just like sir to say a few words about CCMB before we begin.
Thank you. Let me start with, I've been kind of associated with Rich for a while now, for the last 2 years, and with you people for again the same period. COVID is a time where most of us have come together, and it is actually I believe that from the context of the way startups have built up and the way things have happened in India, COVID is actually the turning point, and I hope that that particular momentum is sustained going forward. And so these associations that we have built during COVID should be nurtured, and also something that we need to really use it, harness it for addressing other problems. There are many problems which are interesting, and startups are working on such interesting concepts which you would realize after a while when they start talking about their work. And there are once people who are taking these risks which not many people would take 5 years ago. So I like the ecosystem currently for this kind of innovation ecosystem that is existing in India, and people like you are actually the ones who are going to want help and make it drive it forward. So what I want to just briefly talk about, I don't really like to take too much time, is about CSR CCMB. CCMB is basically a campus that was started in 1977. The next door, there is a lab called IACT. At that time, it was called Regional Research Laboratories. And in 1977, Dr. Pushpa Bhargava, our founder director, came up with this idea of having a molecular biology institute which works at the cutting edge of basic biology and basic molecular biology. The institute was started in a lab there, and then this land was given, and this land was built into an institute. In next 10 years, the whole building was made. Now it may not look that much, but let me tell you, in 1987, this was literally considered Taj Mahal for science. The kind of grandeur that it was built with was literally considered as very heavily spent. And you can see that in every corner of it, so much love and affection is put into building this. Everything is literally, with such micro details have been taken into account. And over and above, there was a lot of association with art. Okay, so we used to have artists come to CCMB, do paintings, and musical fests used to happen. Now we do that, but only do it on Founders Day and Foundation Day. At that time, it used to happen more frequently. This institute was much smaller in size, and it had a very different feel to it, and it was so different from the existing institutes. And 1991, when I was looking for PhD positions, there were 4 institutes were at the top of my mind, and I was fortunate to be associated with all of them as of today. JF for Bombay, of course, and then IISc, the Grand Old Institute, and then 2 other institutes which were contemporary at the time, CCMB and NII. Eventually, I did my PhD in IISc. I was a faculty in NII, currently I'm director of CCMB, so at least 3 of them I've covered. I'm involved with many activities in TIF for Bombay. But these were the only 4 institutes that existed, which are really of that repute then. Later on, other things like NCBS and ISOs and IITs and everything has come up. Over the period of time, biology research in India is now much more widespread. But if you think about our time, that time in 1970s, this was the Molecular Biology Institute. This was actually the one which worked at cutting edge. And in 1980s, another illuminary named Laljit Singh also joined, and Laljit Singh actually in 1988 actually came up with this DNA fingerprinting technology that was actually originated here. And it was not done in fact to actually, but it was done as a way for his work. And it was later on those probes were used. We were the first one, the 3rd country in the world, and of course first in India, but 3rd country in the world to have our own probes for this DNA fingerprinting. Our idea is to go into modern areas in research in frontiers of modern biology. You can talk about anything, structural biology, developmental biology, anything. We have a presence there. If something is worth doing, we have a presence there in biology. So to train people, of course, in advanced areas of biology, so we take quality PhD students. We have around 25 to 30 students a year who graduate from this place. And generally, they are trained, and I would say, more holistically. They know how to talk, they know how to present their work. They are anyway, they go through the drills of multiple seminars and even comprehensives and other things. So whole idea is society and us should work together. And this has been the motto and continues to be the motto even today. And we have 3 campuses, and this is the main campus. Main campus simply because of the fact that it is built first. And the next one is the Lacones, which is built in 1998. And this is where Karthik and others work, and Umapati, and there are 4 more scientists who work. And then you have CRF, which is where Atal Incubation Center is currently located in the top 2 floors. And the bottom, this one of the floors is for the what we call as diagnostics for the human like rare genetic disease diagnosis, and then wildlife diagnostics. These are the other 2 things that we do in the campus. We also have a business development unit, and I'm planning to move a full-fledged infectious disease biology unit to that place. So these are the various areas. These are the campuses that we have. We have at this point of time, including residents, approximately 40 acres in the city, and another 48 acres is something we have near BB Nagar. So we have around 98 acres of land across Hyderabad. And we have around 64 scientists as of today. There are, in addition to that, another 8-9 people who are superannuated but are associated with CCMB, even research capacity, which includes Madhu. And then we have, that is what, 8 fellows. And then we have tech staff, which is around 93 people. Support staff is lower, but it needs to go up. Our major strength is in the PhD students. We have 150 people, postdocs 41, and project personnel 116. Total, we have around 300 odd people working in this campus. And in addition to that, at any given point of time, we have around 40-50 trainees. And in addition to that, we have a lot of outreach programs. So we have an inflow and outflow of young people coming in and going into this institute. Organization-wise, we work on developmental biology. We basically use Drosophila as a model system. And we do, of course, cell biology. And this is yeast. And this is bacteria, zebrafish, mice, plants. And this is the embryo. So, basically we are even doing genetic engineering. We can even generate transgenic mice. So all these things under one roof. This is all in a very small campus of around 17 acres. That's all it is. And we do all these things under one roof. And these are the various topics in which we are working: structural biology, gene regulation, stem cell crop improvement, developmental biology, microbial infections, and wildlife and conservation ecology, which is where the Lacons campus comes into play, and technology development. So we have most probably, may not be the best in the India, but for sure in the top three. We have most probably the best possible facilities the country has to offer: bioinformatic facility, zebrafit facility, advanced imaging facility, X-ray facility, transgenic, cryo-EM, everything. Cryo-EM is one of the most recently added facilities in India here. And our scientists are recognized very well. We have 3 Infosys awardees here, a lot of Jesse Bose Fellows, Shantiswara Bhatnagar Awards, 12, and many other awards, whatever that is India has to offer, some scientist or other has got it, including all the way up to Padma Bhushan. So, and fellows of national academies, most of us are already fellows of various national academies, multiple. And this is, in addition to doing whatever we do, we have done some seriously important societal impact work. For example, DNA fingerprinting. The institute started from this place. Without, CCMB is the place where CDFD started. CDFD went on to become a different institute. And we were involved in this Samba Masuri rice. Samba Masuri rice is basically had blight resistance, which is a bacterial, blight disease. So because of that, what used to happen is that the rice would go bad fast. And Sonti and Hitain, they have actually come up with this blight resistance. This was done with ICAR collaboration. And this is now in 6,000 hectares across India. Then we were heavily involved in sickle cell anemia, and we continue to be involved in working with sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a huge problem in India. 7 crore people in India are affected by, are heterozygous minimally for sickle cell anemia because of one mutation, one base change in hemoglobin. That's enough for basically to give you the sickle cell anemia thing. We were involved in reintroduction of the Indian mouse deer into the wild, Umapathi's work, and Lacons. Karthikeyan will also talk about it. We are involved in wildlife forensics. This was developed during Laji's time, or at a later point of time, it became part of us. COVID-19 work, we have done a tremendous amount of work end to end for COVID-19. Diagnostics, we trained people, we screened things. We have done everything in our capacity to help our government. And AIC was heavily a part of this because they even brought down the cost of COVID kits from what was 300 or 400 or 500 at that time to 70 rupees. By indigenizing.
Initially, it was 3,000.
No, but when they picked up, it was around in hundreds, and they brought it down to 60 rupees or 70 rupees. So, and also they were involved in mRNA project. mRNA project, we are among the first ones to do mRNA project successfully. Means we know how to do it end to end, and it works. So now we are taking it to other diseases like dengue and tuberculosis, and hoping that this will be used. With all these things, we believe that we have contributed as much as possible into the society. And here is a slide that talks about Lacons. Lacons is such an interesting campus. It's not very often that in CSR system you'll even find one thing like this. They do everything. He works on snake venom and Pashmina shawls diagnostic to figure out whether it is Pashmina versus Shatus. He works on biodiversity. I'm talking about Umapathi, and anyway, endangered species. Comes up with some diagnostics for finding out from the urine metabolite diagnostics. Interesting work. A lot of interesting work by scientists of Lacons. I'm only talking about 2, but in case it is required, these are the people who really can talk about it. See, documenting biodiversity pattern in an integrative framework, ecology and evolutionary drivers of the community assembly and diversity. So endangered species, of course, using genomics, reproductive and stress biology, understanding human-wildlife conflict, all these things. I would say that not even whenever our DG or anybody comes here, they might be impressed by the fact that we have end-to-end, which includes something like Lacons, right? There are multiple applications, including wildlife diagnostic, biobanking, we do it, executive species conservation, we do, all these things are done. I believe an institute of this level should be heavily involved in training people, and we are heavily involved, in fact, in training people at every level. So those who are finished masters, those who are doing masters, those who are doing BTech final years, those who are doing integrated MSCs final year, everything. We just train people and they come here. In addition to that, we have a huge level of science communication. Open Day in CCM is a very famous one, attended by easily 7,000 people from Hyderabad. every open day on 26th September. It is attended by almost 7,000 kids. And Atal Incubation Center, I mean, anyway, you guys are here for that. But nevertheless, it is part of something that was started around 6.5 years ago and is doing fantastically well. And that is what anyway the talk is going to be about. COVID-19 work, as I just now said, we did everything in our capacity. And with this, I want to stop my brief overview of CCMB. It's a popular place. In CCMB, at least, we don't have to say that we are working in CCMB and they look at you're faced with a question mark. It doesn't happen. They know. And this is the open day photograph at CCMB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would just like to introduce our CEO, Dr. Madhusudan. Sir, if you could just give a little brief about AIC CCMB. Also, I would like to welcome Suresh, sir. Dr. Suresh Munuswamy is from IIPH, which is the Indian Institute for Public Health. And he has also, been a very good mentor to us, and we welcome him to the meeting.
Good morning. Good morning, and personal. I'm very happy to have you, sir, with us from an organization that was, helped us extremely well in a situation during the COVID time. And I thank you, Mr. Ajit, for being with us. Of course, Suresh from HI with us. Thank you very much for being here. So, briefly about the incubation center. It's a kind of spin-off from CCMB to support startup ecosystem, primarily incubation kind of a thing in life sciences. So it started 6 years ago, 2017 middle, and we've been supporting several of these startups in life sciences over a period of time. But as it happened during the COVID time, many things have come to a standstill, and the pandemic was very intimidating. And at that point of time, there is a lot of initiatives that were taken by CCMB, and those initiatives helped us to get into, say, for example, we were collecting a lot of samples that gave us a good control over the patient samples in case of COVID patients. So that helped us to do a lot of things otherwise, like culturing the cells and things like that. At that point of time, we came into contact with SPMCIL through a different route where they wanted us to test one of their ink material for its antiviral properties, because we were doing the culture of COVID virus. So we are capable of it. That time we did a couple of your paint formulations we tested that time and showed them which one is better than the other. So around that time, the contacts helped us to look at us to support our COVID related activities. And as you know, around that time, we were, CCM and myself were handling a project from Gates Foundation on indigenous technologies for COVID testing. What is the internal capacity and can we do it, which was also part of it in looking at the capacity building. So at that point of time, your support came up timely for us to promote those kind of startups to scale their products to a level where they will be useful. In fact, that point of time we supported, as you would see down the line, during the time in the morning in the tech show, you will see the kind of technology that we supported with the support that we received it. Another very important thing in that particular program that you gave from the support you gave us is acceleration. See, as you know, startups come up with the kind of unsure of the business path. So it is very important to train them very early in their game about what kind of challenges they face. So we had a 3-month program, what we call as acceleration, I'm sure you are aware of, where we bring a lot of experts from different business, marketing, IP, regulation and all these things. We bring them, make them aware so that they can put their product in the market very quickly. In fact, you will see some of the products that they have made are really impressive. And we also made a couple of charts. Later on, you will see on what is the impact the support that was given by SPMCAL brought to the company. So we have certain slides in the tech show that tells us what is the valuation increase of the companies post the support that we received from SPMCL. These are all the kind of metrics that tell us that the support was timely and the execution was proper. So this dashboard essentially catches up with the profile of our incubation center. I mean, these are the startups that we had in the last 6 years, and we invested around $0.6 million in various companies. These we call them as portfolio companies, and these companies have raised 25 million last 6 years in various private funding or public funding, and 35 patents were filed during the stay in these 6 years from these people. And these are the various national programs that come to us, like Destiny, the seed funds from Startup India, Mighty Startup Hub. These are all various funds we operate to support our incubatees and also the startups. And these are all benefactors, like SPMCL is one. We also had the fortunate support from Rural Electrification Corporation and Humane Society International, Rockefeller Foundation, and Blaze Foundation for In Vitro Diagnostics of Gates Foundation. So these are all the things that we've been receiving in a goodwill support to support these startups in various ways. So one of the things we will come back to, sir, in bringing a bit more attention to a Rural Electrification Corporation program maybe later on. Once we finish this with Karthikeyan, we did a project in Kashmir. We wanted to have a look at that, and we need your inputs because it's primarily a wildlife conservation project. So, as I mentioned, the primary purpose of this particular acceleration program is to identify interesting startups in the area of COVID only. All the projects, health and COVID is the focus in the support systems, and the acceleration program, as I mentioned, is to create a kind of mentorship network for the startups so that failure rates are low. This is a 4-month project that is the acceleration program. Various experts come, including one of us is Suresh Muluswamy is here, who has been very helpful in various things. And we have so many support systems in the local Hyderabad ecosystem. I just quickly go through. This is the program overview, and this is where you're going to speak, Mike. I'll stop here. This acceleration program and the support system that we received is what we are going to. We were happy to use it in this system, and then we are very, very thankful for the support given by SPMCL and over the period of time. And probably if you look at the kind of impact that we created, I'm sure we would like to continue our conversation with SPMCL further. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So I'll just give an introduction. I didn't introduce myself so far. So my name is Ritika Marampalli. I look after, I'm the head of corporate relations at AIC CCMB. Primarily, I look at the CSR project. So I have also been the POC for this particular project. And I am extremely thankful for the opportunity because this was my first CSR project. And I learned a lot from it. And I have had the most wonderful experience, because one thing was that, people on the other side also understood what we were talking about, which for a lot of CSR projects, they don't understand why they should be supporting incubation centers. So primarily it started from there that, we explained what we were going to do, and from SPMCL also that at that point of time, Dr. Tripti Ghosh was the CMD. So she very graciously supported us. So we had actually devised a 16-week acceleration program where we got in professional consultants who were able to help our startups. Primarily, we were giving them a lot of along with this professional consultancy where they were getting one-on-one mentoring as to how to take their business forward, how to get into, how to navigate the regulatory pathway, because one of the main concerns with any kind of a healthcare product is the regulatory pathway. We also provided them with a lot of resources that we were able to build in-house. Some of the we had asked SPMCL to support us with some capital goods as well, some equipment. We will show those as well later, as well as having a lot of discussions around business strategy, market entry, and product development. So as a whole, this is the impact that we have 3 years down the line. We're very, very proud to say that, this is the impact that we have created. Out of the program, the 2.3 crores that was supported to us, we have launched 6 products through the startups. We have supported them primarily with the funding as well as the entire program. 6 of them have actually launched and they're doing well in the market. 2 of them are right now in the market. They're on the way to market. Of the startups that have, their products have been made, they have already screened over 1 lakh patients, which is a very good impact according to us. In total, 31 startups were able to take benefit of this program because some of the sessions that we were doing, we were also doing for them. So 31 in total startups have actually benefited from them. A total of 103 lakhs was supported to the startups. 8 of them have received funding from us. We have conducted over 70 hours of mentoring sessions, workshops and technology showcases. One of them is right now. And over 50 hours of one-on-one mentoring. From here, I would like Dr. Ramji to just speak a little bit about the acceleration program and the impact that it has created.
Thanks, Kritika. Sir, I think having CSR support to various blood donation camps or maybe, distribution of medical kits, etc. So for several years, I think so many agencies funded, but, this is a first of its kind support for the incubation center to invest small funds to push the startups. So innovation activities, SPMCL actually supported several healthcare programs that I were aware. Yesterday we were discussing with the audit team, and thanks to them for letting us know more activities about that. So these innovation activities, when we are getting this kind of support, we have to have a proper plan. That, as Dr. Madhu mentioned, how we can actually support them with the proper one-on-one mentoring. Those days, in fact, corporate connections and clinical connects, which are really required, and also having their problems in pricing as well. So we have to come for those kind of pricing strategies for the startups, and also marketing understanding, and also channel partnerships, sir, because they may not be commercializing their own products. So we have to actually connect with the existing market players. So we did first 2 cohorts with a partnering agency, but further we went down to our own extended mentorship programs. So as we 3 work for the core team to take care of this program, we have Mir, who is the coordinator. Mir is here. So he coordinates the entire program, and Nagmani as a technical officer to look at it. And having this small push of grant, they need much more seed fund or investments as well. So that's why we actually had Anuj Kapote. He takes care of all the investments, how they can be actually streamlined to the next level, scale up studies and GTM strategies. So very diverse mentor pool that we have picked up, sir, that time, because having technical support, we are very fortunate to have our host organization, the scientists from CCMB, and Dr. Madhu, who hailed from CCMB, having a lot of knowledge in vaccines, diagnostics, or any other industrial molecule development. So if you can see Sridhar Lanka co-creations, we actually did that initial 2 cohorts run by him, and he connected to a lot of stakeholders there, and Dr. Radha Rangarajan heading a couple of incubators and formed a couple of startups as well, like Vitas Farm and all. Now she's heading CSR CDRA Lucknow. So Sridhar being central point to connect to a lot of mentors in that ecosystem, and Dr. Radha more of technical support, and Mr. Habib into marketing area, and Ms. Usha in the finance and accounts, how to actually do the compliance and further rules a startup should look at it, and Satyanarayana again co-creations, and Ninand core business of this particular diagnostics or medical devices sector, and Varun is a regulatory guy, Varun Trivedi, and Pradeep, how to pitch the best to relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem. So that way, these are core mentors, and other than this, we have another 20-30 odd mentors as well. So as we started in 2021, a grand start of this program where Ms. Tripti came here, and she actually understood how these innovations will go forward, and what kind of infrastructure that we have. So then we slowly run programs one after the other. Recently, we onboarded 2 startups, sir, because we try to actually engage a national mandated program called this BIRAC's Gen Care program. So there are 90 fellows that have been selected, and out of 75, the early stage startups, they need small money of about 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, where we partnered with BIRAC, but fortunately they already selected and we picked the best 2 from our existing incubation cohort. So this is what we have done so far. And coming to the supported startups, though the money is limited about 1 crore, so how we can do 4 quarters, maybe 25 lakhs to 2 startups in the sense. So total only 10 we can support, right? So in that sense, 8 startups that we can support. But however, even without the money, we can actually extend the mentoring services and also the infrastructure that is supported by SPMCL to other incubators and startups. So the acceleration program has been enrolled by even more startups which are not directly funded by the SPMCL. So Wafer Chips, I think Achu and the team is here. So they actually developed this device. At that time, not only COVID diagnostics are important or vaccines important, comorbid issues. So how to actually understand the parameters, physiological parameters for those who really affected by COVID. So I think they came up with this beautiful device that is attached to your chest. You can actually get the ECG analysis, and that is actually seen in the mobile and looked after by the doctor and give proper advice. So they actually touched upon 16 states, sir, till now, and also did several other validations, and 2 global clients already they are having. In India, I think how many devices that you sold? 20,000 or so?
12,000 plus patients.
Yeah, 12,000 plus patients they have been studied, and 600 plus clinics they have touched upon. And coming to the sterile, sir, this is a sterilization device. In the COVID times, lot of sterilization devices, even CCMV actually validated, starting from PPE kits, sterilization devices, sanitizers, and everything. More than 180 plus products. And out of that, simple UV based technologies that came up to sterilize the devices. But this particular bar kind of device, if you can see it, it actually releases some free radicals that can kill the microbes. So that is where they validated this device in Narayan Hrudayalaya and many other clinics, and they're actually in the markets. So this NMIVD, again, this is another diagnostic kit that they came up with. So typical antigen antibody kits, there are several kits that have been promoted in the market that time, and they came up with a small alternate platform where they initiated the diagnostic kit development activities. Again, Auditum, they actually having their expertise in not only COVID, but also in the tuberculosis, because that time people doesn't even know that tuberculosis also may be prevailing and many other devices. So they came up with a very interesting cybergreen based technology, sir, because an RT-PCR kits are there, but again, how to minimize the cost, how to increase the efficiency, etc. So this particular kit has been patented already, and they look for some commercial partners to take it forward. And enzymes, in the COVID times, mRNA vaccines becoming so popular, and the pseudoiridine, one of the molecules that we actually import, and also in the chemical based molecule, but they came up with a enzyme based molecule that pseudoiridine actually efficiency is very much increasing, at the same time the cost also reduced. So that is a very good technology that enzymes has been developed, and Shankar is here. Yes, primary health tech, again, I visited about 8 to 10 months before to their site. They are now manufacturing this device. At that time, COVID time, they came up with a base diagnostic kits, but this particular real-time device that they made, so more than about 15-20 parameters can be analyzed with 1 drop of blood. So this is a very advanced technology, and I think AIIMS and other hospitals, they're trying to validate more with more parameters as well. So they actually trying to apply for about $1 million grant by TDB and other sources, so that they can establish their own manufacturing facility in Delhi. Again, Bryota, Aditi is here. This is very interesting, product where having the lung health, we have to understand, how we can actually have the lung health. That's where spirometry assisted virtually and early, that's what the name that you have given Aditi save. So you can understand, what kind of parameters can be considered while using this device so that the lung health can be understood, the COPD can be analyzed for each of the patients, and they also kind of, how many states, you touched upon?
So we have almost about 6+
states and
1 lakh plus tests, and we are going ahead with a big program coming under NHM.
NHM, so National Health Management. So I think that is a big story that Biota is adding up here. And Ripple Healthcare, elderly fall detection, right? I think this is again, may not be directly linked to the COVID, but recently we picked it because, elderly people suffered a lot actually in the COVID times. And, again, probably the consequences that may be happening, COVID or non-COVID based infections or age-related issues. This is also very important to support such kind of communities. And they already finished the MVP and validating with which clinics and all? AIMS you are doing, right? Yeah, AIMS New Delhi, the device is being validated, sir. So, if you can see, they may be at the TRLs 2 or 3, and some may be at the 4 level. But, ultimately down there, the small 10 lakhs or 12 lakhs or 15 lakhs money, or even without the money, the companies could able to go to the TRL 7, 8. I think that is very important. Of course, a couple of dropouts are there in the sense because of their tech lesioning problems. At the same time, team issues that one startup could not go forward. But otherwise, I think as Ritika mentioned, out of the 8 financially supported startups, 6 have been, going to the next level to reach the market. So these are some of the snippets that we have. And Dr. Ghosh came here and we kind of, announced the program to the entire country because, first of its kind of support to the innovation and technologies where a lot of interest came in, even not only from the CCMB, but outside CCMB as well. So these are some of the tech showcases that we have done using SPMCL support that these technologies have been promoted in various forms, not only in the BioAsia or Global Bio India and many other, even the G20 DIA also in Bangalore, we actually showcased this COVID-based technology supported by SPMCL. So these are the few equipment that we purchased here. And they have been used not only by the SPMCL supported grantees and awardees, but also other startups of AIC CCMB, thanks to the great support by SPMCL, sir. So I think we'll be moving ahead after another half an hour or so to the tech showcase that has been arranged, where you can actually see the real devices, how they are performing and interacting with the founders there. So we thank you, Mr. Vijay, sir. I think, this is a great support by you and also former CMD, Shrimati Tipti Ghosh. And of course, one note we have to mention, Dr. Madhu is mentioning, the initial dialogues that have been started, as Durga is mentioning, Dr. Lalita Goyal and Dr. Dayananda actually put a note to CCMB, the then director, Dr. Rakesh Mishra and all. So the dialogue started that time, and fortunately today we have seen the reality here. So thank you so much for being here, sir. Probably any questions or at this point, otherwise maybe you can interact. So, so before we go to the tech showcase, we have some of the guest of honors today. We'd like to hear from them of how they actually engage with these startups that are associated with this SPMCL program. I request Professor Ajit Rangrekar, please.
So, I think even before I start, sir, I want to really compliment you because, while the use of CSR for innovation is legally permitted, it is probably less than 1 or 2% of all the CSR goes into. And I would very strongly urge both CCMB and you to please publicize this. This is an really path-breaking step. And this must be encouraged so that more and more companies start using, because the multiplier effect of this is going to be humongous. Yeah. So I think that is one very strong, and I must congratulate both of you. Of course, I know many of these startups. We work and support some of them, and in Telangana, we've had a wonderful confluence of a whole lot of things that makes it even better.
Yeah.
So let me just step back a little and talk about the whole issue of innovation in the state. So when the state was formed in 2014, the state decided that as a new state, what do I do that's different, say, from Karnataka or from Andhra or from anywhere, right? So the state decided that we will say innovation is our USP. The second thing the state said is that innovation must be inclusive. So it cannot be restricted only to the rich or to the educated. It must cover farmers, it must cover rural people, it must cover women, children, everything. So, and the third thing the state said was that as a state, our role is only to help create the infrastructure and to let the individual citizens do the innovation. So the state is not going to get into the actual doing of innovation, but enabling it. So under that, a number of institutions were created. T-Hub was the first one that we created. That time I was still at ISB, and I take pride in the sense that we actually thought of T-Hub in my boardroom, and we were, some of us were the founder directors of it. Rich, which I now look after my retirement from ISB, was another entity which we created for a very specific Hyderabad-centric purpose. Hyderabad has 40 plus national research institutions and another 20 or 30 private top quality research institutions. Most of them are in health, agriculture. There are 17 agriculture research institutions, ignoring what you people do. I put you under life sciences, but excluding that, there are 17. And there are a large number of defense and aerospace. Right? So we said, let us focus. There is also a very big and robust life sciences industry. This is the seed capital of the country. Almost 2/3 of all seed companies are based here. And there is a slowly but fast growing aerospace industry. So when you have industry, when you have research, and you have a talent pool of people like these who are looking to do, how do we ensure that all of them work together and collaborate so that you get a multiplier effect? So that was why Rich was created, and Rich was conceived just before COVID had actually started, just during COVID. By the way, one of the things happened was in April 2020 when COVID was first the thing. At that time, the RT-PCR kits were about 3,000 rupees a shot. There was not a single indigenous manufacturer. In about 4 or 5 months, by about August, UL here in Hyderabad and a few others elsewhere, we were all able to, working together, got them to qualify. In another year, the big effort led by Madhu here, C Camp in Bangalore, NCL and others, worked together. And in 2020, we had no ability to even have a RT-PCR kit. By August, September, we had one, but made with imported goods. In a year, we had completely indigenous export quality kit preparation. A lot of this was again collaboration and support for initiatives like this. Right? Today, while COVID may have gone, they have now flipped, and that same community is producing TB kits. Tomorrow, if there is anything, you already have. So what we do not take credit for, or what you people do not take credit for, is for the fact that you have already built and enabled infrastructures which tomorrow can pivot and do other things. And I think we must recognize this, and we must, propagate that we've built a long-term institutionalization of research collaboration. And my congratulations to all of you for doing that. Right? So we work as an enabler. And I said, our job is to enable hard and soft infrastructure. What we do is we look at the entire life cycle of innovation, say for example in life science. There are great institutions where research is done. There are young people who can find innovative products. There are people who can develop those products up to point of proof of concept. But then comes a very important step called validation. And unlike a digital product which I can put in manual, who the hell cares if it's validated or not? Who cares how much it is? We cannot let loose people in the life sciences sector without proper validation. And this is where many startups suffer. How do they go? And tomorrow I have a product. Can I knock on CCMB's door and say, come in? I mean, that watchman there is not going to let us, whether we like it or not. It's not the CC anyway. So that's number one. Number two is, where are the hospitals who are going to say, okay, where is the clinician support? You know, many of these people, how easily can you get clinician support? You manage to find one clinician to help you. God help you if you can do that. And then you're desperately looking. So how do we solve that problem? Today we have 16 or 17 hospitals working with. But there is one big problem, sir. The digitization of electronic records is only in the private sector, at least here. Again, CSR support to digitize public hospitals will give an enormous help to the startup community because, you know, who goes to the private hospitals? Only the wealthy. So you're going to get a distorted sample if I go to the private hospital. We need help to go to digitize public records and to make them available with all due procedures, privacy, informed consent and everything. But I think that is what will really help this country to make to the. Without this, in both agriculture and in health, we are likely to be left behind. So my hope and wish is that as we proceed, we need to form bigger collaboration. Collaboration like what you offer is not available at the moment. So that CSR support and funding support by informed people who understand what is happening, I think that is going to be critical. Let us hopefully widen this. There's a lot more that these institutions are capable of. I think, in my opinion, we are doing less than 1% of what we are capable of. And, one more thing that really worries me is AI. It's already reared its ugly head. And we are only looking at misinformation. But creation of destructible, life-threatening products is a distinct and a big, scary fear. And how can all of us create an ability to protect the society against it is going to be something that I hope we all work for. We will always support you. One thing I will say is that whether it's one government or other, I have worked with 5 chief ministers in the last 20-something years. No chief minister of this state has ever not supported innovation. So I'm personally confident that going forward, whatever happens, whatever they do politically, that's their lookout. We don't want to get into that. But ultimately, all of them support, and that is the strength that this city and this street has. So thank you once again, sir, for your support, and thank you, CCMB, and well done. And more than them, thank you, these great young people who are working there. You are actually the people who do the work. We do only the talking. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request Dr. Suresh Muniswamy.
It's actually great to see progress being celebrated, because it's not always often that we actually see change before our eyes. When I used to be in a clinic, which was fairly long time ago, patients, I actually started a clinic where I was born and brought up. So it's always a wonderful opportunity to treat people that you know of, you grew up with. They come to the clinic, you treat, and then next day you just walk on the road and then you see them, healthy and then happy walking around. We don't actually discuss anything, but it's always a feeling of happiness when you see people getting treated by you and being healthy. It's also reflected in a slightly lesser way when you are teaching, actually, because students come in fresh and then after a few years, at least they appear a little bit enlightened. But when you look at startup companies, you have a fixed time limit. People come with relatively raw ideas, and then you put them into shape, and then they go through this process, and the processes become helpful to the people, and then you see changes happening. So this is again a wonderful feeling that you actually see that ideas take shape and progress. And this is 10 times difficult in our country. Anything that happens in our country is extremely challenging. And what I usually say is, it's not just a challenge. It's not just a 10 times challenge, but also it's even more complicated when it comes to healthcare, as what Mr. Ajit Ranganathan actually said. If you have any new idea, it can go on to a product next year. But if you have any new idea in healthcare, it's going to take at least 5 years, 10 years for it to reach people. Thankfully, during COVID time, things were accelerated, but back to normal processes is going to take a long time. So my request is always 3 things. People may agree, may not agree. It's always like more money, more time, less questions. And there are reasons, especially in healthcare. We can't compare healthcare to any other area because it's heavily regulated. So you definitely require more time. And the regulatory process is very expensive. The moment you reach the field, it's all expensive, not under your control. You'll have to keep pivoting iteratively. You have to redo a lot of things. So every step is expensive, so you need more money. And of course, we all go through this ethics process, and then we all try to do things the right way. But all questions cannot be answered all the time. So more money, more time, and less questions is usually the thing. The other side of this entrepreneurship is India is always dependent, or perhaps even now a little bit dependent on ideas that have originated from foreign countries. Healthcare, the way we practice is allopathic medicine, it's English medicine. And the challenge here is we have a lot of unique problems. India does not have a comparison anywhere in the world. We are a country of 1.4 billion people. Maybe in comparison, China is perhaps the only one that comes as close, but our challenges are our own challenges. Nobody is going to answer. And 20 years, 30 years before, if we had a challenge, we were just seeing and we can't do anything. But now, at least we have a system. We have all these younger minds taking the risk and coming out with solutions. And that should at least make us very happy. That there is actually hope, there is way forward. And we can at least take care of ourselves. And during COVID, not only we are taking care of ourselves, but we are also leading the way for the rest of the world, which has never happened so far, at least in maybe a lot of our own living memories. Maybe 500 years before it could have possibly happened. So there are a lot of wonderful things that are happening, and AIC CCMB is literally in the heart of it. And Hyderabad has a wonderful ecosystem for healthcare, and we should all come together. And there's always a way to do it better. So I'd probably quickly end by saying congrats, great work. We should all keep going forward. And the donors, please, more money, more time. Don't ask too many questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Suresh. And also directly or indirectly, I think Dr. Karthik, Dr. Umapati, having their innovation zeal inside their brains, they're constantly engaging with us in various aspects. Thanks for joining us. So now I request Shri Vijay Ranjan Singh Saab. Before to that, I'd like to tell briefly, sir, a couple of liners. I got great information about you. Close to 3 decades is working for the government and in various roles and policy making, I think, in the country, especially the fertilizers corporation, how it is to be developed. And, he actually worked for FCIL and HFCL organizations and part of various agencies across the country, and of course, mostly into the Karnataka government. One last thing, an interesting thing that is close to my heart is he's also a wildlife photographer. Sir, actually, I would like to see more of your works, and please, I would like to hear you, hear from you to the audience, please.
Thank you. So, I am sitting here in front of all of you because first I was an IFS officer.
Yes.
Before being an IFS officer, by education, I have done my master degree from molecular biology from University of Delhi way back in '93. Then it was the only institute of Mr. Maheshwari. He used to run a MSc course in the Department of Botany. So I have done my specialization of 1 year in MSc from there. So I also wanted to be a scientist like you long back, but coming from a very feudal society of erstwhile Bihar, now Jharkhand, I was forced to write the civil services. I have written a GRE. I was selected for the Wisconsin, but I was not allowed to go. So that was my first career change, and then I joined the Forest Service. And as Ritika rightly said, that I worked in the Forest Department of Karnataka in different capacity, mostly in the wildlife area, which had a lot of problem. I was trained by Dr. Karthik. He was my teacher. He was my guide. When I said that, he was laughing. But this is a reality. He was my teacher once upon a time. Then I have worked in the human-wildlife conflict, that is true. On the first day of my joining, elephant killed 2 students in a place called Kutta in Birajpet, and it was a nightmarish kind of thing. So since then, I worked in the wildlife area almost for 12 years. Why I'm telling you this experience, then I'll come to the actual topic. Then I thought that my life has been, my children, I had 2 daughters, so my daughter's future was adjusted with my career. So I should give a good education because I was transferred 8-9 times in 12 years in Karnataka. So I came to Delhi and my completely light. I never ever thought that I'll be here or I'll be there in the Department of Fertilizer. So I was posted in Fertilizer Department as a director of a policy division at the project division of Department of Fertilizer. My main work was writing the cabinet note which will decide the fate of around 58,000 crore of subsidy of all of us taxpayer. And apart from the chemical formula of urea, I was not knowing anything about the urea. So at the age of around 41 years, I learned what is a urea policy, how the units are given subsidy on the basis of their vintage, their technology, their fixed cost, their variable cost. And so I learned that. And I can proudly tell you that till date, the policy which was written by me, approved by the cabinet. Why I'm saying me? Because still I remember that I have written, it's not a self-praising, it's just an evolution. So what I intended to be and what I became in between in my life, I became a fertilizer man. They were laughing once upon a time. अरे साहब आप क्या करते जंगल घूमते रहते थे फर्टिलाइजर में जाके क्या करते हो. It was a total mismatch. But that is the beauty of the Indian bureaucracy. And I wanted to take a challenge. If I have jumped in the deep pool, if I'll not know the nuances of the urea policy and fertilizer development and FCL, HCL, I was not actually associated. I was a board member. And including in Telangana, you might be knowing Ramagundam, that factory. That entire cabinet note, entire project with the 10% stake of Telangana government, 80%, 20% of EIL and then NFL. That entire policy note was written by me. So that time we have done a lot of work. Then you might be knowing the neem coating of urea. So those work was my original work. And that neem coating of urea came out of my research-oriented mind that why neem coating has to be done. And after seeing that, I became a PS. That Modi one government, they asked me to join as a PS to the then cabinet minister. He is no more, Mr. Anand Kumar from Karnataka. Although people say that you are from Karnataka, that's why you went there. So it was not like that. He was forced to take me at one point of time. He's no more, but I'm telling you openly in this house. It is not being recorded, I hope.
Yeah.
So, when I became his PS, Then I came to know about this, your Jan Aushadhi store, which is now 25,000 Jan Aushadhi store. It was just 88 when I joined the PS to the minister. So then we mastered the how logistics supply chain, how generic medicine, what is the profiteering by the pharma companies. One Mr. Lanka Srinivasi is a great pharma man. So I saw, then I remember him. Then your Mr. Reddy's lab, Suresh Reddy. These people I used to interact, that how can you cross-subsidize our medicine in our Jan Aushadhi. So then I mastered that. DPCO is one note. Then came your stent price. What type of stents, how. So why I'm telling it, SPMCIL, it was not in my plan of my life. It is just a divine conspiracy of, it is good or bad, I don't know. On 15th of September, I always share with my people, when 15th of September, I saw my posting order, I Googled it, what is this SPMCIL? You are laughing, but just, my daughters are there, was there in Delhi, and I desperately wanted to go to Delhi. And then I came to the SPMCIL. So, why I'm telling you that the type of work these young minds are doing, the independence or the freedom, what they have received from their parent, or how you are helping them to realizing their dream, and out of 8, if 6 has come to some level of prominence, it is really a very heartening feeling. And it is nothing because of my predecessor. Just by default, I am sitting there. Maybe Tripti Patra Ghosh or the person who has helped you. And I was told that they were also not knowing about you. It was accidental. It was Durga Prasad can say that it was not that we were so willing to give you money. Yes. You really influenced us to give you the money. No, this is a reality I'm telling you. I have stopped all a CSR fund for last 2 board meetings, that I'll not sink a single one. Why we should give 50 lakh rupees to some huge hospital whose budget is 5,000 crore? Exactly. Why should we give 50 lakh rupees because I know that hospital owner, I'll give that private hospital 50 lakh rupees? Absolutely. Why should we give 62 kachara collection weighted? These are the funds which is given by the government. Yes. Why should I build the Anganwadi? I ask my people that this is because I have suffered that fund crunch. How small fund we used to collect for the tribal rehabilitation. So the work has done by all of you whomsoever are present. I really compliment and commend and deep appreciation for all of your work. How it will be going, whether we are giving you fund or not, that is the future to say. And what our director IAPA said, that we should not ask questions. But there are 1,000 people who ask questions from me. It is not our father's money. So we will bound to ask questions. I will bound to ask questions that when we are given 2.36 crore, then why only 1.3 crore went to the startups? I would have thought that again, you have purchased some equipment to the CCMB. CCMB is a big organization. At least 80% could have gone to them. And unfortunately, the breakup which I was seeing while coming in the flight, it left there. Otherwise, I was about, you were asking to ask the question, I could have asked that question first. Because you can get funding, you can purchase equipment from many other sources, but where these poor guys will get from this? Almost 50% of money, not 50%. 35%. 35, 45%. So that was my only question. Yes. And as our DG Reach was saying, the digitization of data, that is not our mandate. And to be very frank and honest, sir, for that the government has to be convinced and some policy intervention has to be taken by the government. We are a mini Ratna company. How much CSR we make? Hardly 20 crores. And we are spread all over India. Our 2 units are there. And what catches the vote? If I give money to the startup, how many votes those politicians or my government will take? Because we are a bureaucrat. We are just a tenants. Okay. I have been paid salary to run that company. For one project, I don't want to name, But fortunately, that project was decided. So we'll be having some money. You submit the project. I'll not promise that we'll give you or not give you. But I'm biased toward your projects. And I'll give a favorable consideration. For the CSR subcommittee will decide about it, and then it will come to me for the final approval in the board. I'll support your proposal, but question they ask, and we have to convince them why we are giving, because some very powerful voice came, and that's why this money came to you. Otherwise, it would have not come. It would have gone somewhere else. So since we have done it, we are ready to showcase our success. We are ready to see that how we have helped innovation, how we have helped the young mind to realize their dream. We will definitely do it, but how and when, there is a question mark, because everything is not in my hand. What is under my control, I can tell you, but what is not under my control, I cannot promise you. Because I am also working in some system where I have to answer. Otherwise, there will be 100 of petition and CVC and all those things. So if a private organization, if the Infosys Foundation or HDFC or maybe HCL, even other foundation, if they are money, they are not answerable to any public. But we are a public office. So we'll definitely support, sir. Don't worry. We'll not ask question. We'll convince them. So I am really privileged, feel honored and inflated to amongst such a bright mind and such intellectual people from different walks of life. So thank you for inviting me, and we'll definitely support, but how and when, it is just future to come. Okay, thank you.
Great, sir.
Yeah, so this is a available bed for elderly people. Elderly people, because of age, medical conditions, balance issues, they fall often. It's a very common problem. It's a global problem. So hip fractures are a very common problem due to the falls, injuries due to falling. So this belt detects the risk of falling. Based on the risk, it automatically inflates. These are the airbag cushions like we have in the automobiles, and it automatically inflates under a second. In case the fall is there, this protective cushions protects their hip from getting injured and thus saves them from traumatic hip injuries due to fall.
Oh wow! Yeah. But is it 80%? Is it comfortable while wearing?
Yes. So we have tested with more than 200.
Especially in hot conditions. Hot condition, I doubt, because it's very simple.
Yeah.
Why I'm telling you, suppose this is a very nice device, but is it not very hot? I'm being critical, so you can.
Yeah. So we have tested with a couple of about 150 patients so far, and we have got a mixed response. So we are working on the design, a little bit on the material of the the fabric.
How much it costs?
So to the patient, it costs about 10,000 rupees to the patient. So there are versions. There is Hip Pro and Hip Pro Plus.
As you improvise the device lightweight and or even cost may be high,
yes.
or you will be reducing the cost.
Because based on the economies of scale, as of now, we are just making hundreds of devices. So once we go in the goods manufacturing,
what is the costliest part that raises your cost?
So the battery is the most costliest part, and the controller sensors.
Okay.
So yeah.
So the imported ones, obviously.
Imported ones is 1 lakh.
No, I mean the sensors you are.
Yeah, so it's coming from Taiwan.
So that's where the problem, major of the medical devices and all these semiconductors and the chips and all. That's where the problem.
And batteries from China.
Good. Congratulations and all the best for
Very good.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Ritika.
So this device does the testing of like 25 parameters का हम लोग testing करते हैं with a small amount of blood, and this device itself is sufficient to do all the testing. We don't need highly capital intensive units which are installed in the laboratories, and we can identify like the test related to kidney, liver, heart, like hemoglobin, cholesterol. Everything can be identified, and the accuracy has also been validated, because we were talking about the validation. The accuracy has been validated by GMRC, Guwahati Medical Research Center, and we are conducting like trials in AIMS also, AIMS Delhi. They have also validated that these tests are like very good. And हमारा जो motive है sir, it is like making it more affordable, portable, and like digitized of course. AI is also enabled in this. to get the accuracy part, and we have conducted 50,000 plus clinical trials already, and हम लोग 7 से 8 health camps भी कर चुके हैं जहाँ पे हमें बहुत अच्छे results मिले हैं, and we were able to identify कि कितने % of people like they have been like they have some anomalies, and we are focusing on NCDs, non-communicable diseases. वहीं पर हम लोग जहाँ पर प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर में हम फोकस करके सर हम लोग रिमोट एरियाज में जाना चाहते हैं और वहीं हम लोग सक्सेस में करना चाहते हैं. वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन सम कैंप्स लाइक सेफ एक्सप्रेस के साथ और कैनेडा बैंक के साथ. वी आर एसोसिएटेड विद सम हॉस्पिटल्स आल्सो, एंड 50+ डिप्लॉयमेंट्स भी हो चुके हैं सर.
2 things quickly. How really it is real time? How much time? That's the question asked. How much
10 minutes of time we can get the test.
Second thing, the question is, will you be able to screen all the SPMCL employees? This is the another question.
Those are very, very less people. They are well paid. They get
good answer.
Tell me how much your one test cost?
So it cost approximately 30 rupees for per test.
Per test. मतलब per item or all 20 parameters?
No, per item I would say, but it is the MRP right now.
No, suppose you said that one drop of blood you can test 20 parameters. So for 20
parameters, we draw at least like 5 to 10 ml of blood.
Altogether, as a package.
How much? So you draw 20 drops of blood. Okay.
जी.
So one test के लिए आपको 30 rupees लगते हैं.
जी.
तो 20 के लिए 600 रुपए लगेंगे.
जी.
इसका प्राइस क्या है?
इस डिवाइस का प्राइस है 90,000 rupees.
90,000.
What are the consumable costs and all other?
Consumable cost.
फिक्स कॉस्ट हो गया. इसका वेरिएबल कॉस्ट जैसे केमिकल, रिएजेंट.
जी, रिएजेंट्स होंगे सर इसमें. रिएजेंट्स का जो कॉस्टिंग है, बिकॉज वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एवरीथिंग, तो हम लोग वो तकरीबन हमारा 10 से 20 रुपए के बीच में होगा रिएजेंट
पर टेस्ट.
जी.
महंगा है.
लाइक हम लोग ये सर ये पेशेंट का कॉस्ट बता रहे हैं, मैं अपना कॉस्ट नहीं बता रही हूँ, बिकॉज मुझे भी बहुत लाइक नहीं मैं आपको क्लियरली बता पाऊंगी वो वाला कॉस्ट, लेकिन दिस इज द कॉस्ट टू द पेशेंट. जो 30 रुपीज हम पेशेंट को चार्ज करेंगे. अगर हम 20 टेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो वी विल गिव देम पैकेज लाइक 600 से 800 रुपए तक के पैकेज में विल कंडक्ट 20 टेस्ट फॉर दैट पेशेंट.
नहीं, जैसे मैं ये सोच सकता हूँ कि जैसे हम कोई बहुत जैसे नॉट तालुक लेवल हॉस्पिटल, होबली लेवल इन कर्नाटका, वी से होबली लेवल, तालुक लेवल, ग्राम पंचायत, होबली, देन तालुक एंड देन डिस्ट्रिक्ट.
जी.
तो मान लीजिए जो लोग बाहर जाके करवाते हैं, जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने पहले आपके लॉन्च करना.
आप इधर आ जाइए सर.
अरे आप ही लोग का पैसा दे रहा हूँ मैं. ये पूछ रहा था कि अगर मान लीजिए अगर हम लोग आपका टेस्ट यूज करके अगर आपका बहुत कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, तो हम लोग कोई हमारे जो कंपनी थे जैसे आपका है, चाहे हमारा नासिक वासिक में है, जहां भी है जहाँ, तो वहां हम लोग इससे मास स्क्रीनिंग करा सकते हैं ना. जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने नासिक में 40-50 लाख रुपए का एक व्हीकल दिया. उसमें कैंसर का भी वो जो मैमोग्राफी करते हैं उसमें 15-16 डिवाइस, लेकिन वो सारे जो नॉर्मल हमारे लैब में होते हैं वैसे होते हैं.
जी.
तो इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा था, इसलिए आपको इतने डिटेल पूछ रहा था कि कितना लगता है, क्या लगता है, क्या क्या टेस्ट करा सकते हैं, क्योंकि कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज से तो ज्यादा आजकल किलर है हमारा बीपी है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल है.
जी. ये सब कुछ टेस्ट कर सकते हैं सर हम लोग. शुगर भी टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, हीमोग्लोबिन टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, HbA1c टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, क्रेटिनिन कर सकते हैं, LFT ट्राइग्लिसराइड्स भी कर सकते हैं. तो सारे टेस्ट पॉसिबल है सर. एट प्रेजेंट वी आर एबल टू कंडक्ट 15 टेस्ट अभी तक, और R&D में हम लोग इसको बहुत जल्द 25 तक लेके जा रहे हैं, और 50 का हमारा एम है कि हम 50 टेस्ट कर पाए. IIT गुवाहाटी में सर.
बहुत अच्छी बात है, कीजिए. हम तो आपके टच में ही है, मधु सर से भी आप टच में रहिए. अगर हमें आपकी जरूरत पड़ी तो हम आपकी सेवाएं जरूर.
We look forward for it, sir. Thank you.
Congrats and all the best.
Thank you.
So there is a impact book release by
Sir, this is the impact book. We are inaugurating through your.
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Also. Sir.
दो ही CEO सर को दो.
सर ये प्रोजेक्ट हमने दिंडोरी नासिक में किया. You can see that for COPD and TB screening. Yes, yes.
27 villages and 12,000 people working.
Just explain quickly about.
Yes, sir. This is same project. We have particularly done it in Nasik area. Dindori, where we did screening of more than 75,000 people for the first assessment of the COPD and TB. And this has given us a recognition by and that is the reason we have launched this impact book. CCMB is being a crucial part of Rayata's growth. Now we have two devices, sir. You can see it on the technology desk. One is already in the market, and through YearHelp we are coming up with another device which will be used easily at the PHCs and the hospital level, sir. Right now we have a handheld device which is easily used in all the lower sector areas. But going ahead with the easy to use and more modern devices coming up. And our test price is around 40 rupees per person.
Very good.
Yeah, and we have been doing this project in Nashik for Dr. Bharti Pawar's assistant. She's cabinet minister in Delhi for health, and we could get the project through Ramji sir's help only. And we are doing this project again ahead under NHM for another project in Rewa and Pondicherry and Karnataka coming up.
Thank you so much. And, do well.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for coming. अब मुझे लगा कि वो बहुत समय लोगों पैसे जो हुई asking like कुछ समय भी फंडिंग कराओ. Remember? Thank you.
This is from AAC.
So this is our offshoot. Atal Incubation Center.
Briefly about this, but later on.
Yeah.
So this is future plans. We are working with Dr. Karthik.
क्या कौन है? So this is sample kit of public. Please. After you give it to other portions. There are two more people. Now cheaply.
Photos.
Yeah. Should I? Yeah, please.
We'll have one photograph with our
Yeah, so
Yes, sir.
ground to we are planning, sir.
ठीक है?
Okay, sir.
आप लोग डायरेक्टली भी मुझसे टच पे रह सकते हो.
You're the local champion.
इन लोगों को मैं बाईपास नहीं कर रहा.
Sir, I guess you do
Our system Pitapa
He's very energetic to support all. He created one program, sir. Acceleration in diagnostics, sir.
आप इस एज पे भी रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी काम कर रहे हैं. Good get the inspiration.
What, Suresh?
I'm 77, so I need to just.
I'm so sorry.
इनका छिप गया होगा ऐसे कर रहे. ठीक है. Thank you. It's really good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, it's not that I am here. I'm saying I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at innovation and CSR is something that really good.
And as you rightly said, there is too many regulation, ethics. It will be a health issue. It's a matter of life of a person. तो अब चाहिए चाहे नहीं चाहिए वो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है. उससे आज मैं when I was coming the flight I was reading the 365 lesson of stoicism. तो उसमें यही लिखा हुआ था कि there are certain things which is under our control, which is freely given by nature.
Yes.
Like about this event, how this event will run, what he will say, what other speaker will say, I have no control. But what I am having control on my opinion. Okay. So what you think you are doing good, you should do. And why I was telling not my history, because I never thought that what I am going to be. But every stage, at age of my 54 years, again I am learning from my great lieutenants about the metal, melting point, cadmium, how to get health hazard. No, seriously. How is making the smart card for army? It's an entirely new thing. So, and since you are having such a fertile mind, you can do wonders. We don't have this much of opportunity 30 years back. I'm really telling you, I remembered my days. I have come here once upon a time. Once. We used to send a lot of biological sample for your identification, wildlife crime. One person name I forgot. Last year he came and gave us lecture in the National Institute of Criminology in Delhi.
This is Sunil Verma.
No, not Sunil.
Not last year. Last year.
Last year.
Ajay Verma.
He remembers me that he has met me somewhere. So, why I'm telling you, can do wonders. Don't restrict your area in just. If a Babu kind like us with so much of limitation can learn certain things, then why not you people?
Inspiring, sir. In fact,
with Mr. Karthik, I had that time we didn't had money. While coming, I was telling to Mr. Naidu that I gave him 1,80,000 rupees one project. When he trained me, he empowered me. Ask him. I'm not joking. For 6-7 months, and we discovered for the first time that there is a deformity in frogs in the pristine of the national forest area of the Western Ghat. किया था ना हम लोगों ने. So it's not that I don't fund the research organization. He's a living testimony. by default, he is here today. So if you are doing good.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Barcadia is a joint venture of Berkshire Hathaway and Jeffrey Financial Group. They're into commercial real estate.
Yes, sir. So, how long have you been part of the jury? Is this your first year? Have you done it before as well?
With HICIA, this is the first time I'm doing the jury.
Okay. So, what do you think about their evaluation process that they've put for all these startups?
Yeah, evaluation process is very process oriented. Okay, they're following the right process. Okay, they are involving different type of people who are into the industry quite a long time. If you take me, I had 30 years of experience. Like me, there are more experienced people who are part of it, the jury. Okay, and they do have experience in startups too. Some of them are already into the ventures and they came back and they are still doing the venturing. So it's definitely the right people are involved.
So what do you have to think about these startups that are here? Like, what do you think has their standard increased or decreased over the years, and what do you think about their capabilities that they're offering?
So basically, if we see the opportunity what they got from the startup, from the HICIA, for all the startup, it's a challenging for them. Okay, because they are contesting with other co-startups. Okay, without the HICIA, they think that they feel that they are maybe in the well, thinking that they are the right company and they can do the job. Okay, but when they compared with other companies, okay, the juries are also talking to different companies. We give that positive feedback for them. Okay, and constructive feedback. It helps them to realign themselves to the market. Okay, it's a definitely a good opportunity for them.
Okay. So, what do you have to say? Any last message to the startups that they're competing right now?
Don't get disappointed if they're not selected. Okay, be positive and do the best. Okay, and definitely come back again for next year if they want to contest one more time. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I work for a company called Mauritech Global Enterprise Solutions Company. I'm a director of PMO. That's brief about me.
Yes. So is this your first time working as a jury for this event?
Yes.
Okay. So what would you like to say about the startups development over the years that you have seen in the industry?
Really good. I'm super happy to see the development here, the quality of the outcome, the ideas, and the solution that we are seeing is too good. And I'm really thankful to the HICIA for coordinating all such events, and really happy to be part of the jury.
What would you like to say about the process of evaluation that has been put forward for these startups?
Sure. So we typically look at the problem statement. So what is the problem statement? Would that really resolve in the customer's problem? And what is the security features that they have developed? And what is the competitor analysis? What are the competitors that they have evaluated in the market, and how their solution is unique from the current competitor analysis? What are the value adds? What are the value benefits they are proposing? And how effective is the solution? And whether it is scalable or security? Those are the aspects we typically look into.
Okay. What's your take on HICIA's initiative to bring forward this for all these startups, to bring a platform for them?
It's a really great idea. I'm really thankful to HICIA for bringing this thought leadership, bringing the AI enablement, all that aspects together, bringing the industry leaders together, and encouraging the startups, encouraging the established companies is a really great idea. Thank you, HICIA, for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello, sir. Would you please tell us about your experience about the evaluation process that has been put forward?
It was a wonderful experience. I have been a jury earlier also, but this time it was even better because I was not looking at startup. Startup, of course, is great fun, but this was established products. The process was extremely, good, and we were able to the amount of time that was given for the companies to present and us to ask questions which were more relevant was quite sufficient for most of the companies. Of course, in some cases where we felt there's a huge potential, we did go beyond the stipulated time and ask them more questions, etc. That happened, but on the whole it was a good experience. All the jurors were very, very experienced, and it was good to be part of that entire team.
So over the years, and according to your experience, what is the major change that you have seen in the startups that have come forward?
So unfortunately, I was not part of the startup jury yesterday because I had another conflict. But for the established companies, if I look at it, the established companies are also coming up in newer products. Having been in the market, they are looking at new potential. So it's more of deep dive that they are doing, coming up with the differentiated products. So it is not an increase or an incremental change in their own products, but they are also exploring new ideas, new products, etc. So that's where I thought was a change.
Would you have to say about HYSIA's contribution to this initiative that they've taken?
I think HYSIA has been doing this, and this is the 31st year for them. It's tremendous. I think we work with, as Task, we work very closely with HYSIA. We run initiatives like the Project Drona, etc., along with them, where we are, it's an immersive experience for the faculty members also, so that they can train our students and the youth of Telangana much better. So we are definitely doing that, and before I end, I probably would like to just give a message to all the people, saying that 14th is the main event. So I definitely look forward to coming here and looking at the actual product demos in the stalls, etc., for all the people whom we met today. And also I would like to request that anyone who is, and today technology is pervasive in everything, should come and become part of this HYSIA event. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What do you have to say about HYSIA's initiative that they've started this, and they've been doing this for the past 30 years, if I'm not wrong?
This is the 31st year. We have been we've been making constant efforts to develop the culture of innovation. So as a part of that, the HYSIA Product Awards not only try to bring innovations from the startups, but we also encourage our member companies to actively participate in this initiative. And this is indeed a celebration. You can actually see the number of startups that have come, and the jury's active and enthusiastic participation in that. So we believe that strongly that this is an intervention that can bring different personas to bring to one place. It's bringing the ecosystem to one place, such that the people involved in innovation, they are getting advantage from different personas. If you see, the jury here has got different personas coming from product background, technical, business. So there are different personas. So we see this like a platform for people to get inspiration, get inputs on what they are innovating. And it's also a good platform for people to demonstrate their innovative work. So I'm also very proud to mention that there have been some of the unicorns that emerged from Hyderabad that have been identified in the past from HYSIA Product Awards as well. So
so what do you have to say over the years, the development in these startups? So what is the major change that you've seen in them?
The reason is we are now seeing that the quality of the startups that is coming up is has lot improved, and they're really, it's a serious business with most of them. So in that point of view, we also felt that when the quality of the startups is coming up high, and we also have a very robust jury who could actually constructively contribute to the success of the product. So in that context, we think that this particular program that we are doing is evolving quite a bit and is positively contributing to the success of the startups and innovations from Hyderabad to a great extent, putting us on the global platform. On the Feb 14th, we also have our annual summit, where we are giving a platform for all the innovators who are now a part of our product evaluation. Give them a stage to demonstrate. They're going to have CXO capability of people coming and attending as the delegates in the summit, and it's going to be a good opportunity for all of them to interact with several organizations.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today we are doing an innovation celebration of 31st Annual Startup Awards for HYSIA.
Yes, so can you please tell us a little more about HYSIA and its mission and its vision that they have been having over the years?
Yeah, HYSIA is a 30-plus year old organization, and back in 91 is when it started with the industry visionaries, and in 2000 onwards we started picking up a lot more focus on the innovation, because that's when the IT industry started developing in India. So HYSIA is actually a representation of 90% of the IT industry in Telangana in terms of our members, in terms of headcount, and also in terms of the revenue generated, the export revenue that is generated from state of Telangana. Okay. So we have about 300 members, and these 300 members comprise of large companies and MNCs, the Microsoft, the top 5 of the world. They're all our members, and Microsoft, Google, Amazon, these are all the large companies that are setting up shop here. And the MNCs that are coming from India, like Infosys, TCS, Tech Mahindra, and all these biggies, they're also our members. So together, and we have SMEs as well, and we have some startups as well. So together, these 300 members comprise of the 90% of the revenue that is coming out of export revenue that's coming out of the state. Yeah. And also 90% of the headcount.
Okay. So can you please tell us, over the 30 years, what kind of development have you seen in these companies and these startups?
Oh, wow. A lot of it has happened over last, I would say, 23 years. The turning point is 2000. Okay. That's when Y2K bug has hit the industry, and that really opened the doors for innovation in India. So the first decade, 2000 to 2010, is all about services outsourcing. So you saw the emergence of the Infosys, TCS of the world, and then 2010 to 2020 is all about products. Right. So the services, they have matured. They are still growing strong. And then the products in the 2010 to 2020. And now the products also have matured. You see the global companies from India. Now 2020 onwards, it's a era of startups. Right. You have thousands of startups, and they're all coming on board, and a lot of innovation is happening. Thousands of startups are in India now, and hundreds of startups are in Hyderabad that are focusing on global markets. So that's how every decade is, belongs to services, products, now startups and innovation.
Okay. So what exactly is the thought process that goes behind in this evaluation process that happens for these startups?
Now, specifically about today's event, it's all about encouraging innovation and celebration of the innovations. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is the 31st annual awards function that we are doing. We received more than somewhere between 200, little under 200 startups that have applied for this awards competition, and we have engaged industry stalwarts as our jurors, and we have engaged more than 50, 60, 70 of them, and we have done these evaluations in multiple rounds. The first round is an online evaluation. The second round is today, Today we are doing an on-offline evaluation, and the third round will be on February 14th on the event day. That's when we will announce the top 10 startups.
So can you tell us about the event that's happening on Feb 14th?
That's a mega event. It's we call it, it's a flagship event. This is the biggest event that HYSIA does every year, and this year it's on Feb 14th, and this is a day-long event. It starts with inaugural in the morning, and there are the conference tracks. The theme this year is on AI, artificial intelligence, what is the future for us, and how the large organizations, the startups, how they are going to be getting transformed, and how the AI is going to change the way we work, the way we live, the way we learn. So these are all the topics that we have all through the day. And these topics are all, a set of panel discussions, roundtable discussions with the CEOs of organizations, and tech talks and keynote speeches. So this happens all through the day. And the startups that are shortlisted today will all be showcasing their products in an expo fashion. So all these products, all these startups will be showcasing in a stall their products, their innovations, their services, all through the day. And towards the evening, after we do the evaluations of the startups, we go to the startup stalls and then evaluate them. We'll ask for a demo and so on. And then the top 10 will be announced in the evening. The evening, IT Minister, Honorable IT Minister will be gracing the occasion, and he will be giving away the awards in the evening. So February 14th is a mega celebration, starts at 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Somewhere in between, and then after the inaugural, these things go on in parallel. The expo goes on in parallel, the conference tracks go on in parallel, and in the afternoon the CEO roundtables go on in parallel. So it's a huge, big celebration. We encourage all of you guys to come and attend.
Sir, is there any message that you would like to give all these startups that are showing up?
Yeah, so the startups, I think the message is you are the future. India is going to be, as we all know, by 2047 we are going to be a developed country with expected to be around 26 to 30 trillion dollars compared to $3-4 trillion today. Yes. So you will all be playing a big role in that journey to get to that level, which is unforeseen. So the future that you are going to be shaping, you will all be a part of it, and that will be unimaginable future. So position yourself, think of your startup as how it is useful for the customer, how your product is differentiated from the competition, and the ecosystem is developing very well. The startups are getting funded very well by angels, VCs, and so on. So you have a great future ahead, and take the help of organizations like HYSIA, and there are many other organizations as well, to either get mentors or get help in market access or funding. So we are all there here for you to succeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My topic for today is opportunity or dilemma, doing business in volatile macroeconomic condition. We are undergoing through a very unprecedented times. We all know the global economy, somewhere there is raw material supply chain equation has changed. The country's GDP, the whole debt ratio, they are changing dramatically. And with that, many of the CEOs, chairmen, and the country leaders, along with ministries deliberating today, is it time for an opportunity or is it time for dilemma? So therefore, I'll shed some insights on it. Today, this next 15 minutes, we are going to deliberate together. If we as leaders can leverage this situation, or we actually make others leverage this situation. So that's where I'll make an attempt to share 3 such insights. My next 15 minutes will be around how world and industry is changing, what it means. 7 such things that will take our country ahead, and key sector insights as on today from 2024 to 2030. If somebody wants to grow in their respective sectors, what those practical opportunities lie. So that's where I'll be sharing the insights. What we knew 20 years back, that how the companies used to cherish being leaders, today they are not. And the whole stack ranking has changed. Yes, of course, there has been a large play of technology, but then there is also many other business imperatives that actually made this stack ranking change. Lots of new players have emerged in the world. They are actually giving lots of challenge and threat to many of the so-called biggies who actually had the largest market cap, and now it's slipping away. We are progressing around it. Just about few years back, this dream was not even discussed. Today we are marching towards it. If you will see on this, one very interesting statistics is our employment rate, which is at a 387 million today. This is gonna become double, which means that there is a whole throughput of GDP per capita income, which actually is gonna touch the country in a way that the country becomes the country of buyers. So if this has become a country of buyers, then as CEOs, chairmen, and the country leaders sitting in the room, are you ready to actually make your whole production go up, make your sales force go up, make your business vision and thinking go up? If you will try figuring out the various sectors around the world, if we see the world GDP growth, it is about to grow 2.5x, approximately from 80 trillion to 258 trillion. Now with that humongous upside, the industries which are going to participate in this, as you can see, and this is primarily from the vantage point of India, we will have lots of play in services sector. It has always been. We have been a services economy. We are known for our quality. We also are pretty much progressing on the manufacturing front, which used to be a single-digit contributor, now has come up to double-digit. The other very important area wherein lots of work investment that already has happened and is about to take a surge is the infrastructure. And besides that, the other areas which we as a country never used to ponder upon started to take shape. And those are around utility, extraction and mining, and agriculture. So this is how the participation in the economy is going to take place if one has to capitalize on the GDP growth and the India growth. Now with that, what is that 7 things that actually will get our country to that level? And if you know about it, then you know that how you actually have to think about your business and therefore take and participate in this growth. And we already have started doing. You as private sector already used to do it. But nonetheless, as country also, there is lots of partnership that is into play. And that partnership not only talks about policy today. If you will see, 79% of ease of doing business. We actually have risen up in terms of ease of doing business as how it used to be before. The whole finance sector, I'm not sure that how many of us are actually keeping a tab except Shanti and few of the other VC friends in the room, Kunal, Shanti and many others. There is a huge FII inflow. There is a tremendous wealth that actually is kind of poured in the country today. And there is a huge VC funding which actually is looking at our country, how to capitalize and get the best ROI on it. Infrastructure, we are actually in the digital infrastructure today, almost arguably number 1 when it comes to fintech. And even on the whole cyber, as much as we may not want to believe, but the truth is that we are one of the most secured countries, may not be 1, but certainly ranging into 1 to 15. So if that actually brings the delight, one very other important partnership which is happening across the world with consortium, government and industry bodies around talent and labor. My friend Gaurav, Anshuman, they would be talking more about it. But these are some important partnerships that's happening. Besides that, there is lots of policy ease that is under works. As much as you may want to believe with some or the other newspaper articles few weeks back that the businesses have been shut down, it is not about a stringent regulatory policies. It is about, are we doing the business right in order to add value to the country and economy and individuals. With that, not only us, the countries across are actually taking very aggressive steps, and no way we are lagging behind. We pretty much are marching along with them, if not faster, and we intend as a country to actually participate and capture that opportunity. We unfortunately also as a country have to focus on few areas wherein certain deliberations have started happening. This is the third lever, which is around social infrastructure. We arguably would be one of the best in digital infrastructure when it comes to payment, but then on social infrastructure, the other countries, they invest approximately 20% in two important categories, which is healthcare and education. We unfortunately invest between 2 to 5%, ranging to max 6%. Now, unless that changes, though we may grow, but we may not be able to sustain that growth. Besides that, there is third sector, which as a country, many of you would be participating indirectly, few of you would be participating directly. The defense sector, many of important countries in the world have a continuous investment around defense capabilities. And as a country, we have some opportunity to relook at the defense budget as well. The other important lever that our country is thinking upon, and many of us in private sector already have started showcasing our medal to the world, which is around modern technologies. But it's equally important to understand that our largest public sectors, as well as ministry, as well as the central body such as GEM, such as various other important NDHM, etc., the platforms that are coming in, they leverage modern technologies. The intent to actually utilize technology to leverage the country's social infrastructure, GDP, and the well-being is tremendously high as compared to what it used to be in the past. The cyber risk, and I have few friends who will talk more about it, but cyber risk is reality. Though we would be amongst the 10th to 12th around the world to have thought about it early, but then there's miles to go. As the technology is changing, the numbers are volatile and we may slip behind if the investments around that does not go in. The good news is that as a country, we are taking an equilibrium position. Few of the developed countries on data policy, they have gone extreme, wherein if you are trying to not safeguard the PII and the private data or the payment data, your businesses could be shut down overnight. And there are few industries or the few countries wherein this is very lenient. Now, either of the extremes are not good for the country and the well-being of the community of that country. And we as a country, as you know, the current GDPR policy or data policy, and now the AI policy which is under works, there is tremendous amount of equilibrium that is being thought upon, and therefore the focus has started emerging at a central ministry level, at a state level, and I'm sure at a private level. With this, 7 levers that our country today is thinking, and question is that as leaders, can you participate? Now, if as leaders you participate, how to participate? You all are working into one or the other category of sectors, maybe 2, if you are a family business, maybe 3, but then how to participate where the opportunity lies. And that brings the contextuality of my third section, wherein I will be sharing insights that as sectors, how these developments look today, and therefore what it means. First, very important sector, agriculture and consumer. Can I see a raise of hands? How many of you are into agriculture? Okay, hardly 1% of the room. Now here, is that an opportunity? I leave it up to you to deliberate. But then if you see, and there are small text, so maybe just to contextualize it for you, in oil and seeds, we as a country have started thinking that how we become the exporter than a consumer. We also have pretty much comprehensive program around dairy development, and I'm sure in newspapers you would be reading about it. We also are very serious about blue economy. We call it as blue economy 2.0. You also know it from the perspective of ESG in private sector. So there is lots of work and participation that has started happening in this. The second is automotive. In automotive, if you will see the today PLI scheme and the auto components, the budget has been raised from INR 604 crores to 3.5k crores. The FAME 2, which is extended in FY25 with a budget of 2.671 crore. We also have various government focus on the EV infrastructure. I'm sure you know few of the automotive leaders sitting in the room would be participating in that journey, but this is only going to grow. Education. There is a humongous impetus on education. If we have to sustain what we are building, this is one of the most critical pillar. And there's already a budget increased by 6% to INR 1.2 lakh crores. There is also the government schools funding, which is from the Pradhan Mantri Yojana. There has been a INR 6k crore that is pretty much getting invested. With financial services, this is one of the backbone of the country, not just for India, for any country in the world. And there is a humongous impetus in terms of investment into this. Lots of investment in public sector is also happening as I speak. And in that, few of the numbers that we can think it through is that our fiscal deficit of 5.8%, which we have achieved in FY24, we intend to bring it to 5.1% to 4.5%. That is a humongous crawl back. Though the numbers may look small when you think it from your business perspective, but when it comes to country, you actually can create another Maldives around it. So with that, if you see the credit assistance, it is a 78 lakh to street vendors, that is 78 lakh crore to street vendors that actually is gonna be invested under PM Samriddhi Yojana. You also have Gift City that is getting incubated. I'm sure few of you recently would have heard about it in newspapers or television. That is gonna be another very important financial hub for the country, and there is a huge infrastructure development that already is under play. The other important sector, and many of you would be participating as private businesses there, is healthcare. In healthcare, the NDHM coming in is going to be a game changer. Are we thinking about how will we participate? The whole Ayushman Bharat health coverage, which is also known as ASHA, for ASHA and Anganwadi folks, there is a humongous investment that is under plan. There is also various schemes in maternal and child health care. Though this has been a continuous endeavor as a country since we are a growing country, but this year there has been a humongous impetus and focus how to actually structurally safeguard this. So healthcare is another very important sector which is to look upon. The core for any country and where the exports and imports equation actually lie. The chemical and fertilizers. If you will see, there is an import substitution, 100 metric ton of the coal gasification, and the capacity has been announced to be set up by 2030. What it means is that we have been consumer of coal and such raw materials in the past. How can we be exporter of it? And few of you who are into this mining industry can actually think it through in terms of opportunity. There is also bio-based chemicals. There is a scheme which is actually underway and getting rolled out as I speak. The whole idea again is that how to have the financial aid available so that we become self-reliant. With that, the other very important industry is metal mining. And as you know, this is again a backbone for any country. And as a country, we are very focused on it. We pretty much in steel sector has increased our outlay by 3.6x, which actually is humongous if you see it from any other country perspective. We also have an infrastructure spending, which actually has risen by 11%, which now is 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure will be a big play, and primarily to support our manufacturing, mining, and chemical industry. The PM Gati Shakti, as you would have heard about it, many of you into the manufacturing who has to use the road transportation, the PM Gati Shakti is gonna change the whole dimension of how you do business. As in software, we say TAT and SLA post-production. So your TAT and SLA for your product to reach to another supplier or manufacturer will come down dramatically. And think about it, if you become efficient by 20%, how much of efficiency you actually bring into your P&L. Oil and gas, very important sector, very difficult sector. But again, here there is a humongous focus. We want to be a net zero country by 2070. However, many of the countries in Davos recently in World Economic Forum have participated. As a country, India also is aggressively participating into it. And with that, there is a 100 metric ton classification, liquefaction, factory establishment, it is happening. The CNG for transport and PNG for domestic use. Many of you would have seen dramatic changes if you visit the villages for the people who have gray hairs to no hairs. People like me still visit our village from our roots are from, and we see tremendous amount of change happening in both CNG as well as PNG. Power and renewables, again, this has a tie-up with net zero, and there is a humongous Panchamrit goal. If you will go through your current FY24 budget planning that has come out, it is known as Panchamrit goal, wherein ensuring high resource efficient economic growth for energy security, availability, accessibility, and affordability. Triple A in software, triple A means automated, 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 all failovers automated and not manual. As a country, we are going triple A, and which ensures the continuity of the business. We also are empowering 1 crore households with 300 units monthly free electricity. No joke for a country of our scale and size. As much as we may want to talk about it from the behind, this actually in your MBA days you reflect upon, it is known as multiplier effect. If the money is poured into the market, that money circulates in the market, and the principle of economics say that if the money circulation is continuous, then only multiplier effect comes in. So this is the maths behind why this particular money is getting poured in and how this is going to create wealth. Technology, media, and telecom. This has been an eye connoisseur for all of us. Few of the media personals sitting in the room, some very interesting insights and opportunities. As you would know, we have METI, and METI has increased its budget allocation by 30%. There is a tremendous push on technology which is happening at the METI side. There is a corpus of INR 1 lakh crore to be established for financing the private sector with 50 years interest-free loan to scale up research and innovation in sunrise domains. So if you are not in sunrise domains, and I leave that homework to the audience that go back and see what is sunrise domains. But if you are one of them, then this is an opportunity to capitalize upon. And there are new schemes already. Few of you are participating with startups. I have my dear friend Kunal, who also invests in country startup along with Anshuman and Jivesh and many others in the room, who actually are the backbone of the startup industry, keep investing, helping them grow and add to the economy. Travel, cities and infrastructure. This is a domain which is actually starving. But with the advent of infrastructure impetus, this is again taking a shape. The infrastructure budget has increased by 11.1% to INR 11.1 lakh crores, accounting to 3.4% of our GDP. 3.4% of our GDP means In APAC, you wrap up 60% of the countries, they become yours. So that's the kind of scale when you think about this 3.4% for the scale of our country. We also have Pradhan Mantri Yojana, Gramin Yojana, as you are aware about. There is a 3 crore housing units highlighted with plans to add 2 crore more for rural housing. So there is a Yojana around it and there is a budget allocation. And then there is an activation of 517 new routes under the UDAN carrying over 1.3 crore passengers. Means whatever X that you see today in hospitality industry is gonna take shape in terms of plus 1.3 crore passengers participating in this change. With that, if I don't talk about the Gen AI opportunity, it will be a miss. As the event talks about AI possibilities, we are sitting on 120 billion of TG here. You actually can capitalize on this as world globally is counting on this money to capitalize. 6 billion of that money has come to our country in the form of various investments or R&D and innovation. Benefit that industry is seeing, many of you would be participating in that. There is a software developer productivity that is about to be touted. There is a increase in retailer conversion which is being touted. There is a reduction in biopharma research and innovation and getting the drugs to the market, which is downside by 21 days, means efficiency by 21 days. Humongous. There is a 98% accuracy rate in your financial institution, means your UPI, means I think few of the folks who are from Amazon here can understand 95N. Out of 100 transactions, 95 should pass. Now we are talking about 98%, which is way more different when it comes to money. So likewise, there is some fundamental contextual numbers that actually people are clocking in around the world, and therefore that money what you see as an opportunity. With that, if you will see the industry, there is a CAGR of 75% of growth from now till 2027 in Gen AI that is about to get clocked. As I speak, there are real-time use cases which is getting developed in the country. 3 of them I am personally participating in terms of develop the Gen AI use case, which is gonna do the ops optimization or the revenue growth for few of the largest companies which contributes to India GDP. If you will see, it is not just BFSI sector. There is also consumer, healthcare, media and public sector, which is, as I speak, is pretty much implementing or toying around, and therefore the CAGR around it on an average. If we see it at an industry, there will be a average of 50% of the CAGR uplift that is about to happen between now and 2027. So question for us, I leave you with the thought, all the leaders, the country spokesmen, the startup founders, the academicians, is it an opportunity or dilemma that we are into in spite of the world undergoing through a massive different scenario in which the business operates? Thank you so much. It was a pleasure and honor to share the insights with you today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The event which we always look forward to participate. Silotech is launching 2 new products, iCapture for accounts payable automation, Test Ensure to excel in your business process in an automated way. And we are very happy to have this platform to launch these 2 products. Something about the Silotech, we are a company having operations in US and India. We predominantly cater to Infer, Oracle and SAP space. We have test automation as one of the important aspects to look forward for going future. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So what would you like to say about the evaluation process that has been put forward by ICEA?
I think it's a fair and robust process. I think it helps us to evaluate the companies in the time frame that we have in a very structured fashion.
Okay. So what has been your experience to be a part of HiSEA like this, and what do you have to say about their contribution to this initiative?
I think it's an excellent initiative. I think it helps bring together both startups and also established companies driving a lot of innovation, especially in and around Hyderabad, and how they are taking some of the innovations that are being done in the GCCs in India globally.
Okay. So what do you have to say about these startups that have showed up in these 2 days? Is there anything that stood your point, like you really liked a lot, or is there anything that surprised you?
I didn't get an opportunity to interact with a lot of startups this time around, unfortunately. But from what I've heard, I think it's been an excellent session with a lot of innovative startups coming with excellent ideas.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So what is your take on the evaluation process that has been put forward by HiSEA for the startups?
I've been part of this evaluation process. I think this is the 7th year that I'm being part of this evaluation process. The evaluation process has evolved over a period of time, and it's a very scientific process where the whole process is democratized, and we have so many people evaluating, right? The count of people, the caliber of people who are evaluating startups have gone up over the period of years. And it has been a fantastic effort by the team to create this process where there are like multiple levels of evaluations till we find the winners.
So what do you think about the contribution that HiSEA has been putting forward for this initiative?
HiSEA has been sort of the anchor body in Hyderabad, which has been around for I think 30 plus years. As the whole startup ecosystem evolved in Hyderabad, HiSEA has always been there trying to bring people together. I mean, we have had sessions wherein they have enabled startups from a skills perspective, enabled startups for providing market access to them. They have always been there to ensure that there are people skills that are developed. Right, we have women in leadership programs. We were women in tech programs. We had student skilled upliftment programs, wherein we are bringing in a lot of people in, so that we get the right set of people around, so that the startups need from a tech perspective, and also providing them with all the technology credits required, all the technology know-how required. And the third part that they have been doing a great job of is bringing enterprises and startups together, right? Matching them so that where there are needs from enterprises, they have been able to find startups that can actually fulfill those needs of enterprises.
So over the years, what is the major change that you have seen in these startups that have come forward, since you've been a part of it for like 6-7
God. So we were just discussing with a few folks, right? The quality of startups have immensely developed. The maturity of the startups who have been around have grown, right? The market problems that they have been solving have evolved, right? From a few years ago to today, right? We have had an amazing lineup of ideas, and all the infrastructure required to execute on those ideas is also there right now. So startups are able to bring their products to markets much faster. They're able to get all the help required, and I think it's an amazing time to be a startup in Hyderabad today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Zoyer is basically a product which is into spend management. It helps a multitude of personas do their business. So let's say there's a procurement manager. It helps them replace a procurement. Then it goes for approvals. It goes to the vendor. Then the vendor also does the dispatches. So all the three-way matching, invoice reconciliation, all those things is what we provide.
We make the lives of other accountants, finance managers and CFOs easier by automating the end-to-end workflows, and we make sure nothing is on emails and Excels and Words. Everything is on the software with lots of visibility and tracking.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I think first of all, thanks for this opportunity for us to present Blue Swan as a platform and a product. It has been an exciting journey for us in this space over the last 2 years, with a lot of new innovation kicking in. I think this will be a game changer for the quality engineering practice at Signity as well as for our clients. With a lot of Gen AI and new AI use cases that we are trying to solve for them to provide better proposition in terms of faster innovation cycles, efficiencies that we can gain because of automation and the journey towards autonomous. So I'm super excited about what we are doing at Signity and what we will bring to the larger community as well.
Yeah, just a second, Rajesh. We're all super excited and then looking forward to interacting with all of you at the HICIA annual event on the 14th of February. See you there. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to mystartuptv.
So we are here today at HICIA to showcase our marquee IPs, which is from the powerhouse of K-Labs, which is a dedicated innovation center of excellence. And we have registered for 3 products, KeyTap, DQ Gateway, and API Test Easy. So I also have my colleagues who have actually been backbone behind these products.
I'm heading K-Labs, which is the innovation and R&D unit of Kairos. So there has been a lot of investment from our senior management in building innovative products which address the gaps that we see in many areas in the quality engineering space. And it has been an amazing experience here today presenting all of the products that we have. And thank you.
And we are also excited to be part of this HICIA and the kind of questions they had, and it will definitely help us in terms of moving it forward with us. Thank you.
So looking into the crystal ball, we are definitely future ready, and more importantly, we will continue to innovate while co-partnering with our customers. Thank you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to mystartuptv.
Hello ma'am, so can you please tell us a little about yourself and your startup and what role you play in your startup?
Hi, I am Nisa Rahman. I'm the founder and CEO of Neve. Neve is a device which is a heating pad that is used to reduce period pains.
Okay.
That is
so what was the reason that you started this? Like, how did you get this idea that you want to do something like this?
I suffer from terrible period cramps ever since I got my periods, and I tried every single thing possible from painkillers to home remedies, and nothing actually worked on me. And I figured out that popping in painkillers has a lot of health issues, like it all causes a lot of side effects. And that's where I came up with a natural solution, which is reducing the pain through thermotherapy, which can be done through a heating pad.
Okay, so can you explain a little about the process of thermotherapy, what goes on behind it, and how does it help in easing cramps?
So we usually get cramps because of the blood gets thickened, and that's where when we apply heat from the outer layer, it actually melts down the blood and it elevates the muscles that soothes and reduces the period cramps. And we designed Neve specifically keeping in mind the menstrual pain, which is the abdominal pain, the lower back pain, and leg cramps.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to mystartuptv.
What do you have to say about the jury's evaluation process?
It has been very well streamlined, and it has gone really well for the past 2 days, be it on the startup or on the established. Yeah, it is really very well streamlined over the years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in these 2 days, have you? Is there anything that you really admired about these startups, or that just struck your mind?
Absolutely. We met quite a lot of startups yesterday, and also established companies today. What we have seen is obviously there's always a great level of energy when we talk to them, and but one key difference in the last couple of years is the kind of problems they are solving is really good and really important for not only for the commercial success but also for the country as such. They're really solving climate problems and of course leveraging AI. And it's really moving to a real good problem domains and really exciting. Looking for that. Yeah.
What is your opinion or your take on HYSIA's initiative for this that they've put forward?
Yeah, so this initiative has been there for years. It's very well, right? It's for established companies. It gives a great recognition and motivation, and to encourage more innovation from their India centers. And for startups also, it's a big recognition. Also, it's a platform to get the Q&As and feedback from the team as well. It has been really helpful for the ecosystem as such, right? And that way it is very good. And apart, I know there are a lot more initiatives from ICA we are doing, right, in terms of be it on the curriculum side or on the Project Rona, getting more, right, the community, right, is largely benefited. And also for the SMEs, we are trying to, right, get them enabled on the latest tech and, right, those things. It's been pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Nice.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I think this is going to be an exciting decade, and all of us have seen how technology has played a role in the last 30-40 years. And when things do come together, it can create an exponential impact or compounding impact, and that can be very disruptive for our lives, and it can be challenging, and it can be exciting, and all put together, the theme summarized as celebrating the AI future. And I also want to take a moment to talk about Cyient. We are a largest engineering company out of Hyderabad, and happy to be part of ICF for many years. And we are probably the largest tech company headquartered out of Hyderabad at $3 billion market cap. I'm really happy to be leading this company into the future of technology. And also, if you look at in terms of history and in terms of what happened in the last 150 years and the industrial revolution, which is led by steam turbines to electricity, and in the last 50 years, led by the information era, the industrial era changing to information era, and this is led by information and computing. And what was seen as a CPU, the central process unit, and was there for almost 50-55 years. And what has changed in the last 20 years? And if you also look at the change that has happened from a PC client server era into web internet and moving to mobile cloud and now to AI, this is a natural evolution, because if you look at the data that is generated in the last 2 years is almost 80% of the data that is ever generated in the last 50 years. So this is not a surprise that there is a new technology which is really trying to make it more easy to consume. I think that's the biggest change. I think AI has been there for the last 40-50 years when the compute was in place, when maths was really talked about across many academia. And now the real point is it is getting democratized, and it is something that all of us can consume. What was seen as the biggest change in the last 2 years, I would really call out as ChatGPT as well as NVIDIA. I think I would really say both in the same sentence, because one cannot exist without the another. And what was seen as the compounding effect, and if you listen to Janssen, the CEO of NVIDIA, he talks about million times change that happened in the last 10 years or in a decade. If you really look at in terms of price, power and performance of compute as well as software. I think the AI got enhanced with the kind of infrastructure that NVIDIA was able to put together. And NVIDIA's stock has gone up probably by 1,700% in the last 24 months. And somebody was saying that in the last 70 trading session, it added about $10 billion in every trading session. And imagine the power of infrastructure that is required for everyone to consume artificial intelligence. The interesting aspect of this data explosion that happened, and the software that is getting smarter, and the infrastructure that is going to be put in place, will be significantly disruptive across economies, governments, academia, as well as for enterprises and consumers. And the biggest change that all of us need to look at when you wake up in the morning, are you excited about AI? What is it going to disrupt? How do you think we are going to get ready for it? I think it is like having 2 elements a day. What can you consume? What can you learn about AI today? And the kind of change that has happened, the CPUs which are used in the data centers, the install base is about $1 trillion. This is likely to grow to $3 trillion, but interestingly, the significant incremental growth of $2 trillion will happen with high performance compute or advanced compute. And this is going to power the infrastructure need for the AI explosion. Where do you think AI would have an impact? I think 80% jobs will have 10 to 20% productivity or simplification, while 20% jobs will have more than 80 to 90% disruption, so which may not exist maybe in the next 5 to 10 years. Whether it is about writers, whether it is about underwriters for insurance companies, and a lot of them would probably get disrupted, and probably the banking jobs significantly would get disrupted. And what is going to happen is the hyperscalers will have a huge advantage of trying to really grow bigger, and every hyperscaler is working on creating their own silicon because they believe it is going to be super expensive for them to use NVIDIA. So everybody believes they need to really get their infrastructure in terms of cloud to be supported by their own silicon infrastructure. So the changes that are going to be seen, whether it is on silicon, whether it is on the data centers, whether it is on cloud, and whether it is on the software that is going to run on top of that, and combined with what is going to happen on edge, whether it is on the smartphones or PC or laptops, or whether it is on 5G. And I think this is the combination of technologies coming together, and that's the decade that we are in. And we have started seeing 5G being rolled out in many countries, and there are already about 350 to 400 million plus consumers who are consuming 5G today, and the enterprises are upgrading their system. And imagine the power of if you are able to move the data from edge to cloud seamlessly, and that's going to be enabled by 5G. And this is going to be significantly disruptive for every one of us. And where do you see the use cases? Where do you see significant impact that is going to happen? Whether it is about text or image or audio or video or autonomous systems in the form of cars, mining, or in the form of robotics and IoT, I think all of them will have a significant change. The industrial AI is here to stay, and that's going to be significantly change how the businesses are run, and the democratization of AI beyond tech companies into every form of life. And the biggest thing that I am really personally excited about is AI for science, whether it is about biology, chemistry, and some of the examples quoted by Satya Nadella when he was in India last week. And he was talking about how to really reduce a lithium consumption by 70% in the batteries, and which can produce the same performance. And this is enabled by a national lab in the US and working along with the battery manufacturer. And he was talking about they created a prototype, they tested it, they validated it. Can you really produce a battery which is 70% lesser lithium? And imagine the impact that this can have in the form of drug discovery or in the form of new proteins, new molecules that can be discovered, and the kind of diseases that can be eradicated in the next 10, 20 years or can be used to cure. And this is significantly disruptive. And this is going to be an exciting future. And if you really start seeing the kind of scale that is likely to happen, if ChatGPT 3.5 was expected to have an IQ of 130, this is 2023, and imagine when it gets to 160, which is the IQ level of Einstein, or if it goes healthy and more productive. I think this is going to be the future that we are really excited about. And where do you see the use cases of AI being applied? Whether it is employee experience, whether it is customer experience, customer support, product support, or whether it is about reimagining the business processes and also driving the new form of innovation. I think every traditional business or legacy business today can be completely disrupted across many segments. This is going to be the beauty of what AI can do. It's not about just staying with the tech companies, but permeation of this technology across all the segments. The future is going to be led by whether it is ag tech or health tech or industrial tech, and all of them will have a significant role of AI to play. It is not just about the AI for language. I think if the GST has created India as one single market, and can AI really integrate India as very powerful, potent weapon of really be language agnostic. And this can really create a significant opportunity for many businesses, be it on startups or deep tech companies, or in terms of enterprise companies from India. The AI for science is a fascinating thing because you can compress last 200, 300 years of whether it is biology or chemistry or any research that has been done. In the next 20 years, it can probably process all the data of what has been done or all the research that has been done in the last 250 years. So you can really see that exponentiality of how it is going to compress this by 1:10. And this is going to be a fascinating future that I am personally excited about. It is not just about the large language models. I think it is going to be the small language models. It is also going to be tiny language models, and LLM, SLM, TLM, and all of them will enable AI being democratized not just at the enterprise level, but also at the consumer level, and not just at the data center or cloud. It can probably be brought to laptops or even for smartphones. I think this is going to be the power of opportunity that exists, and if all of us have a role to play, it can probably cut across all the areas of TLM, SLM, and LLM, and not just leaving it to LLM, which is going to be a big boys club, because I'm sure hyperscalers would dominate, and the kind of investments that people are talking about. I think Google is expected to make about $50 billion investment in 2024 just to upgrade their infrastructure. And imagine if this is going to be close to about $400 to $500 billion that all the hyperscalers are going to invest. It's not a small money. It's not something that is easy for anyone to really replicate that. The another interesting aspect is 1/6 of the talent on AI comes from India, and 25% of incremental workforce globally is going to come from India. Like what we have done from wired telephone to wireless or mobile, can we really leapfrog, taking opportunity of AI? Can the businesses be reimagined differently? Can we build the future for India, which can also be exported to the world? I think that is a fascinating future I'm really excited about. What do we do as leaders when you are really trying to think about where can I apply, what are my priorities, how do I really make my company employees to be skilled and ready for the future? I think this is about every CEO, every CTO, every leader in any enterprise should start adopting it. They should become the early adopters. What did we do at Scient? We said the top 10% of the leaders have to complete a 101 Coursera course on generative AI before end of March. And we really want all of them to do at least one project on their own, whichever way that they can really impact, whether it is their own associate experience, project management experience, whether applying this for risk management, whether it is trying to really work on the software engineering, software development, and they can really choose, they really have to do at least one project in the next 2 months. The second aspect is, I'm a Copilot user of Microsoft. I'm not sure how much of it made me to be productive, but I'm still observing the kind of meetings it summarizes and the kind of key actions, key things that you get out of the meeting is amazing. I think this is just starting point, and I still want to see how is it going to really make me productive and really get about 20-25% of my time to be freed up. And that would really help us to be more focused on some of the strategic initiatives. And also it is about, like this intelligent quotient, there is going to be an AIQ, which is the artificial intelligence quotient, which is going to be very important for every enterprise, every leader, and every middle management. And it is very critical for all of them to embrace the change. And this change is coming at a pace that we couldn't have imagined before. And also build on, start using it, deploy it at scale. And whether it is about internal for your own consumption or for external for customers. And we are seeing significant change that is happening on both sides. If I take, for example, with the customers, whether it is about sales and marketing, whether it is about service, whether it is about software engineering and development, whether it is about SecOps, I think all of them could be significantly, productivity can be enhanced with 20 to 40%. And if you also look at your own internal functions of associate experience, HR, IT ops, and there is significant amount of leverage that can be brought in with AI. Net, can we create an impact of 10% of India's GDP to come from AI-led businesses? Not just tech-led businesses, we are already at 8%. In the next decade, can we add 10% more to take the tech business of 8% to 18%? I think that's a potential that all of us are sitting on. Really want to take this opportunity to thank ICF for inviting me.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What is your personal opinion about the jury process, the evaluation process that has been put forward?
First of all, I think it's a great opportunity, for me to, interact with so many participants, so many organizations, right?
Yeah.
The entire process was pretty, well implemented. Very clear instructions were given, and it's pretty seamless, I would say.
So, what do you have to say about the startups that has evolved over the years? What is the major change that you have seen in them?
Right. I think the confidence level among the Indian organizations, right? I think it has grown leaps and bounds. I don't think we Indians consider ourselves second to anyone anymore. I think that is the one thing. And the kind of ideas that the startup entities are bringing, right? The kind of ideas, the kind of problems they are trying to solve, especially leveraging AI and the new technologies. I think that is phenomenal. So what I got to learn and what I got to know right in the last couple of days is the one is the entrepreneurial spirit, what they bring. Second is the passion that they are bringing to solve the problems. These are all real genuine problems they're trying to solve, and the innovation that they are bringing, right? So that is what I feel.
So what is your overall experience being a part of HiSEA, and how do you think HiSEA has been contributing so much for this initiative? What do you have to say about that?
So I've heard of HiSEA for a long time, being based in Hyderabad, but this is the first time I'm participating and engaging with HiSEA. So definitely a great opportunity for all the IT professionals based in Hyderabad, right? And all the IT organizations to interact with each other. So I met a lot of people. Hopefully, we'll get to network each other and build that relationship and make Hyderabad a strong base. Continue to build that existing base and grow leaps and bounds. That's what I feel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What would you like to say about the evaluation process that has been set up?
That was something that I really liked. I think all the 4 dimensions at which we were evaluating, I think that covers most of the aspects, even how we look at from an industry standpoint. I think that definitely was something that I liked it, though I did this for the first time.
So what would you like to say about the startups that showed up? Like, how was their standard being?
I think the startups are very enthusiastic, and most of the startups I've seen, probably they're doing it for the last 1 or 2 years, pretty new. And I think that is where the actual incubation has actually begun. I'm sure there's a lot of scope for them to do more and more, build these kind of products. But I think that's where is the future as well for all of us.
What do you have to say about HYSIA's contribution to this initiative that they've started for the last
I think
few years?
HYSIA has been playing a vital role in this, bringing all the startup companies at under one umbrella and helping them nurture this, incubate some of these startups, and help them talk to some of the investors. And I think they're playing a very vital role here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
What exactly does your company do, and what is the core about it? If you could please explain.
Well, all of us happily use water. If we don't have water, we will be very sad. But the sad part is that when you use the water, 80% of this water turns into wastewater and goes down the drains and goes to wherever it goes to. The resultant is that we see polluted water bodies, rivers, nalas, etc. A lot of technologies have been adopted since the past 3 decades, the success of which has been a questionable issue that we constantly see in the newspapers, that sewage treatment is not functioning well, there are fish kills, the water body is polluted, etc., etc. So this aspect of wastewater treatment doesn't have a great level of sustainability as it is today. So that's the area of our work.
How was your experience today, sir, here in this place with HYSIA's collaboration? How did you feel?
I mean, it's very interesting, the kind of questions the jury has asked, and always it's an opportunity for people like us who are trying to invent, reinvent, and do right things for the society, running a business. So the forums like this certainly do help us bring out the merit and also enlighten the audience that such and such options exist that they can adopt. And I'm fairly impressed with the kind of selection criteria that they followed and the kind of forums that they have set up. I hope it's not just about getting an award or getting shortlisted, but it's about sharing the work and sharing the good things. As it is today, environmental sustainability has taken a prime seat, and everything that we do should be surrounded with this sustainability. And our company does things that are completely environmentally sustainable, that we deploy systems that are very low energy and that are easy to maintain, that once you set up, your systems do not let a drop of wastewater go into any of these surface waters. So with the kind of work that we are doing, we feel HYSIA can greatly support further post this event in spreading the awareness. But I thank HYSIA team for organizing this kind of events where the best can be brought out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So, can you please elaborate more about your company or your startup and what you do?
Vasistha Enterprise Solutions started as a ERP development company. But eventually that went into the milk dairy sector. So we developed dairy products, dairy IT products. So it has a every operations can be actually implemented on our system. So it covers the entire supply chain starting from the procurement in rural area and till it reaches our houses in urban. So it connects rural and urban areas, and it's unique. We are addressing the challenges of a unique supply chain, which is basically known for its agility and intense transactions, because milk is procured twice a day, and it has to travel through all these milk produced in villages, collected by village societies, and from there it goes to BMC units, and from there it goes to the dairy plant, and from there it will be distributed to the distributors, retailers, and multi-layered distribution channels. So the quality of the milk needs to be maintained from procurement till it reaches our homes, and several players, small value transactions are throughout the system, and so logistics is very important part, and they have to maintain that logistics on time delivery of the system. So anywhere if it is stuck to get proper documentation, it will not go through, and that will get delayed, and there is a loss of business for them. So that is the critical business criticality part of the supply chain. So we have software for covering all the business critical requirements, operations of the supply chain.
So how was your experience today in collaboration with HYSIA?
That is lovely, Jenny. So I just went in, and there are 4 jury members. 4 different tables, and each table has total 8 of them are there. Very friendly, nice people, and they allow me to explain myself, but it is within the 3 minutes that they gave me, I finished. And so they started asking nice questions, so I could elaborate more. And it's very friendly, nice experience, even throughout, from the time that I applied and from the time I came here to talk. All that is nice experience.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so
ma'am.
much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What do you have to say about HYSIA's platform that they're providing for all these startup and for these companies?
It has been a really great thing to do. I think initially when we got the invitation to actually register our products, both iCapture and Test Ensure, and the step-by-step process and the way HYSIA has really helped us to actually mingle with the community and able to register ourselves, and then they gave us a platform to present it in front of the jury members. That has been really wonderful experience.
So do you want to talk about your products, like what exactly they do?
We have 2 products that we are trying to launch, actually launched already. So one is iCapture and another one is Test Ensure. The iCapture is state-of-the-art product, and it supports financial employees with AP automation. So it's one of the state-of-the-art tool that we have developed, and we're leveraging it for customers who are running multiple ERPs, basically, Oracle ERP, or be it SAP ERP or Microsoft Dynamics Infor ERP.
Okay, so overall, how was your experience today?
It was really great. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
look
so
forward to the exhibit, actually.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What do you have to say about the evaluation process that has been put forward by HYSIA for this?
The evaluation process is very transparent and very simple to follow, and gives an equal opportunity to all the participants.
What is the development or the change in startups that you have observed?
This is a very good question, and this is particularly the reason why I'm speaking today. And over the years, over the last 24 years, we've had a number of services companies growing and making India a destination for IT, but the additional mission and objective that HYSIA and other organizations like NASSCOM have in India is to create intellectual property and product companies out of India. And that's why this process of selecting the best products, best intellectual property developed from our backyard is a big motivation, because as an industry we are evolving very well, and compared to the previous years I see significant strides that startups as well as established companies have made in making products.
So what do you have to say about HYSIA's contribution, your take on it, the way they have contributed to this initiative?
Absolutely, and I'm seeing this evolving over the years. HYSIA's contribution this year is definitely standing out compared to some of the previous years, and the reason for that is the ability to widen the fishing net, ability to select products from established companies, ability to select so many startups that are around here and get them to participate in this process. Getting so many companies to participate through this round itself is a major achievement that we can all be proud of.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So what would you like to say about the jury's evaluation process that has been put for the startups today?
Thanks to HYSIA, it's a great experience colliding, networking with people and different wide variety of experience and background. And then there were a good number of participants and exciting ideas and solutions. It was a very well organized and very well thought through. And thanks to HYSIA giving us the opportunity to be a panel, and thanks to HYSIA for creating a platform for startups and even establishment companies to showcase their product.
So what do you have to say about these startups that showed up, about like what kind of companies or startups there were, the ideas or the solutions that they brought forth?
We had seen, great energies from those startup where they want to, there's a lot of excitement there. They want to achieve something bigger in their in the roadmap. And then even from established companies as well, there is a lot of excitement there. But I feel, Hyderabad has more talent than this. We should encourage and maybe market more to bring in more participants.
What is your take on HYSIA's contribution to this initiative that they've started over the last 30 years or so?
Yeah, 30 years of contribution. We're getting into 31st anniversary celebration, and it requires a lot of commitment and time, and everybody is like volunteering to contribute towards this, and I would really appreciate HYSIA's efforts in this and bringing in more talent and startups so that we can be a better country.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are a survey-based company which are every sector and every vertical of the industry, life sciences, oil and gas, marketing, manufacturing, and we have the core competency in all the cutting-edge technologies in the current scenario. And we are here to pitch our own build Audio GPT, which is a AI platform framework which we have built to customize the audio to get the better insights for our customer. We are really happy to introduce our company in this HYSIA, which is a core part of the association. And currently coming to our company's profile, we are all over the India, really delving into the platform of Gen AI, and we have a lot of products being built in this particular platform. And currently we are the pioneers of the few of the technologies built on this manufacturing and oil and gas industries. And currently we are expanding to a very large sector of manufacturing and the what you can say is public sector also. So and currently as a role I am about myself. So currently I am a senior technical consultant in Mauritech and working in a data science department. And that's it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Understand what impact is going to do for developing countries like India, especially in the field of education.
Yeah, Professor Rangagaru, it's absolutely my pleasure to talk to you with such an enlightened person. Definitely, education is, personally, it is to the core of my heart. And especially when we talk about the Indian conditions of the developing countries, especially being in India, so probably skilling mission would be one thing. That is what the need of the hour is. We have such a great demographic dividend, but unfortunately, everyone cannot become an IT professional, but we need a manufacturing sector. Probably it goes in line and tune with the Make in India program, with the Prime Minister Modi wanted. Probably that's a great vision, but we need to have a mission. So until we go to the grassroots and work with the schools where we tell them, like, look guys, you need to really have the skills, hands-on experience. See, at the end of the day, the German model, they have 365 skills or trades. So this is not developed in a year or two. If I understand, it's more than 200 years old concept. So that's one reason Germany is very successful in manufacturing. Probably if we can do this, I would rather think India would be blooming again with its manufacturing prowess.
Yes. It's really wonderful that even Indian government is seeing skilling the Indian youth is very, very important, and they are giving high priority to this. But when it comes to skilling, one is at school and college level. Yes. So that is, we are looking at there more towards providing concepts, mathematical abilities and all these things, because that is foundation courses are going to be there. But when you come to higher education, especially engineering and other professions, so a lot of scope is there, especially in advanced technologies, for people to outshine. in the global market. So there are certain areas, especially India is strong with reference to software as well as hardware design and development, VLSI and other things. So even artificial intelligence and IoT, all these things are catching up. So there is a lot of scope because the number of engineering graduates that are coming out from various colleges in Indian universities are quite large in number, and not all of them are finding useful employment. So there is a lot of scope for skilling them at graduate and postgraduate level. Do you see any opportunity there?
No, it's a great question again. But a tough question to answer directly. See, the German ecosystem, German-speaking nations, especially Austria, Switzerland, and Germany, so they have a unique system of skilling their students in the educational system embedded together. Right. Like what happens is at 4th class, a student is decided either he should go into the technical education or into university. Only 1/3 go to the university, remaining 1/3 go into the technical education, the so-called engineering, what we talk about, and 1/3 goes into the vocational training, what our polytechnics were earlier. Probably this is what we missed the bus, though we had it, but probably to revive this concept again. So the best thing what happens in Germany is they start working with the industry. So this is where if we can really see that there's a kind of collaboration between the industry and the institutions, the educational institutions, engineering colleges, probably that would really bring them closer to the industry, create that value. Once if they have this value skills in them, probably that will open doors for their opportunities in the field of employment.
So you have rightly said that there is a need for industry-university collaboration, industry-college collaboration. Actually, if you try to understand, I am running one institute called Veda IIT, which is an industry-university collaboration. A lot of industry people join together to train people, especially in advanced technologies, and we are doing it. But what we are missing is the quality. Yes. Especially, if you want high quality, there is a need for more and more industries to come forward. Yes. So here, I think there is a lot of scope, especially with countries like Germany, where a lot of experience is there in this regard, to do much better. Because where our strengths are there, if our strengths are also matching, that will promote synergy and give better scope for people, for better employment opportunities. And value-added education is one of the important things. So coming to the social front, especially education is not just providing skills, but making them useful citizens for the country as well as for the world. So, when it comes to providing conduct, if you see the conduct and character of the people, ethical sense, yes. They should be not only technically competent, but they should be ethically upright. What do you think that we should focus to improve the ethical behavior of the young population today? Because finally that is going to shape the countries and the world.
Sir, I should admit it is one of the toughest questions ever I had. I love to answer even the toughest questions, but when it comes to the this question, so I'll try within my limits. I'll try to answer it, so I may not be in a position to give you a comprehensive answer because there's a need of the social scientists really to interact with the technical educational institutions. Probably this is one area where Europe, especially the German-speaking nations, have brought in, and my institute, a socio-economic institute, Fraunhofer, where I've been associated for a lot of years. So probably this is what we can think we can do, some kind of piloting. Hey, what would be the right mix? Like how we can really bring in this ethical issues, how this could be embedded into the students, not just, they have a good job and everything, but also they have a social responsibility. This is a bigger question, sir. I think we should answer it in a bigger agenda and people with expertise in that. Absolutely great.
Thank you so much, Ras, for your insightful answers. We hope we can interact more and more and try to find areas where we can help each other. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Rangagaru. Absolutely great, sir. It's my privilege, it's my honor to interact with such intellectuals, definitely with my experience in Europe, where I've been living for the past 2 decades and more. Probably we will see what best could be brought here, what we call as the best practices into the Indian ecosystem. And of course, Indian ecosystem is absolutely great, there's no doubt in it. But to learn from each other is something that I always think we should be humble to learn from each other, and that's where we grow together to make a good and prosperous society. Thank you, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are solving the problem of ultrasound access in rural towns and villages, basically impacting rural healthcare. We are building a robotic system which can provide ultrasound access to rural patients, basically the pregnant women and patients with pain in abdomen, etc. Now, a radiologist from a city can provide the ultrasonography services by doing a remote scans and thereby giving the live reports back to the doctor. Now this is going to add to the stack of teleradiology, and ultrasound access can be given across the country irrespective of their geographical barriers. Now we have come to Bhadrachalam for a temple visit. Fortunately, we have met with the ISF team here for a temple visit. Fortunately, we have met with the ISF team here where there are many mentors and investors who are guiding us in terms of startup ecosystem and fundraising as well. So we see there is a huge breakthrough here as we are MVP ready and we are ready for investments. We see some investment might be flowing through us next couple of months. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm quite delighted and happy to be part of this international startup foundation journey over the last 4-5 months. I came to know about this through one of my friends, and ever since I try to participate and try to understand, learn how various startups are being formed, not only in the urban area but also in the rural background and backdrop, how people are leveraging the technology, how people are trying to solve some of the tough global problems. It's really amazing. I'm quite delighted to be part of this wonderful journey and then try to help in mentoring some of the startups. And there is a lot of learning. It always surprises. I mean, when we hear somebody trying to solve a problem across the length and breadth of India, delighted to be part of this wonderful journey. And I do hope that, this would help in terms of promoting the employment as well as the India try to help in emerging India as one of the global superpowers in the next 10, 15, 20 years. Thank you once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ మనకి ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ అయిందండి. ఈ సీది రెసిడెన్సీ వేదికగా నా హోటల్ మా లాడ్జ్ వేదికగా మనకి గురుగారు వారి సంకల్పం, మా అదర్ వాలంటీర్ సంకల్పంతో ఇక్కడ రావడం జరిగింది. అలాగే నాకున్న అనుసంధానం భద్రాచలంతో రామస్వరూప్ భద్రశ్రీ ఆరాధ్య పీఠం, వీరందరి దీంతో మనకి ఇక్కడికి రావాలని చెప్తే మేమందరం కనీసం 100 మంది పైగా వాళ్ళు చెప్పినట్టు గురుగారు చెప్పిన ప్రపంచ దేశాల నుంచి వచ్చాం. ఇది కేవలం ఆరంభం కూడా కాదంటాను నేను. ఇందాక చెప్పిన టీజరే, ఇంకా మన ట్రైలర్ వేయలేదు. మనకి బాగా చెయ్యాలి. ఒక ముగ్గురు ఆల్రెడీ కొంతమంది ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ వచ్చారు, మన బోటు పాపికొండలు అన్నీ చూశారు. నేను ఇందాక చెప్పినట్టు మన ప్రధాని మోదీ గారిని కూడా మన భద్రాచలం మర్చిపోయినట్టున్నారు. నేను దాన్ని మనం గుర్తు చేయాలి. వాళ్ళకి తెలుసు, కానీ ఇంకా బాగా మనం చేసి రావాలి. వారికి అందరికీ పెట్టే మా యొక్క సంకల్పంతో అదొక చేసి మనందరికీ ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరికీ గ్లోబల్ విలేజ్ భద్రాచలం అనేది అవ్వాలి. రాముల వారు ఎలాగో అందరికీ ఆరాధ్య దేవుడు, అన్ని మతాల వారికి. మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు, మనం ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తున్నా ఏ కంట్రీలో ఉన్నా ఇది జరగాలని చెప్పి కోరుకుంటూ జై శ్రీరామ్.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Jai Sri Ram. First of all, we are showing our Indian flavor of Indian Startup Festive, which is truly there in a remarkable place in our ancient and historical legacy that we carry out. We all know, we have seen in the recent past, at the birthplace is also the place the divine holy Ram has been here. And it's all with our Indian startup has got a big retreat starting this year with my mentor, of course, Sri Jay Chaudhary ji, and also with the blessings of Sri Ram. We had this is the second day, and we are all, I hope, we got close to about 100 plus coming to you. Thank you, MyStartuptv as well, for the bite coming in the boat, and I think it's very different. I hope you will have also a unique experience of investors and startups in not a boot camp, which is traditional, but this is a boat camp, and we have already some investments committed, what I understand, and we are taking this to global places. We definitely want more participations. I see we'll be all there. Thank you. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
For coming over all the way to ISF, and then we would certainly like to learn more about the opportunities which exist across the globe, and primarily in your region which you're coming from. And as you know, Araku coffee, we've been contributing to the tribal fraternity, and coffee being one of the second biggest commodity in the globe. So we would really wanted to know how native Araku coffee can contribute in expanding our wings to the other countries when I talk about European market or German market.
Definitely. I mean, one of the core mandate from the Impact Hub is also to create change in the lives of the rural people. So if we can work closely, and especially coffee is one of the loved things in not just Germany but across Europe. So so probably this is where I see if we can really, again, it's an organic coffee if I understand, because coming from a scientific background, I understand organic coffee is not easy, though people pretend to do that. But this is a virgin land where it has not been polluted till now. So the real coffee, the real flavor of Araku could be brought to the Europe. Once, we have this Impact Hub networks, they are pretty strong across the globe, and especially in Europe, probably where the coffee-loving countries where I'm closely associated in Europe is the German-speaking nations, especially Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And we will see that this coffee, comes with flavor, its own original flavor, into our Impact Hubs. We'll see. Once they start enjoying it, probably they are the guys who are going to take forward.
We've been chosen by ISF as an open forum for investment. So we would like to know your interest in investing in native Araku coffee, and how do you work together to the next vision of next 5 years? How do you think we're going to make a difference?
So Impact Hub doesn't directly invest. Impact Hub has a network of impact investors. So for example, we work closely with Bundesinitiative for Impact. So that is a federal initiative for impact in Germany. And I have a couple of friends like Peter Brock, who suggested, hey Raja, it's the time to make impact. There are a lot of investors who would love to make that. Probably this coffee thing is something that is very close to the heart of the Europeans. Probably this is where we can tell the impact investors, hey, it's not just the coffee that will run. It's also the flavor of coffee plus the rural works with the virgin coffee that you're going to get onto the markets, into the European markets, would be amazing. And I hope many impact investors would love to be a part of this initiative, which you have taken. Absolutely great, Ram.
To give you an assurance, we're already working on a rural employment, especially for women rural employment model. We will have the final output ready in next 2 to 3 months' time. We will certainly share the presentation with the success story, and especially which we spoke in our current meeting for the next September ISF event. We will have a real-time experience of what is the success story and how many women entrepreneurs we are able to turn around. Then I think it'll be easy for us to showcase to all our investors. Instead of talking, we also go back and prove how can we really make a difference to the society. Thank you so much for your time, sir, and certainly would love to connect with you again and again.
Thanks a lot, Ram. We look forward to working with you and see, especially when you talk about the women entrepreneurship. That's the need of the country, need of the globe. Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So good evening, sir. I think it's a great honor to have you here on the boat when we're talking about native Araku coffee, enjoying the coffee on the trip on the Godavari bank. And thank you for coming over all the way to start investing on native Araku coffee. To give you a brief, and as we discussed, native Araku coffee's vision is to add value to the tribal farmers and give rural employment for a lot of women entrepreneurs coming into picture, especially to the next generation coming in. So we would like to know, what is your vision for native Araku coffee coming up to the next 4 to 5 years as a part of ISF, so that we will also have a clarity on how we want to work together for a betterment of the country and also for the tribal.
I don't have a specific vision. My vision is your vision, and it's not about coffee that got me interested in our nature Araku coffee. It is your passion, your desire to help the Girijan, the tribal folks in rural communities like Araku, Paderu and all. And how you started, your story is what touched my heart. And your desire to help them, creating employment, particularly for the tribal women, that's very close to my heart as well, because that's what Rural Shows, which I founded about 12 years ago, is all about, creating employment for rural youth and those who have talent but no opportunities, bring the opportunities to them. And this is exactly what you are doing through your initiative, and I'm very amazed by this. And that's what touched my heart, and that's what I want to see growing, and entrepreneurs like you is what is the country needs now, and help particularly the rural areas and tribal areas. So yeah, that's so I'm pretty sure that confident that your passion will lead you to the success, and your success is our success. So it's a joint success. So wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
మీరు ఎన్నో స్టార్టప్ ఎకో సిస్టమ్స్ చూసుంటారు, పిచెస్ చూసుంటారు. మెయిన్గా ఇవన్నీ మెట్రోపాలిటన్ సిటీస్లో జరుగుతుంటాయండి. అది ఒక రోజు ఈవెంట్గా జరుగుతుంది, ఒక చెక్ లిస్ట్గా జరుగుతుంది. కానీ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ ఒక డిఫరెంట్ విజన్తో మొదలైందండి. మా జయ చౌదరి గారి విజన్తో ఇది స్టార్ట్ అయింది. ఇక్కడ ఓన్లీ మెట్రోపాలిటన్ సిటీస్లో కాకుండా మేము ఒక రూరల్ ఏరియాస్లో, ఈరోజు భద్రాచలంలో ఒక పండగలాగా జరిగిందండి ఈ ఓవరాల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. సో ఇలానే మేము డిఫరెంట్ సిటీస్, Tier 1 and Tier 2 సిటీస్ అన్నింటినీ లిస్ట్లో ఉందండి. సో ఇది స్టార్టప్స్, ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ అందరూ, ఈ ఏరియాస్లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ ముందుకు రావాలని. ఇన్ కేస్ మీకు ఇంకా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కావాలి అంటే మా వెబ్సైట్ని చూడండి. మీరు ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ అని గూగుల్లో సెర్చ్ చేస్తే మీకు వచ్చేస్తుంది అంత ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. హైదరాబాద్, పూణే, బెంగళూరులో అప్కమింగ్ ఈవెంట్స్ ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నాయి. సో వీ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఎవ్రీబడి టు లుక్ అప్ అండ్ టేక్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ our startup foundation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are representing Racing Ahead Sports Management today. We are an organization, small startup, which started a couple of years ago with the aim of organizing sports in a competitive manner to all segments of the society, basically with the aim of nurturing newer talent and trying to tap it through the competitive market. We got this idea in a post-COVID world where a lot of people, for sports to play a major role in bringing back people into games in a competitive manner, into playing and becoming physically fit, and what we can do towards building a healthier and a stronger India. Some of us with a loftier ambitions of where we can tap the talent and get India to be among the medalists by the time India is ready to host an Olympics here in 2036. Towards that end, our goal is to actually organize events in multiple sports, build centers in Hyderabad and around the state, and eventually going into the rural areas, where we will be able to organize events for little children, school children, and identify the talent at the early stage, and then see how we can hone that talent through tie-ups with academies or larger coaching system and all that. we have our own ideas and ambitions about how do we expand and how do we tap this talent and using the latest technology and all that. My partner here will explain a little bit more about that as well.
First of all, I would like to kind of very happy to have an association with ISF in such a holy space, and special thanks to J.A. Chaudhary Garu sir, who has helped us in enable us for standing here and then speaking on this platform. So we'll be grateful, thankful to J.A. Chaudhary sir and ISF for this opportunity. And as MS sir said that, so we have an ambition of like entering into the analytics with sports actually. So I think that's where we are trying to kind of develop an app which would help us to kind of enable more deep dive into with the player analytics and details. So I think that's some of the areas what we will be kind of venturing into in a phased wise manner that will help us like more opportunities and stand here in a better shape. So as sir said that we might be there is a Telugu saying which J. Chaudhary sir just said that today we might be a Geddi Poche, but I think he has given us the opportunity and the strength to become a Brahmastra. So I'm sure that coming forward, like in the next ISF stages, we will be we'll be more. Thank you.
We got this opportunity to come to this ISF retreat by sheer coincidence when we approached Jay sir and briefed him about our venture. And then he asked us to join. The last 3 days have been really wonderful for me and my partner. And out here, we learned a lot about what it takes to be a startup and what it takes to nurture somebody and how to be mentored and what it takes to take the next step from just being a startup. And this has been a really good learning experience for us. We hope we'll be able to put some of these into practice. Hopefully we have met with some of the people with whom we'll be able to network more in the future and take this opportunity to help them and help ourselves in the process. And by the time we are in another couple of ISF ventures later, hopefully we'll be in a position to make a pitch from some of the investors out here to help us in our sporting ambitions as well. Thank you so much, Jay sir and Mahesh and Sheshadri Garu for giving us this opportunity to be in this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్, జై శ్రీరామ్ అండి. ఎంతో సంతోషంగా ఉంది. భద్రాచల క్షేత్రంలో ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ బోట్ క్యాంప్ రిట్రీట్ జరుపుకోవడం జే చౌదరి గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో శేషాద్రి గారు చాలా మంచి అరేంజ్మెంట్స్ చేశారు. సార్ చెప్పినట్టుగా ఎంతోమంది రూరల్ యువతని యూనికార్న్స్గా క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి ఏర్పడిందే ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్. చాలామంది రూరల్ స్టార్టప్స్కి ఆల్రెడీ బెనిఫిట్ అవుతుంది, ఇంకా చాలామందికి బెనిఫిట్ పొందేటట్టు. అందుకని ఫస్ట్ రిట్రీట్ స్టార్ట్ చేసింది భద్రాచలంలోనే. అండ్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ యొక్క బేసిక్ ట్యాగ్ లైన్ ఏంటంటే ఇన్నోవేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ ది బాటమ్ ఆఫ్ ది పిరమిడ్. ఏంటంటే నిరుద్యోగ యువతకు ఎటువంటి సహాయపడి ఆంటర్ప్రీనర్షిప్ క్వాలిటీస్ని డెవలప్ చేసి ఆ చేయూతనిచ్చే స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ ఇది. ఎంతో మంది వాలంటీర్స్ మేము ఇక్కడ రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తున్నాం కోర్ కమిటీ ద్వారా, కానీ ఎంతోమంది వాలంటీర్స్ చాలా సెల్ఫ్లెస్గా పనిచేసి ఈ స్థాయికి తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఇప్పటివరకు ఒక్కరు కూడా పెయిడ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ లేరు. అంటే జస్ట్ ఇమాజిన్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ వర్క్ విచ్ హెస్ హ్యాపెండ్. ఎంతోమంది మంచి వ్యక్తులు సమూహంగా వచ్చి మంచి పని చేయడానికి ఇది ఒక స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ చేశాము. ఇదే కాకుండా మేము ఎంతో సిఎస్ఆర్ యాక్టివిటీస్ కూడా తోడ్పడడానికి న్యూట్రిషన్, ఎడ్యుకేషన్, హెల్త్ కేర్ ఈ 3 ఇనిషియేటివ్స్లో కూడా పనిచేయడానికి ఈ అన్ని కంపెనీస్తో పనిచేస్తున్నాము. సెల్ఫ్లెస్గా మనం సొసైటీకి మంచిగా ఇంపాక్ట్ చేసే ఏ ఆలోచన ఉన్నా సరే ఎవరైనా ఇక్కడికి రావచ్చు. ఫ్రీ అడ్వైజ్ ఇస్తారు, చాలా మెంటర్షిప్ ఇస్తారు. అండ్ ఎవ్రీ సాటర్డే యాజ్ సార్ సెడ్ 8:30 to 9:30 మెంటర్షిప్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. వాళ్ళకి బిజినెస్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ అండ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
జై శ్రీరామ్. నా పేరు జే చౌదరి. ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్కి ఫౌండర్ నేను. ఈ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ 2 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం బెంగళూరులో స్టార్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. దీని ద్వారా చాలామంది స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండర్స్, యువకులందరూ కూడా వాళ్ళకు ఫండింగ్ కానీ, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ కానీ, ఎంటైర్ స్టార్టప్ ఎకో సిస్టమ్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ ఫౌండేషన్ స్థాపించడం జరిగింది. ఈ గత 2 సంవత్సరాల్లో వేల కొద్ది స్టార్టప్స్ మా కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్కి అటెండ్ అయ్యారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లాస్ట్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ బెంగళూరులో జరిగింది. అది ఆగస్టు 11th, 12th, 13th 3-day కాన్ఫరెన్స్. అందులో దాదాపు 20,000 మంది స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ అంతా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేశారు. అందులో వచ్చిన స్టార్టప్స్ని ఒక 200 మందిని ఫైనల్ డెమో డేకి పిలిచి అందులో మళ్ళా 20 స్టార్టప్స్ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసి ఆ 20 స్టార్టప్స్కి ఎవ్రీ వీక్ ఒక స్టార్టప్ చొప్పున అందరికీ ఫండింగు, బిజినెస్. వీ వాంట్ మేక్ షూర్, అంటే సిలికాన్ వ్యాలీలో మామూలుగా 10 కంపెనీలలో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తే ఏదో ఒక కంపెనీ మాత్రం సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది. దాన్ని మేము రివర్స్ చేద్దామనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ కొత్త ఇన్నోవేటివ్ వే వీ వాంట్ టు మేక్ దిస్ రివర్సల్ ఆఫ్ ది సిలికాన్ వ్యాలీ మోడల్ ఆఫ్ స్టార్టప్స్. అంటే ఇక్కడ 10 కంపెనీల్లో మేము ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తే అందులో మినిమం 9 కంపెనీలు నాట్ ఆర్డినరీ సక్సెస్, సూపర్ డూపర్ సక్సెస్ కావాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో మేము ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ మెంటరింగ్ వీఆర్ డూయింగ్. వీ హ్యావ్ మోర్ దాన్ 300 గ్లోబల్ మెంటర్స్. అమెరికా నుంచి, యూరోప్ నుంచి, సింగపూర్ నుంచి, మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్ నుంచి, తర్వాత ఆస్ట్రేలియా నుంచి, ఇండియా నుంచి పెద్ద పెద్ద సీఈఓలు, సిఎక్స్ఓలు, ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ వాళ్ళంతా కూడా గ్లోబల్ మెంటర్స్. ప్రతి సాటర్డే 8:30 to 9:30 ఆల్ దిస్ మెంటర్స్ విల్ లిసన్ టు వన్ పిచ్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టార్టప్. వాళ్ళకి ఫండింగ్ కావాలన్నా లేకుంటే బిజినెస్ కావాలన్నా ఇవన్నీ కూడా మేము చేస్తున్నాము. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, మన దగ్గర కంబైన్డ్ స్టేట్స్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ రంజిత్ సుడా, ఇతను చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు దగ్గర సెక్రటరీగా ఉండేవారు. వారు వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్లో పెద్ద చాలా పోస్ట్, అంటే ఐఏఎస్ రిటైర్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఇటు వాలంటరీ రిటైర్మెంట్ ఫ్రమ్ ఐఏఎస్ వెంట్ టు వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్. హీ వాజ్ హెడింగ్ ఏ వెరీ బిగ్ డివిజన్ ఇన్ వాషింగ్టన్ DC. తర్వాత అందులో వాలంటరీ రిటైర్మెంట్ తీసుకొని 3 ఏళ్ల క్రితం ఒక స్టార్టప్ని సింగపూర్లో స్టార్ట్ చేశాడు. మంచి ప్రోడక్ట్ డెవలప్ అయింది, కానీ ఈ వాజ్ నాట్ ఏబుల్ టు గెట్ ఫండింగ్. అప్పుడు ఒకసారి నాకు కాల్ చేశాడు, మాకు ఫండింగ్ సింగపూర్లో దొరకట్లేదు, నా బిజినెస్ కూడా కష్టంగా ఉంది, దీన్ని మూసేయాలనుకుంటున్నాను. అలాంటి తరుణంలో మేము ఆయన పిలిచి ఒక స్టార్టప్లో ప్రజెంట్ చేయమని చెప్పాను. వితిన్ 45 minutes ఆయనకు కావాల్సిన $1 million ఫండింగ్ వీఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు క్లోజ్. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఫండింగ్ కాకుండా ఆయనకి బిజినెస్ కూడా తెప్పిస్తున్నాం. ఇలాగా మేము చాలా స్టార్టప్స్ని ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఈరోజు భద్రాచలం ఎందుకు వచ్చామంటే మేము సిటీలో ఉన్న స్టార్టప్స్, అర్బన్ స్టార్టప్స్ను వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తున్నట్లు అనిపించింది. ఇప్పుడు రూరల్లో చాలామంది యువకులు అందరూ కూడా స్టార్టప్స్ కంపెనీ పెట్టుకోవాలని చెప్పేసి చూస్తున్నారు, కానీ వాళ్ళకి అవకాశాలు చాలా తక్కువగా ఉన్నాయి. సో వాళ్ళకెందుకు ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడు భద్రాచలంలో ఉన్న ఎవరైనా బీటెక్ చదువుతున్న విద్యార్థులు కానీ, డిగ్రీ చదువుతున్న విద్యార్థులు కానీ, వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా స్టార్టప్స్ పెట్టుకోవాలంటే వాళ్ళు మాకు వచ్చి హైదరాబాద్కి వచ్చి, బెంగళూరుకి వచ్చి, ఢిల్లీకి వచ్చి కలవడానికి చాలా కష్టం. కాబట్టి మనం భద్రాచలంకి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళని ఎందుకు కలిసి వాళ్ళ స్టార్టప్ తెలుసుకొని వాళ్ళకి ఫండింగ్ కానీ, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ కానీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తే ఈ రూరల్ ఏరియాస్లో ఉన్న ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని కూడా వాళ్ళు స్టార్టప్స్ ద్వారా సక్సెస్ చేయాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈరోజు ఒక పైలట్గా తీసుకొని భద్రాచలం రావడం జరిగింది. దాదాపు 100 మంది ఇన్వెస్టర్సు, సిఎక్స్ఓస్, సిఇఓస్ అంతా మాతో పాటు ఒక 2 బస్సులు, తర్వాత 10-12 కార్లు ఒక ర్యాలీ తీసుకొని హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి, ఢిల్లీ నుంచి, జర్మనీ నుంచి, తర్వాత బెల్జియం నుంచి, యూకే నుంచి, అమెరికా నుంచి వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఈరోజు భద్రాచలంలో గత 2 రోజుల నుంచి ఇక్కడే ఉన్నారు. ఈరోజు మార్నింగు మేము చిన్న టీ స్టాల్లో మేము కాఫీ, టీ తీసుకుంటున్నప్పుడు ఒక 2 స్టార్టప్స్ వచ్చి కలిశారు. సార్, మాకు మిమ్మల్ని కలవాలంటే చాలా కష్టంగా ఉంది, మాకు 5 minutes టైం ఇస్తారని. వాళ్ళిద్దరిని కలిసాము. 2 స్టార్టప్స్ ఐడియాస్ ఉన్నాయి వాళ్ళకి. ఇమీడియట్గా మా ఇన్వెస్టర్ అందరిని పిలిచి ఈ 2 స్టార్టప్స్ను, ఈ రూరల్ భద్రాచలం టీ స్టాల్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఏ విధంగా మనం ఎంటర్ చేయాలా, ఏ విధంగా వాళ్ళని సక్సెస్ చేయాలనేది ఒక పైలట్ తీసుకున్నాము. 2 కూడా మెట్టెక్ స్టార్టప్స్, 2 బ్రదర్సే, కానీ ఒక్కొక్క స్టార్టప్ స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. కానీ వాళ్ళకి ప్రాపర్ మెంటరింగ్ లేదు, ప్రాపర్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ లేదు. వాళ్ళని భద్రాచలం టీ స్టాల్ స్టార్టప్స్ కింద ఐడెంటిఫై చేశాము. వాళ్ళని మేము సక్సెస్ చేస్తే దిస్ విల్ బికమ్ ఏ రోల్ మోడల్ ఫర్ ఆల్ ది రూరల్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. సో భద్రాచలం ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు ప్లే అన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ రోల్ ప్రమోటింగ్ ది రూరల్ స్టార్టప్స్. ఈ ఉద్దేశంతో మేము ఈరోజు ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఇక్కడికి రావడం జరిగింది. రాముల వారి దయతో, ఆయన ఆశీస్సులతో తప్పకుండా మేము ఇలాంటి స్టార్టప్స్ని, కొన్ని వేల మంది స్టార్టప్స్ని మనము సక్సెస్ చేసి వాళ్ళ ద్వారా ఉద్యోగాలు, ఇప్పుడు చాలామంది భయం వేస్తూ ఉంది, ఈ జనరేటివ్ ఏఐ, చాట్ జీపీటీ ఇవన్నీ వస్తే ఎన్ని వేల లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలు వెళ్ళిపోతాయని. వాళ్ళు ఏం భయపడక్కర్లేదు. మేము డెవలప్ చేస్తున్న ఈ స్టార్టప్స్ కంపెనీ ద్వారా కొన్ని లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలు క్రియేట్ చేసడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. దాని ద్వారా మన రూరల్ ఇండియాలో కూడా ఇంతవరకు సాల్వ్ చేయలేని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని కూడా వాళ్ళకిచ్చి ఒక స్టార్టప్తో సాల్వ్ చేయాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో మేము ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ రూరల్ స్టార్టప్ ఇనిషియేటివ్ తీసుకున్నాం.
To To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Retreat, which is a boat camp at Bhadrachalam, one of the places in Telangana, India. So the idea behind this ISF retreat is to get all the startups, investors along with their families onto the boat, onto the river, so that a great interaction happens between startups and investors along with their families, and the discussions goes all the way. See, normally most of the events do happen in hotels, in places with a lot of crowd and everybody, and this is a place with utmost divine and sanctity, where the discussions happens at the purest level, and the investors are happy to listen to the startups, and the startups also do interact with the investors at their best. And we are planning to do these ISF retreats every year once, and next year we are planning the cruise trip to Lakshadweep, where we are hoping a lot more startups and a lot more investors to participate in our ISF retreat. Yeah, thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So breast cancer is one of the common malignancies worldwide, which affects around tens of millions of cases. Modified radical mastectomy is one of the common surgeries that is performed for this, and we have designed a surgical retractor which can help in performing this particular surgery, and any surgery that will involve raising skin flaps. So this invention will have a breakthrough technology of coil-based retraction system, which also has malleable arms. So we are also MVP ready, and at this juncture we happen to meet ISF, some kind of good mentorship and investment pertaining to this particular invention of ours, and we could see that our startup would find great heights through this particular meeting. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Raj, I hope you are enjoying our boat camp on Godavari River.
Sir, it is absolutely great, and it's such a beautiful, serene atmosphere, which I could never imagine. It's, boot camp and a boat camp is really another innovation that you have got into here locally. I'm very much into it, Andy.
Raj, I'm really thankful to you for bringing Global Impact Hub to partner with International Startup Foundation, ISF, with our members. I think that will definitely generate a lot of interest among other impact companies, because we are getting a lot of startups who are getting into social impact. For them, how this is going to be useful, how this MOU is going to be useful. If you can articulate, that will be useful for our members.
I mean, one of the core philosophies of the Impact Hub network is to build social entrepreneurship, and UN has recognized as the driver for community engagement and social entrepreneurship being at the heart. We work with the governments, we work with the corporates, we work with the academia, and above all, we try to build up the startup with a focus on social belongingness and social responsibility. And it's not just a single hub. We don't work in silos. This is one of the things when I was in Germany, when I was attending an event at Impact Hub Leipzig. Then I asked why there is no Impact Hub in India, and that brought me here. Hey, yes, India needs to create the impact. I mean, if we create impact in just Europe or in just some parts of other world, like Africa, it's not. See, India is having the highest population, close to more than 1 billion. If we make impact in India, it will be a global impact. This is where I'm passionate, and this is where whenever your companies which are very much focused on the social entrepreneurship, and some of the companies, especially in the rural backgrounds, right now I saw with the Araku coffee, that's amazing. We would love to see that the Impact Hub network comes to know of this, and the impact investors in our whole global network would love to see and be a part of this journey, sir.
How many countries are part of this impact?
Currently, we are in 50 plus countries with 110 impact hubs globally, and there is no impact hub in India, and we are the first impact hub. So we are about to complete our candidate journey, and we'll be very soon an independent impact hub, and we'll be part of the impact hub. The beauty of this is we are not like a kind of franchise, if I understand correctly. We co-own each other. So the mothership is in Austria, in Vienna, and we have these impact hubs across the world where we co-own each other. We interact with each other as and when necessary to bring a major impact into the lives of the people.
Raj, next year we are planning to bring ISF to Germany. How Fraunhofer Institute and how your contacts in the startup ecosystem can help that ISF Germany, because there's going to be an annual event happening in Germany from next year onwards, how we can collaborate.
When I understood this is ISF started as Indian Startup Foundation, now it has graduated into International Startup Foundation, and right now as Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, like, so we belong to the whole universe. So that's a great concept from your end to graduate into this level, and that probably we do wonders. And with regards to the Fraunhofer, we are, 75 institutes with 30,000 scientists with various technologies, right from aerospace to defense to life sciences, and sustainable technologies are also one of the core philosophies.
We have 30,000 scientists.
We have 30,000 scientists, and we hope to add many more. We started, if I understand correctly and if I remember correctly, after the World War II, we started with 4 people, and right now we are close to 30,000, and that's a great thing. And with regards to the ecosystem of startups in Germany, especially in Berlin, that is catching up with the Silicon Valley, and probably your idea of having a ISF event like what we are doing here in this beautiful atmosphere, probably that would be great if we can conduct it in Berlin, because Fraunhofer is headquartered in Munich, but they have a big office infrastructure, and we can also start talking to the Fraunhofer startup ventures. And as I were, very closely associated with the Fraunhofer IMW in Leipzig, my director, Professor Thorsten Posselt, and my deputy director, Dr. Stefan Preisler, they are amazing people. They look for the social entrepreneurship, social ecosystem to be built, not just confined to Germany, but to the globe. And India is one of the greatest things that they would love to see.
Since you have got so many scientists, 30,000 scientists working on various cutting-edge technologies, is there any way that International Startup Foundation and Fraunhofer Institute can sign an MOU so that we can pick up some of the scientific discoveries of Fraunhofer Institute? We can enable some startups, not necessarily in India only, even in Germany, startups in Germany, we can enable those startups using those technologies developed by Fraunhofer Institute. So how do we go about signing an MOU with the Fraunhofer Institute on those lines?
As I said, it's mostly the whole Fraunhofer family. It's mostly the tech institutes, and we are lucky. And my institute's name is Fraunhofer Center for International Management and Knowledge Economy. So again, the international thing, and also sharing about the knowledge. And it's also the Socio-Economic Institute. And probably this, I think we can have a one-on-one discussion with the administration of Fraunhofer at Leipzig. I would definitely love to take you to our director, Thorsten Posselt, and deputy director, Mr. Stefan Preisler, and who is also closely working with some of our projects. So then it would open the doors, like how we can formulate an MOU and how we can closely work. And your idea is great that it's not just confined to India or the other parts of Europe, but also to Germany as well. Right. That's absolutely, we can work together and prosper together and bring changes in many lives of the people, sir.
Raj, finally, I want to really thank you for coming all the way from Germany to participate in our ISF boot camp, and also for signing the MOU with Impact Global Hub. Tomorrow, in the presence of the media, we will be exchanging the MOU. We are looking forward to a long-term association, not only with the Global Impact Hub, and also with the Fraunhofer Institute. Thank you so much.
So it's my pleasure, sir. I'm looking forward to working with you, both from Fraunhofer perspective and also from the Impact Hub. Especially Impact Hub is very close to my heart because it should make impact not just in some parts of the world. It should make impact throughout the world and globally. Absolutely great, sir. It's my privilege and honor. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The the first ever ISF retreat. This is actually supposed to be a startup boot camp. We converted our ISF startup boot camp to ISF boat camp. In fact, on Godavari water, sacred Godavari water, we have taken one complete boat, and that there are startups are there, investors are there, CXOs are there, women entrepreneurs are also there, and they all assembled yesterday. Yesterday we had a visit to Bhadrachalam Ramuluvari Darshan. Then afterwards we came on to this forest area. Now this is supposed to be Dandakaranyam, the thick forest. In the forest itself, we had the so-called Kartika Masam Vanabhojanalu. That's the kind of format our Sheshadri, our friend who has really organized a fantastic experience in the middle of a forest under all the trees, particularly neem trees and tamarind trees, the huge trees. And everybody enjoyed. Actually, it's all surrounded by the tribal the houses. And we really enjoyed that luncheon meeting. And in that meeting itself, some startup companies, they explained about their startups, and a few investors, they agreed to invest in those startups. We never thought that in this boat camp, we'll have such success stories, but actually it's truly happened. 3 companies got the investments. Not only investments, they're also getting the business. And that is the essence of what International Startup Foundation we have been doing, how we are helping the startups, not just giving the money. We are also trying to take them to the business, wherever the business has to come for them. We want to make sure that they are successful. Also, we announced ISF Junicorns, and a Junicorn team has been identified, and 2 mentors have been allocated to this ISF Junicorn team. In the next 12 months, we have to identify who are those Junicorns, have got great ideas, and we all decided that we are going to invest in those Junicorns. The age limit is, there is no lower age limit. Anybody, any kid can participate in this competition. And upper age limit is 16 years old. So below 16 years old, anybody can compete. And we are hopefully going to see brilliant entrepreneurs coming from that age group. In Telugu, there is a proverb called Mokkai Vangande Manai Vangadu. We want to identify such innovative entrepreneurs in that age group. They are going to definitely come out with very innovative ideas. Out-of-the-box thinking is going to happen. They are going to show the path to the rest of the children, not only in India but outside the country also. That is the kind of a new experiment we have taken up in this event, the boat camp of Bhadrachalam boat camp, and we are really excited. And we want to do the same kind of formats, retreat come boat camp. Next year we are planning to have a cruise camp to Lakshadweep Island. We are hoping that more number of startups are going to participate in the cruise camp, which is going to be next year during the same time. And also we are going to get global investors to come and participate in that cruise camp to Lakshadweep.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Biobo. It's a B2B cross-border marketplace, and it's extremely a great experience. One of the best day of my life, being with so many positive people, different activity, and it's a complete retreat. And I love to join more and more activity like this, and want to contribute whatever I can do for all the cause what ISF is doing. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Can I have some music, please? For India, with 1.5 billion population, how do we manage if those jobs are not there?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll let Miss Disruption take over.
My only hope and my only aim was to let you know what an average 13-year-old knows in this generation and to help you set the context of this event.
It is extremely important for all of us to be impressed with AI, but not be overwhelmed with it.
Anybody has heard about this
Gopi Bhagya Shloka. You recite the shloka and you get a value of 5 up to the decimal of 32 decimal points. The human will never get replaced. I get the feeling after hearing this.
AI will create new economies. It will create new industries. Some industries will go through challenges.
And I think we as organizations in the country also have that onus to do it. If kids are being taught, tomorrow's kids are getting taught, I think it's onus on our educational systems as well as us to really change the way we do things.
So here I'm going to be a quiz master for the day. We are already collaborated and working with different departments. Collaboration is the key.
The requirement from time to time actually keeps differing, because what's excellence today turns out to be mediocrity tomorrow, because the bar of excellence keeps changing. It doesn't remain the same.
And more number of startups have to be curated, and we have to make sure that through our mentoring they have to be successful.
So I'm a mentor with ISF. Chaudhary Garu has been very kind in inviting me to be a part of fairly sector agnostic. So I've got about 30 companies that I've invested in startups. They range from deep tech to clean tech to battery tech, different kind of industries. They're pretty wide ranging. So what I look at really is very carefully about what problem are they really solving. I have to be very, very clear about what that startup is trying to solve as a problem. Their problem statement has to be super clear, and then their solutions have to be equally clear. It's a question of looking at the team, see what their background is, and I'm not really too worried whether they come from IITs or IIMs or whatever. I just look at how much of a commitment do they have in terms of the business that they are trying to solve, the business that they are trying to build, as well as in terms of what their plans are. Normally when I hear a pitch that talks about my exit plan is going to be an IPO 5 years later, or I'm trying to be a unicorn or one such thing, I'll just say that's it, thank you very much, no more. There's nothing to discuss after this. I want to hear from you, what is it that you are really trying to build? How much of hunger do you have in the belly? What are you trying to actually build? How passionate are you about whatever business that you're building? If you give me even 2x, I'm happy. Don't talk about 100x and 50x and whatever, because that tells me what is the commitment of the founder is, and that's more than enough for me. And that's been my philosophy, and I'm pretty happy to say whether I chose it one way or the other, I seem to be somehow in sunrise industries. So I have charging equipment, I have EV cars, I have space tech, people like this, clean tech, so solar farms, cold storage chains, logistics chains. So end of the day, they are all technology, but technology as an overlay over real business. There's a bricks and mortar business, and there's an overlay of software. It's not pure software or SaaS or whatever else, because to me, I'm a trader. I come from a commodities trading background. So when I look at things, I strip them naked first and then build back whatever needs to be built up and see where is the economics, where is the cost, where is the economics in this whole game, and then look at whether that is sounding logical or not. So when we are in commodities business, we always look at how to price it correctly. So which means then you need to get your cost right? So that's how, and I look at funding and say, if someone is coming up with crazy funding ideas and trying to be high-fly kind of funding ideas, I say, nope, that's it. Because you want them to build it step by step by step. So lucky that so far at least I have got 4 or 5 of the companies who have done 3, 4, 5 rounds of additional funding, and they've been building. So every round has become like at least another 5 to 10x. So that's, I would say in a nutshell, is my ideas and philosophy. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Vinita, the Chief Community Officer of Draper Startup House. It's been a privilege to be part of this event. Succeed has been doing an amazing work. They've invested over 60 companies, and we have seen how this fund from Hyderabad has grown. There are very few funds in Hyderabad, and Succeed has been an example for us as to how a fund of early stage can really flourish in this market. I'm so proud to be here and actually connect with all my colleagues who have built this ecosystem together. And cheers to Succeed. It's been a wonderful ride.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
My name is Vinay Kohli. I'm the center head for an AI company called DQBio. It's located in Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad. We are a startup company. So this is the first time I've been to this place, and I find the kind of effort to be very enterprising. Definitely this kind of thing is very necessary for the startups, especially the mentorship and the direction. It's quite amazing. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Vikrant Varshne, Managing Partner of Succeed Innovation Fund. We are great to have all the hosts coming and joining us. We were trying to get the ecosystem of people, our investors, startups, ecosystem, ISF community, and everybody who's supporting the innovation ecosystem was invited. We are supporting the early stage innovation ecosystem. We have about 70 portfolio companies, and many of them were here. And we are glad to see many of them doing very well, scaled up. Our fund is unique. We start from an early stage category, and we support them in the growth journey by doing successive rounds. There is a big amount of mentoring which goes along to make them successful, and we are seeing the result of all of that. Our companies are doing well. Over a period of last 3 years, we have about 4x multiple on the capital invested, and that's a testimony that our investment thesis is working well. We invite more companies to join, as well as more investors to back us. Look forward to have more. ISF sub-fund is also a community that we have been supporting, and we look forward to working additionally with everybody who's supporting ISF ecosystem too. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So we started this journey. Why we started the journey? Basically, we wanted to help the entrepreneurial ecosystem. See, funding, there are a lot of VCs are there, a lot of PEs are there, a lot of angel forums are there. Funding, a lot of people are doing. But if companies have to succeed, unless there is a proper mentorship. So that's where, we bring that very high quality of mentorship and hand-holding those companies. See that they are all successful. That's the reason why we named this fund as a Succeed Innovation Fund. All the companies where we are investing, whom we are mentoring, they have to be successful. The Silicon Valley model of VC investments, only 1 out of 10, they are successful. We are already reversing that. Here, 9 out of 10 are going to be successful. Already, many of them are successful in the journey. So I want to thank all our limited partners, all our investors who, have a lot of faith in us that we are going to not only give their money back, but many multiples. That's what we are all trying to work 24/7 to see that whatever they invested with us, that money we want to return with good multiples. The path is on the way. In addition to that, I want to particularly thank some of our daughter funds. I don't know how many people are aware. Many companies, they wanted to start their own fund. Instead of that, we requested them, why don't you join with us as a daughter fund? And we have already 3 daughter funds, right? And 2 more are going to join. And I want to make an announcement. These 2 daughter funds who are going to make a big investment into Succeed Innovation. The first one, I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ravindranath Chowdhury. So Dr. Ravindranath Chowdhury, after selling global hospitals, 80% of the wealth is donated to a fund, a trust, and he is going to set up ultra-modern the university, research medical university, and also is incubating a lot of health tech and med tech companies in the incubation facility. So he has agreed to have a 100 crore daughter fund, health tech, life sciences, and healthcare and med tech. These are the areas. The focus fund is going to be 100 crore fund with Succeed Innovation as a daughter fund. I also request NT Chowdhury. NT Chowdhury comes from my native place, Anantapur. He also agreed to put 50 crores as a daughter fund. So why, so many people want to invest with Succeed, because as I mentioned to you, we want to make sure that all the startups where we are investing, we want to make sure that they're going to be successful. So I request Sachan Garu, who is the RERA chairman for the Telangana state, to come and felicitate our 2 daughter funds.
Just a general idea on how the early investment funds are doing. Capital inflow in Indian startups is expected to touch $300 billion by 2030. The number of investors who are funding Indian startups from year by year, they are continuously growing with a CAGR of 26%. Expected number of Indian unicorns are supposed to touch 280. Right now it's around 120. You can see the numbers, how many investors are supporting the Indian startups and the innovation in the tech side. We have sector focus of 6 sectors, and we have added another sector this year on the digital economy and emerging technology. Our focus is early stage funds, deep tech companies solving Indian problems. This is the fund's key highlight. We started with a 100 crore fund. This year we have increased the corpus to 300 crores. We are doing 2.03x as on this November data. If you see the companies where we have invested and they have raised funds in the subsequent round, we are doing 3.5x kind of a multiple. So all your wishes, all your money, all your support based on the continuous support from the money, from the mentors, from the curators who help us in evaluate the deal and mentoring. We have done well, and we are still we are only 3rd year in our operations. These are the portfolio highlights, how we have done till now December 15. These are the numbers. We have funded 59 portfolio companies. We have done 16 follow-on rounds in them. We have invested around 60 crores so far and continue to invest in this year. 300 crore kind of fund has been raised by our portfolio company, where we have participated 60 crores. Combined valuation of our portfolio companies comes to around 3,500 crores and growing. If you'll see the data, the early stage funds continue to outperform other funds or private equity funds or the growth stage funds. These are data which has been done all across AIFs in India, starting from 2015 to March 2023. So the number would have grown. Just to give an idea that this is the investment manager team headed by all 6 GPs, JSR, Lax, Raju sir, Ramesh, myself and Vikrant. This is the team who works with us every day, 24/7. And all of them are here. Please support them.
We started with an angel network in past. Then we invested through a IIIT seed fund. Some of you might be aware. With the Innovation Fund, we also created the sub fund. And the journey is then gradually moving towards creating a dollar denomination fund, which is the growth fund. So when all the structure is set, the base is set, this is where we want to go for a bigger leap and support the Series A and Series B company. Many of our companies are doing good. We have about 70 companies in our portfolio. Many of them are also flipping structures and getting bigger. And this is where we were passing on those companies to others. Instead of that, we would have our own sub-fund. That's the approach. Very similar sectors we are carrying, almost all the sectors. But our focus has been that for growth stage fund, the next fund would support them. And if companies are flipping structures and becoming a US-centric or a Singapore-centric, those would be invested through the growth fund. Obviously, it would be a very focused fund, and we won't be picking up, large number of companies as we have picked up in the early fund, because Innovation India Fund was largely about supporting early stage companies and supporting the ecosystem. Once that base continues, and we are obviously expanding the base, we are also trying to see if we can pick up the Series A, Series B company, and that's the broad structure that we are putting in. Similar approach, we would have companies at pre-Series A, Series A and Series B level, and we would be investing at an early stage companies in the innovation fund and carrying the journey forward. The ones which are doing well will continue to put in larger capital from this fund. We'll continue to also identify a few good companies from the market. So this will give us a flexibility to pick up companies not just from India, but even neighboring countries. If there are good companies in Bangladesh, Vietnam, Israel, we will also not shy away in investing in them, as long as we have a good access to the market so that we can pick up right companies and gradually also can help them. So if you have friends who are in those markets who would like to support, we'll welcome all of those introductions. Obviously, a lot of these would also have an investor base in the US and UK. I'm sure most of you have access to the US families. Introduce those friends to us. A large part of this would also be through an institutional play, large family offices. So family offices of Dubai, family offices of Singapore, large institutional players of the US. We look forward to working with them. There are a few conversations already going for anchor investors to join. But till the time we lock it in, all conversations are welcome. So if you have, friends that you would like to recommend, we'll work with all of them. This would also have a play with corporates. So some companies which would like to have their venture arrangements in India, we would be open to work with them. So if you are working with large corporate venture firms, CVCs, and if they are working to partner with us, we would have a formal approach to share with you also. In terms of activity, if I take an example of, let's say, an AdTech strategic fund looking to partner with us in India, what would they do? They would have a global access to us. They will find a much, growth-oriented companies from an Indian market, very large deal flow. When they work at an early stage, very limited opportunity exists. They would also have a track record of companies. When we have invested in them for 12 to 36 months, we are also monitoring their performance. They will be able to see those companies, and due diligence is much easier. When they are partnering with us and putting money, putting $1 or $2 million for them from that fund is very easy. And those companies which are doing good, 10 to 15 million, 30 million kind of investment would make sense, right? So at early stage, obviously the ROI is better. At a late stage, the success ratios are generally fine if you work through this model. Most of the funds, when they invest for the first time and have no correlation with the first fund, they would generally be, shooting in the dark. Here, we would all be investing into companies that we have seen growing and are performing well. So out of 100 odd companies in our innovation fund, we'll pick and choose those 20, 25 companies which need a large capital. So that is the vision. And we look forward to working with you guys on that fund.
This is one of the important segments. We just invited few of our portfolio startups. So we just have a few minutes chat with them, not too long, 6-8 minutes.
This is Yugen. I'm the co-founder of Hirex.ai. We are a HR tech startup based out of IIIT Hyderabad. We develop a voice-based AI to conduct level 1 interviews, specifically for mass hiring requirements in the industry.
My name is Gaurav. I'm the co-founder and CEO at EdMingle. So EdMingle has built this 360-degree platform used by EdTech businesses to launch their own platforms like Upgrad and Unacademy. So we are we are Shopify for EdTech businesses. We are currently working with around 550 businesses who are training almost 20 lakh students across 130 plus countries.
My name is Nikhil Hegde, the co-founder of 6 Degree. We're one of the most leading e-commerce enablement platforms, especially in the fashion and lifestyle segment. We worked with more than about 50 to 70 SMB customers, and now into the big leagues, working with some of the largest corporates in the fashion retail space.
This is Purnang from Samaro. Samaro is an event tech SaaS platform. It empowers event organizers to streamline their operations, boost attendee engagement, and maximize their ROI, and all of that in a single platform. Samaro currently has customer presence in 35 different countries and has hosted more than 10 lakh attendees on its platform.
My name is Shrikar Kottamachu, founder and CEO of Nessa Medtech. Unlike all of these guys, we are a medical device company. So what we do is we do scarless image-guided surgeries. Generally, whenever you think about surgery, there'll be a cut open or they make some holes and do a keyhole surgery. But we realize the same thing and much better outcomes without any scar in the body. And we are starting off to work in women's health, but it's a platform, it can be extended to other platforms as well, other clinical conditions. We recently received a part of our device, a US FDA approval as well. And I must be one of the latest portfolio companies. So we were funded in September this year.
My name is Nikhil Malkar. Our company's name is Game Studios. We are based in the city of Mumbai. And currently we are developing this game called Mumbai Gullies. It's an open world game based on the city of Mumbai. So you can explore the entire city of Mumbai. You can hop onto a rickshaw, taxi, eat a pani puri, vada pav or pav bhaji. And our hope is to eventually create high quality games from India so that we can explore not just Mumbai, but also showcase what we have special going on in various different parts of India. So we can explore like a Hyderabad, Kolkata or Gujarat or whatever. So the sky's the limit, and that's what we are.
We are the founders of Viva. So, I mean, many of you would have like bought products on Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, etc. While it is very convenient to buy products from all of these channels, it is very tough for brands to basically manage like where the sales is even coming from, where are they spending on ads, what are the logistic platforms they are using. We are a no-code analytics platform which takes all of that journey within a few minutes, producing like pre-built reports and dashboards straight off the bat. So we are Viva.ai.
I am founder of PairTech. So at PairTech, we have been building augmented reality solutions for some of the largest food tech companies in India. So we currently work with Zomato as well. So you would have probably seen the AR feature on Zomato. So that is something that is built by us. Apart from that, we built a complete end-to-end ERP solution for restaurants. So today we work with about 1,000 plus restaurants, pan-India, and then we are expanding internationally as well. So essentially what we are trying to build is a complete end-to-end ecosystem for a single restaurant owner to run his restaurant more efficiently and increase their profits.
In the last dinner hosted in March, we had given out Class C shares certificates to our curator. However, some of them weren't here. So we would like to give it on to them today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Welcome to all of you to our annual celebrations.
stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, my name is Seshadri Wangala. I basically group CEO I run a portfolio of firms. I'm the founder for iFin Global Group. And also, more importantly, I'm also the founding member of our Indian Startup Foundation, which is now, I think, truly international startup foundation, led by my mentor, Sri Jay Chaudhary, and also, of course, a group of teams. And this is like, we're also social impact startup, 12 months old. Like your mystartuptv, thanks for the support first. But I think we are evolving because this is not the first thing. We always, as I always say, with the 3 taglines, connect, collaborate and celebrate. With that vision, we have started this firm. We have got a pro bono volunteers in the 12 months. The story has been, we started the second edition of our festives. We call it festives. So as ISF, I always say that very loud and clear that we are not for profit, obviously, but at the same time, we are not an event management company. We have a real noble cause. All of those people who are there came for this noble cause, led again by my mentor, for basically helping promoting startups, scale-ups by mentoring, and also have been privileged to have a lot of the global CEOs, investors coming all together. And of course, I believe in London and I've truly been part of organizing for the global stuff for this, and truly honored. I always say this in my early childhood days. I used to say JSR, now I'm truly working for him. And why him? Because already we have seen, witnessed how he, the energy and spirits, I think we are trying to carry forward. And coming back the experiences, yes, succeed. Honestly, some of them has been also clubbed to ISF, trying to bring in some daughter funds to ISF Angels, trying to do our bit to bring in this kind of cause for getting all in a room to kind of, more important to solve problems, not only funding. I think majority still needs in India, how do we create jobs, how the companies should come here, and more importantly, what is that we need to enable them. It's not by funding you there, how do you enable them in the right direction, but the real thought leaders. So today we have the authentic, the unsung heroes all in a room. This is what I said, that is the uniqueness of this particular movement. I don't say this as a platform, it's a movement that's happening. And I hope, I wish and request everyone to join our organization, which is happening at the Holy Abode at Satyasai University, Satyasai Grama, where you all know a lot of activities are happening under His Holiness Madhusudan Saiji. So we are trying to do all that, and I think more, I always say we just had a teaser. We still have a lot of even trailers and pictures coming up, global thing, and that's where we are working on it. Thank you very much for all your support, also MyStartuptv and
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This is Raviteja Gupta, founder of Gupta Ji Invest, an angel network. Investors only from Gupta community, startups can be from any community. Anyone who can multiply our money, we will invest. Business is business. We do focus on strategic investments where it will be win-win-win for all the parties. So apart from just money, we do a lot of value addition where we give market access, mentoring, manpower, motivation, methodology, mindset, like that, many things. So if you want only money, go to any investment company. If you want money with value addition, you can come to us. After we investing, we connect you with other angel investment companies, other VC companies, family offices, private equity companies and all, where it will be like a wildcard entry for you. So because we endorsed you, and we already invested, we took the risk like that. So we do connect you with scale up. How to scale up is also we do. So we focus on early stage startups, early revenue generation stage startups where product market fit stage is crossed. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
My name is Purnang Prakash. I am from Samaro. I am the CEO and co-founder. Samaro is an all-in-one event tech platform that empowers event organizers to streamline operations, boost attendee engagement, and maximize their ROI, and all of that in a single platform. We have right now customer presence in 35 different countries, and we have hosted more than 10 lakh attendees on our platform. we take pride in saying that we take effort from the event organizers front and make them focus on what really matters, making the attendees happy, generating more ROI from the events. And also, on top of that, I would like to say that we were the 4th startup in the ISF in the first edition, and we're looking forward to being a part of it again in the next year. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to mystartuptv.
Yeah, my name is M. Venkat. I am from Sunsoft Solutions Incorporation, Alpharetta, Georgia, and we do a product related to an offenders management system in US for US jails. So when the offender was released by a justice or a court to the outside on a parole or a bail, so we continuously track his location. So for that, now we replaced the ankle bracelet with a smartwatch, which is an IoT-based smartwatch, so which gives the continuous location of an offender and his activities continuously. So that is what our product, and both the services also we do for the US jail management system. Any person who wears ankle monitor, probably he may be within a social stigma. Maybe he feels that some others will observe that he has done some sin or something like that. So whereas if this smartwatch is a regular kind of watch, so where the people will come forward and wear the watch, and then they try to re-enter into the stream of the society. So as of now we have not yet used any AI related technology in that, but we have a lot of scope for this, and we are trying to implement some AI related algorithms to enhance the product features or qualities. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to mystartuptv.
Hi, this is Prerna Heda. I run a firm named Prerna Legal LLP, and we are in the helping the startup ecosystem from end to end. Then how the founders, how the people who are having ideas can start a firm, get their compliances in place, get the transaction work done, get their due diligences sorted, draft all kind of, connect them to the industry people and draft all their agreements. A founder needs to have a lot of knowledge on what is the investment coming in, what are the shareholders' rights he's supposed to give, what are the founders' responsibilities, with whom they are starting the company. So the firm gives a lot of end-to-end support to anybody who wants to, who's already started and goes to a second and third level stage of building it up.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to mystartuptv.
The India Startup Foundation, we are helping many startups who are coming, particularly early stage startups. They struggle a lot, not only for the funding, but more importantly for the market access. In fact, we want to help a lot of youngsters like Nikhil. Nikhil has got a gaming company. He's based out of Mumbai. But though he has got a funding, but he wants to get more business. That's when he'll make a revenue positive. Till today, he's still not able to get into the revenue positive. I assured him, using our India Startup Foundation, we are taking companies like Nikhil to not only within India, even outside the country also expose them to those markets. So we definitely, Nikhil, whatever you are doing in it's called Mumbai Gullies. Very innovative startup Nikhil has started. It's called Mumbai Gullies. In fact, all the real estate people can actually advertise in his game. It's a gamified model. So particularly for Hyderabad, so all the real estate companies, commercial or residential, they are looking for this kind of opportunity. When the people or youngsters are playing the game, they see, okay, Vamsiram Builders is building a nice infrastructure and all that this thing. So it's good for them and also good for him also, because he gets a lot of ad revenues and all that. So that's where now I told Nikhil, that not only within India, every city after Mumbai gullies, Hyderabad gullies also you can have, and Chennai gullies also you can have, Bangalore gullies also you can have. So lot of opportunities within India itself. Then we'll take him to global. He can have a Paris gully, Sydney gullies, or California gullies, or New York gullies. All that we will, wherever ISF is going, we are going to promote Nikhil. So Nikhil, how do you want to take this opportunity?
First of all, thank you very much, sir. When I came to this event, you were the first person I met, and you were very warm and cordial towards us. Thank you very much for the kind words. And that is exactly, you got the vision exactly right, you know. Because that's what we are trying to do with Mumbai Gullies, is get all the brands. Mumbai is a global city. Of course, India has a lot of interesting cities and cultures that we can showcase out in the international world. So that's the market that we want to capture first. We want to tell stories from India, and that also poses a great opportunity for advertisers, as you mentioned. So it's great that, you know, we got to meet each other, and I'm looking forward to this association as a long-term association. So thank you very much for all the help and support that you promised today.
Nikhil, while you are helping the real estate players and other players, I want you also to help our startup companies.
Yeah.
Each Mumbai itself, a lot of startups are there. Right. In Mumbai gullies, you identify who are the startup companies, you give them the visibility through your game. Similarly, when you come to Hyderabad gullies, here also umpty number of startups are there. I think while helping the startups, you also help yourself, and that's a great service to the society, and also you make your money. It's a great concept. We are with you. We'll make sure that you become successful in the international arena. So I wish Nikhil and his company all the best, and make sure that one of our ISF companies to become global, and he'll become a multi-billion-dollar company with the help of India Startup Foundation. All the best, Nikhil.
Thank you very much, Dr. J. Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hari Subramanian, represent Colruyt Group, and we also do investments through our Chorus investment vehicle. So we are a Belgian headquartered company. So we already have made quite a bit of investments here in India in few sectors, in conscious consumer, energy mobility, and also in healthy living. I'm happy to be part of the ISF. So I truly see there's an opportunity where we can take our startup founders and give them market access in Belgium, preferably because that's where we have a lot of connect in that. So looking forward to find a way how I can play a role to help the society here in India, at the same time connect both Belgium and India in the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So I've been part of ISF for the last 9 months. We conducted the largest investor event in Bangalore, Madanhalli, and before that we did a series of Investor Connect events, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad, one in Pune, and we have a host of events coming up in the future. So, if you're a startup and you're looking for funding, you're looking for mentoring, you're looking for industry connect, this is the place you want to go to. Come register and, make the best use of ISF as a platform to grow your business, to scale your business.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tapasvi Krishna Katragadda, consultant pulmonologist at Gleneagles Hospitals, Lakdikapul. I'm here with Angels Investors. Thanks to Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu for getting me here. So we got interested in AI in healthcare with some devices which make our lives much more easier. And if technology could help our sisters and doctors, the specialists who are more specialized in caring for the patients when they're unable to be there, it would deliver better care to our patients who are in the ICU or who are in the wards. So that's how AI could connect junior doctors and senior doctors better. If I'm not even in my OPD, AI could connect my patients' breath sounds to me. This is the possibility I saw with AI and startups. So that's the reason I'm here with angel investors. That's how we got into this. Would like to contribute better with ideas and with mentoring other startups, especially healthcare startups. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I'm Dr. Ravindranath, Chairman of Global University Foundation. This is a university for health, life sciences, technology, and innovation. One of the very specialized university focused on innovation to democratize the healthcare for India. This university will be starting soon. As part of this university, innovation is the central pillar. As part of that, we announced today Innovation Fund along with the Succeed. The like-minded people, including me, are going to fund this. This Innovation Fund will definitely help technology innovations in healthcare, life sciences. You all know India is a large country with a 1.4 billion population. The current way of increasing healthcare costs we can't afford. No matter how many trillions we become, it is a distant possibility of 100% affordability of healthcare in this country. The only way is to democratize healthcare. The only way we can democratize healthcare is bringing healthcare costs down by innovations in our own country for our own people. So there are many, both health and life sciences put together, innovations using technology can bring down the cost. The many areas like preventive healthcare is a very, very important area. Then proactive diagnosis, and before the disease onsets, we should diagnose and reduce the cost of healthcare and improve the outcomes. And also curative healthcare also can be reduced, cost can be reduced, because today we are importing huge amounts of devices, implants, materials and medicines. All that can be done in this country. I have to say hats off to our pharma industry, which has reduced the cost of medicines in this country. That's why we are able to afford even today what we are doing. Same way we should do in devices, in implants and in disposables. So if we can do all these things, the cost can be reduced by at least 30-40%. Same way, using technology, we can have an early diagnosis, so we can bring down the cost of healthcare significantly. So we don't need to spend huge money on curative healthcare. So all these things are actually, if you look at it today, one of the major costs, a major reason for indebtedness of our middle class and becoming bankrupt is healthcare. One of the family member becoming ill due to serious illness, the whole family becomes bankrupt. This, even government is aware of that. I think it's very important. Government, private sector, innovation, whoever is involved in innovation, healthcare, everybody should get along with a support funding. It's possible in the next decade or so we can achieve significant progress in affordable healthcare in this country. That's what we need in this country. Democratizing healthcare is the mantra for future, because healthcare and education are the two eyes of this nation. And that's why we have to focus on these two areas. Government has to support in these areas, Government has liberalized all the rules and regulations and help the nation to build very good ecosystem for innovations in the country so that we can democratize healthcare. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today's series event opens up an eye, that we are in the process of building a mega fund, and all credit goes to Jay Chaudhary and team. It's a fantastic concept. India will be a kind of a source for a lot of global startups to come, look at for funding, mentoring, starting their initiatives in India and create employment for the local. There's a huge opportunity. I thank Jay Chaudhary for initiating this. It's going to go a long way, and India will be positioned as a global startup hub with our strengths that we are going to offer in future.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see all the investors to come to this event. In fact, many of them, like Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary and N.T. Chaudhary, they all agreed to put more money, 100 crores, 50 crores kind of money they're investing. That means they are seeing that Succeed Innovation Fund, we are doing very well as a fund. In addition to that, as you asked India Startup Foundation, what we have done so far, it's only 1 year story. In 1 year, thousands of startups came to our ISF platform and all of them are becoming successful. Then afterwards I was talking to Balaji Reddy, why can't we create the Y Combinator plus in India? Because India is a big market today. Where is the market in America? Where is the market in China? Where is the market in other European countries? India is a big market. And all the startups across the pan-India, now they're growing exponentially. So we want to catch this wave when it is rising. And that's where, me and Vamsiram Builders, we are planning to set up ultra-modern Y Combinator plus with the funding, with the mentoring, with the market access. All that is going to come. And initially it will be in Hyderabad. Afterwards we will extend this facility to other cities like Bangalore, Pune, Delhi and all that. Our aim is whoever comes to our whatever the ecosystem, they have to be successful. Once they come into our fold, automatically the valuation should go up and their more customers should call on them, and that is the kind of thing we are planning to do. And all the elements like venture studio will be there, maybe a Shark Tank kind of a facility also we are planning to have. More importantly, most of the startups, they die without having the business. So for business, how do they get the business? We are going to have the experts who are good in European market, good in the American market, good in the Australian market, good in the Indian market. They will guide them which are those companies, how they can navigate and get new customers. I think customer access is going to be the key thing which we are going to establish here, and we are going to create many successful startups. Many of them are going to become billion-dollar companies. More than the money, they are going to create a lot of jobs for this great nation. That is the project that is going to be ISF plus, which we will be launching in the new year 2024. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So we are an instant diagnosis test kit, which can be done anywhere, anytime with your smartphones. So we want to be giving this to elderly or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time. So it will help and identify early diseases which might affect some serious issues like UTI, maternity health, early pregnancy and miscarriage, etc. So in this product, there is a dipstick like this, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it comes into contact with urine, there will be some color changes in these pads, and based on these color changes, there will be different biomarkers values. These different biomarker values will be defining your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as abnormalities. We are using AI to just generalize everything, every environmental condition, every phone. So different phone has different sensors, different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where this little yellow. at my home it's little dark. At some other place it will be some other color. So we use AI technology to transform all the images to in a uniform and generalized way, where we can use these colors and identify it and give the more accurate results to the users.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are the cybersecurity company, like we're a cybersecurity startup working in the web application and API security domain. So the problem statement that we are trying to solve here is like we have seen there is a lot of digitalization is going on everywhere, and all the companies are now migrating it from the on-prem version to the cloud. So the risk associated to those applications and APIs are also increasing. And we have seen so many cyber attacks are happening on a day-to-day basis. There are multiple frauds are happening, and the hackers are able to exploit those applications and APIs in a very easy format. So if anyone wants to enter in your organization, the applications and the APIs are always the first point of contact for them, same like the hacker or same for the users. So they can sit anywhere in the world, they can come to your application from the website, and whatever the security loopholes that they can find inside them, they can able to exploit. And we are getting like so many updates about these kind of security flaws on a day-to-day basis, which we need to update on a regular aspect in order to keep ourselves more secure from the latest cyber attacks. So this is a challenge that we have identified in the existing solutions which are there in the market. First of all, there is no Make in India product in this segment. We have been competing with the companies coming from US and Israel, and they are mainly focusing on the detection side. So they don't have anything when it comes to the fixing of those security flaws which we have identified in those applications and APIs. So what we are trying to solve here is like we have created our own Make in India indigenous homegrown solution with the name ThreadSpy, and we call it as a developer first AppSec management platform. So the focus is only to the developers, and we wanted to see like how the developers identify, like it need to be go to the developers because they are the only ones who will going to find and fix the vulnerabilities. And in those applications and APIs in a proactive manner, we give all those loopholes to the organizations through the dashboards, and it is easily been available to the developers on that side. So once these loopholes are being identified, then we are prioritizing them on the reachability framework, which is one step further to the CVSS, and then we help the teams to fix those particular flaws automatically. So now the product can get easily integrated to your CI/CD pipeline, and the security need to be implemented by the design, and this is the focus where we are coming with this product, and we are implementing it throughout the design itself. So you don't need to wait for the product to go in the production environment and then it will going to fix the vulnerability, because the cost is always high, and in the same scenario your users will going to affect if there is any kind of a downtime associated to your application. So what we do in that scenario is like we integrate our application or product directly to your pipelines, and that way you can scan them whenever you are changing anything inside the code, and we will be able to fix those flaws in a proactive manner. So this is the complete the homegrown solution, and we are trying to solve this problem in a more robust way. So we are well been recognized by the IIT Kanpur, the National COE, the Data Security Council of India, and the MIT, and they are being helping us in positioning our product to the global market, and we are being able to do it. And so the thing that we are trying to come up in the upcoming months is like we will be adding some more capability to our product, and that's where we will be increasing its robustness and trying to the vision is to make ourselves a global leader in this domain, not only serve the Indian customers, but also we can serve the customers who are coming all over the globe. And so far we were able to grab like a good amount of customers on the various segments, like from the government, fintechs, edtechs, not from India and even from out of India. So from the different set of LAC countries and from European countries. And this is where we were able to make the change and show the teams like this is something very unique in the approach in identification, and same goes for the fixing of the vulnerabilities. Yeah. So this is all about us. Like if you want to try our product, you can come to our website www.secureorg.com. You can sign up there and you can get a 14 days of a free trial to explore this product and give it a try to your organization and see how it can help you to minimize the gaps in a more proactive way and more faster than what you have seen in the existing solutions. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
To To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are Cure.ai and it's a 7-year-old startup looking at solving the problem of radiologists, shortage of radiologists across the world. And we read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment. And by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease such as TB is not spread in the community. The person going back will be aware that they have tuberculosis, and they'll come back and they'll start their treatment, they'll isolate themselves. And similarly, we are also working on lung health, stroke, fractures, other areas, and we are expanding. The aim is to basically make healthcare accessible and affordable across the world. We are already present in 85 plus countries, and we are trained on a huge data set on 1 billion plus images. So the future is headed towards complementing what clinicians are doing. There's a lot of workload on them already. So this is to assist them and make healthcare more easy, affordable across the world. A lot of policies being formed across the world right now, and there are some countries that do have some regulations, and while others don't. I will just say at this point of time that it's not something to be afraid of, but to have more set rules, security concerns around it, in terms of policy solved, and I think from there it can move in a positive direction. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are based out of Gurgaon, and we is a startup, 7-year startup, and we have grown from very small ideation to up to 350 recently, and we are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all 3 ecosystem, payers, providers, and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI-enabled technology, how the ecosystem, the patient journey can be enabled, on the disease management program. There are a lot of disease management programs are there. How we can engage the audience, how we can improve their performance, and for a particular provider, how we improve their efficiencies. Like using AI-enabled technology, which will nudge the automated ways to different segment of patients. Like if I will say example, I'm a diabetic patient and I want to cover the entire journey. We will nudge them, or will send a reminder or ways that you have something which is planned, scheduled. You can visit this, and how was your journey in all those point of it. So it's like a combination of AI plus data, which is we have getting from all the hospitals or all the different providers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
MSense is providing automated quality inspection in manufacturing using its AI-powered digital eyes and digital ears. If you really want to correlate with how it goes with human beings, right? So whatever humans are able to do the inspection by using their eyes, that's what we can automate using our digital eyes. And digital ears is more for inspection by listening to sound. So whatever humans are using their ears for doing any quality inspection by listening to sound, we can actually do that automation. Right now we are very much focused on the automotive manufacturing. We have inspected more than 10 million vehicles
with zero outflows from our inspection stations. We have been winners of innovation challenges from Mahindra, Maruti Suzuki, Renault Nissan, and in fact our product was adjudged as a best quality solution award by Honda two-wheelers. Right? We are very unique in terms of providing our digital ES product. Nobody is there having the production ready deployments by doing inspection using sound. We started MSense in 2018 with the motive of really enabling the manufacturing sector to strengthen their quality, having a very comprehensive inspection solution. If you really look at the overall inspection market, it is growing at 8% per annum, and it is expected to be $27 billion market globally. So that's how. So we are three founders, myself, Shiv Shankar, Surekha Gupta, who takes care of our business development as a CBO, and Vipin Agrawal, who is our CTO. He is based out of California. See, as of today, we are bootstrapped. We started, as I said, we are 5 years old company. We are bootstrapped. We are surviving on the revenues. But yes, we do have plans to grow in India and also go across India. We are looking at US and Japan market. Maybe in another 2 years time, we want to go global and be profitable in 25-26 financial year. Yeah, thank you. If you would like to, yeah, thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
MyStartup is world's first visual web browser, visual document reader, and visual dictionary. So what it does differently, it provides you the visual meaning. So the question is why we have built that. In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And you know, in India, 90% of people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing, and understanding. But 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like, you know, you're reading a newspaper, or you're doing web browsing, or you're getting a bill, or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept. Also, we are providing an AI-based ad network that helps all the publisher or content creator or app developer to monetize their space and earn extra money. I'm very excited about this AI opportunity that I'm right now over here, because in India, AI community is growing. And with the help of AI, we can solve a lot of things. We can solve a lot of the problem of edtech, healthcare, agriculture. So I think over the time, India will really become a thriving economy and ecosystem with this opportunity that is being created in AI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud, and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently, we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that, you know, if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi.
We have Mr. Sandeep Lodha with us from NetWeb. Thank you, Mr. Lodha, for your time. Could you please tell MyStartuptv about a little bit about your company? What are the problems that you're trying to solve through AI, and a little bit about the solution?
Right. So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do, that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. we delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that, you know, if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
Would you like to comment on the AI ecosystem, startup ecosystem in general, the opportunities, threat, kind of policies you'd like to see, and especially the talent which works?
Right. So the advantage of AI, we are talking about AI, and AI is actually nothing but, it is going to expand more. It just started. We talk about learning market. Learning market is no more slowing down. I see that accelerating further. After the learning market, we do have the inferencing market, and then there is a lot of requirement which is coming up. There are voice related stuff, there are NLM related stuff, LLM chatbots which are coming up, more intelligent chatbots. The kind of opportunity is also there, and I see a lot of startups picking up those opportunities and trying to come with the products and solutions. There are real life cases and problems which are there which AI can solve today, and I see some of these startups which have displayed out in this show also. They do have a good product line, and they are trying to address some of them. I'm sure this is growing, and they are going to have a lot of advantages as soon as their application starts working and get more adopted, right? And talent, I guess there's a huge amount of talent out there. A little bit of directions and other stuff we need to finalize as they go, but that shouldn't be a problem. I think eventually they will find their way out.
Thank you, Lodha, for your time, Mr. Lodha, for your time, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program. And we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. So all the news that gets published on our application is verified by the AI algorithms that we've set. So we've built our own LLM models that do all of these processes. Moving forward with this generation, because the kind of lifestyle we are living, nobody has the time to go through long articles. And we prefer having engaging videos. So that is how, and that is the reason why we've actually built up the application wherein the informative content or the news comes either in the bite-sized information or as video formats. So it's fun, factual and engaging for the audience. It's a B2C product. It's available on Google Play Store and App Store. So people can download and engage with the news articles. And as a long-term vision, we are trying to combat and contribute basically to the SDG Goal 4 and Goal 16, wherein we are moving forward and looking forward to a news-informed and well-literate society. So the impact that the society has, the kind of impact that general public has with the news information, it gets better, and there's no fake or deep fake news information that they're actually going to adapt.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Neuron provides the complete end-to-end platform for generative AI enablement for enterprises. What we do is we solve problem from data curation to data activation to model building and fine-tuning to application inference ending and application in various use cases like credit co-pilot, equity co-pilot, in generation of automated reports. We also work with a lot of social impact companies in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure development, e-commerce sector. So these are the various sectors we enable large companies for. We are working with all the marquee names in India as well as abroad. One of a very large fashion brand store which has 200 retail outlets in India, what we had created was for their retail partners, we had created a co-pilot which enables them to talk to the clients, process documentation documented into that co-pilot, which the retail outlet sales people and growth people can talk to, learn from that. So intent was to create a homogeneous knowledge base across the retail outlets, having the same kind of growth platform, having the same kind of content that is being talked about with respect to the clients and customers. One of the use cases that we have solved for another company is in terms of credit lending. What we do is we create a knowledge base out of all the repository of client documentation that they have created, and our automated bot, it gives question and answers on the possibility of what is the journey this client should take, what are the various underwriting deviations that might be with respect to the policy, and also what are the mitigations so that the larger amount of loan can be enabled for this SME, consumer loan, or any other enterprise disbursals. Definitely, we are a growth company. We are working with a lot of partners like the Ministry of METI. We are working with NASSCOM. We are official partners of NVIDIA as well. So we have a lot of GPU enablement with us. We are growing with respect to the talent pool. Also, we are currently 25 people. We hope to grow to 100 people by the end of next year. We are also growing our customer base in India across sectors, from financial services, e-commerce, legal and contractual laws, audit policies. So various sectors that we are growing in, and we want to enable large enterprises with faster and resourceful enablement of the AI and services. Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are a pioneering agriculture generative AI company, and we have been working in developing AI ML solution for Indian agriculture for 4 years. What we are trying to build is something where Indian farmers struggle the most. That's like knowledge gap. We have many agriculture institutes, Vigyan Kendra, and everyone producing huge amount of knowledge, but this knowledge never reaches to the farmer because the farmer has literacy and language barrier and a different type of problem like that. And what we're trying to do is we are trying to solve this problem by bringing AI, which is a multilingual, voice-based, conversational co-pilot for farmers. Now, this co-pilot in our application that we have built, farmer can select a language, click a button, and they can just have a conversation with the whole knowledge base that has been created by all this renowned institute, and can answer directly to the farmer's question in the language they can understand in simplified way. So this is what we are doing and we are building. We have also built our own large language model that is built on very specifically on Indian agriculture practices, and which is bilingual Hindi and English. So we can easily use this large language models to provide the solution for the farmers' questions and their queries. And our plan is to start adding more features, not just the advisories and knowledge. We also want to start integrating live market prices, analytics. For example, farmer can just ask a question like, hey, I have grapes to sell in Nasik Mandi. What was the price yesterday? Or what was the average price in January? Or which month has the base prices? All type of analytics can be also asked as a question in voice through AI, and AI will reply back in the same language in audio format so they can have a conversation. And we want to add more of those things, and we also want to integrate this particular solution into the private organization so we can also start delivering their own knowledge base.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
The problem what we are trying to solve is the insurance problem. We are a health and insurtech platform where we are trying to solve the reach of the insurance not just by the retail but also the corporate sector. We have several of the platforms which we start with different products. Say for example Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies and take the policy. Obviously it will help the clients to have a better policy structure, also have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health. That's for the retail patients, retail clients I would say. But on the other hand, we also have a corporate sector platform such as Mio as well as Osys. Osys and Mio, these are the platforms for the corporate to either underwrite a particular policy, get the quotes in the live mode as well as negotiate with the insurers. The Mio is the corporate sales pitch, where we will have all the different insurers coming at one platform. The corporate can have their say in which policy they want to have, what kind of a budgeting do they have, what kind of a benefits do they want. All those are incorporated into the Mio sales. Mio is also a platform where you see variety of a sales representative coming at a one platform, monitor them, see the notifications, see the leads they have generated, see the progress of the leads. So that is our Mio. We have a platform called as Alfred, which is a claims processing platform. In the claims processing, we do pre-authorization till the end of the entire claim processing, which is either the payment of the claim or the further query and getting the queries resolved. That's our Alfred platform. At the end of the conversation, I would say that the entire platform is built for the insurance and healthcare sector, where we offer full stack offers, starting with the insurance sales, insurance processing, claims modification, product building. Product building, we have a product called as products, which will help you to design a particular product based on your needs for your corporates or your insurers. So that's in general. The problem so far we have addressed is we have managed to have more than 5 lakh claims processed. We have more than 50 lakh proposals verified as well as underwritten through our platforms. That's in general for us. We are present here out of India. Headquartered is based out of Gurgaon, but we are also present in MENA countries as well as Southeast Asia. For the future plans, what we want to do is invest in the talent, as mentioned. We are constantly hiring, especially we have internships starting up to the leadership positions. We keep on hiring from the different institutes. That's one part. We want to invest more into the technical aspect, the data science area. We want to build more and more data scientists. We have more than 50 so far, but down the line we'll have ML engineers, data science, as well as people who can handle a big data, so that if we decide to go for the LLM model building in-house, we should have that capacity. Regionally also, we are trying to expand out of India. So we will be investing in Middle East as well as Southeast Asia. That's our long-term goal. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are showcasing a unique product today. We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI. And with this solution, we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages, which means a person speaking in English now can communicate to a student which is learning in Gujarati or Marathi or any of their local languages. And similarly, if the student wants to ask a question in Marathi, it can translate automatically in English to the teacher. So first time we are showcasing a person-to-person multilingual communication over video conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the whole idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes. A simple meeting starts with getting into LinkedIn profile, then opening your email, searching for that person, opening CRM, searching for that person. It takes around 30 minutes, and most of the times you get distracted by notifications or a new mail or something else. Our goal is to reduce that clutter, get you a one-page summary of everything that you should need for every meeting. So it gives you all the recent emails with that person, a conversation starters like what to say, what not to say about this person, and then how can you get you the data that is relevant to build ice-breaking situations. How can I tell you, people buy from people. Technically people buy from people, not from companies. How well you connect with that person relates to the business. That's what we help them build a better rapport with relevant data right in their fingertips. And this is a 4-year-old company, as I told you. The whole goal of our product currently is to get into organizations where consistently we want to prep them for every meetings. We have 3,500 companies using our product all across the world. Quite a good amount of companies come from US and Latin America and India at the moment. Going forward, our AI actually generates these insights. Our AI generates these insights for what to say, what not to say, what is this kind of person. So for example, is this person a straightforward person? You would like to tell him not stories, but get to the point faster. If this person is a decisive guy, you should be able to get the financial part of it out quickly and then get to the business. So our goal is to give you that information through our AI so that you have better insights for every meeting. We plan to grow with a new enterprise product that we are launching. We would like to get into an organization and build an AI model within that organization based on the systems and data that they have. So for example, very recently we worked with a company which does financial inclusions. So for example, how much of person this company has given to us? When is the next renewal? You don't have to open another application or another tab for this, but they should be able to do it right inside the application. That's a one-page summary that we do for every meeting. We work with the data that is already out there, not the data that we can generate out of the blue. So in the responsible AI situation that we are talking about, we don't go beyond what is there in the public domain. So we don't go to your Facebook profile and see whether you have a cat or not. Our goal is to say, are you a person that I should be able to communicate in a better level with the data that is out there in public. So for example, the generative AI that we are talking about figures out what kind of word choice you use in your LinkedIn profile or any other profiles to tell you what kind of person you are. That's the generative AI piece that we are working on. So we don't go beyond privacy levels. We don't want to cross any privacy levels when we are working with other person's data. So that's where we are looking at. So hopefully we'll do a lot more with the generative AI coming stuff. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
India has a huge leaky bucket problem when it comes to women's participation in the workforce. While 50% of Indian graduates are women, their numbers dwindle dramatically as women rise up in their respective careers. So there is a need for organizations to pay more attention to ensure women continue to work. So retention is a focus. And how Sama solves for this is by coming into the space with a data-driven, AI-enabled workforce where we help organizations figure out why women are dropping off from the workforce and then help them plug those gaps. If you look at just like the opportunity, we are actually catering to 50% of the country's population. A report by UN says that India's economy will triple by 2030 if only we are able to fix the gender gap in the workforce, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. So given that we are just a year into, we see the next year to be the most exciting part of our work. We are looking at investing heavily in machine learning and AI to really build a more robust model that removes any kind of bias when we are having conversations about women in the workforce. So we're going to invest heavily in technology and product, and we have our product roadmap ready for the next year. We are also hoping to build a diverse and inclusive team ourselves with about onboarding 10 to 12 members in the coming year. So while I feel like that the government of India and overall there have been many more conversations around women in the workforce now, there is actually so much more that needs to be done in terms of policy enablement. And if there could be, and I'm not sure whether if this problem could be solved by a quota, but basically some sort of a policy that puts in equal weightage on women's participation in the workforce and making organizations in some way responsible for having more women. The BRSR data, which top 1,000 companies have to currently declare, helps a little bit because you have to talk about the gender ratio in the organization, but the scope needs to be expanded to all organizations and not just the 1,000 companies that have. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are in the business of securing the AI systems of the world. Everyone in the world is using the AI systems, and one of the critical issues is that how safe and secure they are. We are solving this problem, which is going to be the billion-dollar problem going forward. As the AI becomes a trillion-dollar economy, the $1 billion will be spent on securing these AI systems, and this is the problem that we are solving. We started our journey in the May 2022 last year, where we have built up a technology to assess the security vulnerabilities of the AI systems, and now we have built up a technology also to solve the security issues across any kind of a model, any kind of applications that you are building. For an example, if you are building a computer vision based applications which is to detect a pedestrian or detect an asset, how it can be secured in runtime. That's what we do. And that means that if you are going also for the Gen AI applications, we also identify the security issues and safeguard the generative AI application. So basically we build a guardrail and firewall which is there. And to enable this particular technology, we also use the AI in the backend. So it's an AI assisted security assessment of the AI model. And this is essentially a way that we solve this big problem. Now going forward, as we see that across the world that the AI regulations are coming, and every country is mandating how to have the safe, secure and trustworthy AI. And what we do is that we provide the tools and a means for organizations to ensure that their AI systems are secure. That's what we do. I have a 25-member engineering team, all are based in India, and we have 40+ patents which are there. So the solution which we have made is made in India for the world, and I have 40+ customers across the globe who are using it. That's about the AI Shield. That's a great question. So in the next 12 months, we are going to double down on our growth in terms of customer acquisitions as well. And when we do this customer acquisitions, we will also have to ramp up our team. So we are looking for the talented young Indian engineers who wants to really make a dent in the world, that how we can secure the AI systems, because this is going to be the very big problem, and India has a great talent in the cybersecurity and AI, and this will be the great intersections that we are looking. And then essentially going forward, when all the countries, including the OECDs, G7 and G20, when they have talked about that the AI regulations and security aspects, we were at the forefront throughout this particular journey, where we have helped the organizations and countries across the world to lay down this policy framework of security of AI. And now going forward, we will see that the fruits where it is mandated, and then our technology is really put into the hands of organization to enforce this particular policies, and also have that faith and trust from the customers who wants to adopt the AI. And this 12 months is going to be a very exciting journey, and it's going to be the inflection point for all of us. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
we are based out of Bangalore, and we started Never Install about 2.5 years back. The core problem that we wanted to solve was of computing as a utility. So what we are doing is we are reinventing computing. In the way that today people pay for their internet or phone bills, we want computing to be a utility where you just pay for the computing usage that you have. And as part of building that, what we are doing is we are putting your entire computer in your browser, and not only are we doing that, and we are making it a lot more intelligent. So operating systems have been sort of isolated sandboxes where applications just do things by themselves. What we are trying to do with our AI Copilot is specifically build the intelligence into the operating system. So imagine something like Windows Copilot, but 100x better, works across every operating system, be it Windows, Android, Linux, and it exists just inside the layer without intruding your workflows, but also assisting in every particular application. So the application developer doesn't need to build the AI capability because our system comes with it. So even if you build any application that is not AI first, just by that software running in our system, it will have the AI capabilities integrated. Over the past 2 years, we've been building out the product in public. We've grown from 0 to about 8 lakh users all across the world. 195 countries out of 196 countries have tried Never Install. And we've done this without spending $1 of marketing money. The next 12 months for us is more about actually doubling down the thesis and the product that we've been building. It's more about getting business customers. It's about expanding to a couple of other geographies, specifically Latin America, Middle East. And in terms of policy, what we are doing on the AI side is coming up with very specific use case persona based features which would help more marginal people leverage the value from our platform, specifically students in their engineering who are taking engineering courses or say using any hardware intensive applications. So we are doubling down on that, be it design students or say software engineering students. So that will be a lot more in the next 12 months. Thanks for having me. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We started in 2019 at the dawn of post the transformer revolution that created GPT, and we are based primarily in Chennai. We are a small team, and we have some folks in Bangalore. And the problem we solve is we help folks create content, basically globalize, localize, and personalize all their content, including video and audio. So you can take reduce the painstaking work of, let's say, taking a long form video. It could be a 1 hour webinar and distilling it down to short form bites that's consumable across any language and targeting any demographic. So that's how we leverage AI to do that. 12 years, we are growing rapidly, so we intend to double our team in the next year. But we are kind of small, so we are a bootstrap company. We have not taken any external investment. We are growing through our own revenues. And so we expect to double our team next year. In terms of policy making, we are just observing. We are passive observers. AI is going to be the AI transformation is going to be the most definitive transformation of our lifetime. So we have to be incredibly careful with AI and the benefits and risks it poses. In terms of policy making, I think that general safeguards around we are all in agreement that the technology, let's say we are doing dubbing on our platform, that can be misused. That can be used to create fake information out there, like disinformation out there. And so general guidance on safeguards around that, I think is beneficial to every player in the industry. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Duke is basically a IoT based company, right? So we are a software as a service. So we are working in real time location services called RTLS. So we have diversified customers, right? So we work for operational efficiency. The problem that the companies are facing as of today is when it comes to operation is lack of visibility, as well as what do you call, right? There is lack of visibility, there is lack of productivity, which owing to that, because you don't have insights on where your key assets are. So we are tackling this problem by providing you a solution where you can get track of all your assets on real time basis. Your assets can be your people, your heavy equipment machinery, your vehicles, or any of high asset value, right? So what we are doing is we are catering to all the industries. So we have been working closely with various FMCG companies, automobile companies, as well as oil and gas sector. So our co-founding team comes from a diverse background. They are all basically from oil and gas, as well as working in some other organizations as well. So we are, as a market, we are targeting targeting India as well as Middle East as of today. So we have already expanded to Middle East. When it comes to market capturing and market, so the market in terms of where in the space which we deal in is growing at a pace of $4 billion CAGR by 2025. So we want to you want to become a go-to place when it comes to your operational efficiency. So we are forming digital transformation in that module, right? So now coming to what we are expecting out of the government and our future. So we are building we look at making more digitalization efforts when it comes to your operations, because you have your finance, you have HR and different domains which are covered under your digitalization. But when it comes to operations, there is some lag. So we want to target that and bring digitalization when it comes to your operational, increasing your efficiency. We expect that more and more initiatives by the government will be taken towards digitalization of say government sector, as well as the private sector will follow the suit. So this is what we project and plan to become a global leader as well as market leader, especially in India, when it comes to your operational efficiency and digital transformation on your operation side. Yeah. Our company started off in 2016, so we are around say 7 to 8 years old, and I can proudly say that we have at least created a niche in the market. So doing what we do, we have created very close partnerships with one of the top-notch companies, be it Cisco, be it Microsoft, be it HP, you name it, and we have a good partnerships with them. So we have become ISVs for all these companies, and they vouch for us. So this is how we have created a mark for ourselves when it comes to being a startup only. We have created a mark for ourselves, and we have built what we are today. Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
It is primarily working on imaging diagnostics for breast cancer grading. For any cancer treatment, especially for breast cancer grading, the CAP report is needed, grading report is needed, which is identifying the severity and abnormality of the breast cancer on pathology images. It is called histology grading. Our system automates entire cancer grading, the pathology automation workflow, which include multiple biomarkers. So we get the digital biopsy slides from the hospital, which will need to be digitized using our AI pipeline. Our system identifies the abnormalities and everything, and it gives the CAP report, which is reducing the time frame of right now it is 5 to 7 days, which is reducing to 45 minutes. That's the automation kind of automation we work on. It is a B2B platform. which helps hospitals and labs, cancer hospitals, pathology labs, cost and time. So this is our system.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are working towards AI for all, where every domain area we are implementing AI, we are integrating AI without writing even a single line of code. That is a problem we are solving, because in this particular world of artificial intelligence, most of the innovations are happening with the programming language in the background, whether it is Python programming, whether it is C programming, whether it is XYZ programming language. So people are working, writing codes and developing the solutions. But what about other domain area students or professionals, like people from agriculture, people from pharmaceutical sciences, people from management, people from marketing, people from law, people from commerce and basic sciences? These are the people who are forming the chunk of our education system, but they are left out from the AI stream altogether. So let us help them out. Mystic Mind is working very hard to integrate AI in their domain area with very specific inputs without writing even a single line of code. They can implement the complete AI project and they can solve their problems themselves without depending on any IT professional to help them out with the data insights. They can do it themselves. That is where Mystic Mind come into picture. So here we have various modules available, like we do have workshops, hands-on workshops, where they will be working on their domain area, their use cases, their data set, their success. Similarly, they can go for 1 to 6 months of internship and 6 months of online certificate course.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a data-centric AI company. And what I mean by that, that a lot of companies which are trying to build AI usually struggle with the training data sets. That how do you make the AI accurate? How do you make sure that the AI complies with ethical requirements and the responsible AI requirements? So that is where the data which is being used to train the AI model plays a very vital role. We as a company has been helping the AI teams to collect these data sets. We also provide a platform where the data can be anonymized to take care of the privacy concerns and the sensitive information which needs to be protected. It also comes with a programmatic data labeling platform which can be used to keep the whole AI training process much more efficient and scalable to support some of the largest problems that needs to be solved with AI. So that's what we have been doing for AI teams globally.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Invenix is a UK founded company with offices in London, India and Canada. So we are a tech focused company, both into products and solution. We have recently, like yesterday, we launched an app for the Indian market called Apna AI. So this is an app which is trying to solve the problem of bringing AI to the end user, to the last mile of users, right from the urban users to the people in the rural areas. So the problem that we're trying to solve is at this today's world where AI is rapidly kind of evolving and kind of becoming like the superpower, we feel that the common people of India may be left behind, or it may be too late for them to get used to AI before AI can start coming in the way of their jobs or things like that. So I think it's the right time for them to feel empowered to use AI so that they can be ready for the future workforce. So with this in mind,
we are trying to solve this problem where we want to create an app, a multilingual app for India, where they can easily use AI, not really bothering about the complexities of how to use it, but using it for both for the fun element, but also for some specific use cases like legal or like looking for funding opportunities from the government and things like that. So with that in mind, we have launched an app. It's a mobile app available on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store, which anyone can download. And this app is now available in 4 languages: English, Hindi, Bengali, and Marathi, and more languages to come soon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
In SecureTech, we are trying to solve a problem wherein we have seen that there are dynamic changes in the cybersecurity industry. Now, the bigger question is how to identify all those breaches. The new cyber attacks are happening globally. We at SecureTech are using AI and ML technologies to identify all those events, security events, which are happening on a regular basis within your entire IT infrastructure. And using AI and ML technology, we are able to identify all those events within your infrastructure, and this will create a attacks and within your infrastructure, and we are able to identify all those attacks, and in a real time we can share these attack as an incident to our customer to automatically respond to those attacks as well. And this AI and ML technology we are using to identify all those hidden parameters within your infrastructure. Which can be a hindrance to identify all those breaches within your infrastructure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Chipweb Technologies is a design company. We provide all design hardware and software design solutions like electronic product design, PCB design, embedded system design, VLSI design services, and IoT services, 3D enclosure design, artificial intelligence based solutions, and mobile app development solutions, website development, search engine optimization solutions. Like that, we provide services. We are based out of Mohali, Ambala, and Karnal, Haryana and Punjab.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
At Intellilabs, we are trying to reduce the food wastage at the farmer and the mandi end. So a lot of food comes in, a lot of fruits and vegetables, they come to the mandis, and based on certain parameters, they get graded and sorted. And the remaining produce is either thrown out, or it's sold off to at a very low cost. And in the current market situation, what is happening is labor actually sees and observes the fruit visually, and then quality assaying is done based on some parameters. But now this thing introduces a lot of bias, because this is a perspective based analysis, and every person has a different view and perspective of a fruit or vegetable. So what we do is we have introduced AI based quality assaying using a set of cameras and adding intelligence to the entire hardware, and we are trying to achieve a high throughput and quality and precision of entire grading. We have also added a layer of standard parameters which can be similar across several mandis and wholesalers, retailers, etc. How we have generalized this entire concept is by using state-of-the-art AI models, large language models, stable diffusion models to generate data. And yes, as I'm speaking about the reduction of food wastage as well, So same thing happens at our factory, where we also do a couple of testing with lot of material. So after the incorporation of this new technology, stable diffusion, we are able to create synthetically data for training our models, and that's how we have grown and sustained in this industry.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are a company based out of Bombay, and we've been active since the last 7 years. We are primarily a research and development team, and we've been focusing on multiple domains in AI across the landscape since the last couple of years. The company has been active since the last 7 years, and we've been actively researching since the last 4 or 5 years, doing foundational research in most domains. We are a research team. We have been working across the board, and what we identified is that in the defense sector especially, there is a huge dearth of reliable, sustainable AI technologies that we can use and deploy on field practically. So using that as our compass, we've been developing a lot of technologies which are computer vision based and even NLP and audio based to work with our defense arms, our armed forces, our intelligence forces, however they need to deploy. So it's quite a huge problem, and the great thing is that our country has opened up the doors, and they're very accepting in the last couple of years of startups, right, which has made it easier for us to approach officials, government officials and people from the armed forces and present them with solutions and ideas on how they can be using AI. One of the first things that we solved was with respect to recognizing faces of people even when they are wearing a mask. This had obviously been quite a problem during the stone pelting phase in Kashmir, and it's still a problem because a lot of India has a huge insurgency problem that has, while it has been contained, but it still exists. So along with that, we built a lot of other image and video processing tools that allow us to build a camera security system, a comprehensive system that can work in the field for bases and for intelligence forces and even for investigative procedures actually. And this can all be run locally without the use of APIs that are on the internet or from large service providers. I think it's fair enough to say that in today's day everyone is looking at generative AI, and we are obviously not far from it, right? We are looking at generative AI and how it can be used in multiple fields. There are certain things that we are doing in the defense sector right now and experimenting on how generative AI can be used. Aside from that, we have been exploring on natural language processing and fake news detection actually. So that's another huge area which I think we all need to be focusing on, because dissemination of misinformation is very rampant. In terms of policies, I think the country is already moving in many right directions, but I think there are two phases that we should always focus on. One is in AI ethics and security, data security and data privacy. I think that's a very important issue which sometimes gets underserved, and the people in the AI and the people in the know what we can and cannot do with the data. So it's really scary for us. And the other part where I really think that the country should be looking at especially is generating our own indigenous data. We are a huge, massive population, but the amount of indigenous data that we have, based on which we can enable startups to create their own models, is very limited compared to the West or even China for that matter. So that is one place where we are sorely lacking. Thank you so much. It was nice talking to you guys.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
our company basically solves the problems of farmer for identification of crop disease as well as pest. So we have built a machine learning model that is trained with more than 86,000 images. On the basis of that, we identify 13 different types of pest, 20 different types of crop disease. So our solution is based on WhatsApp. So any farmer can send us image on WhatsApp. We analyze those images, and on the basis of that, we recommend what kind of pesticides, natural or biological treatment they can use in their field. And our services are completely free of cost for the farmers. Further, we are we are building an ecosystem for the agri tech companies as well as universities, government partners, in which we are signing MOUs with the different agricultural universities as well as bringing pesticides, fertilizer companies at one place, where we are also providing drone spraying services, where we bring different drone owners to our platform, and they can provide their services to the farmer for pesticides spray. Further, we are building an insurance model where different insurance companies can get a correct estimation of the quantification of what is the damage in the crop field in the farmer on the basis of the machine learning as well as supplemented with the satellite imagery. So this is what we do in our company, Bhumi AI Solutions Private Limited. So we have a multinational team. Our team members is from USA.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are August AI. We're based in Bangalore and we started in June of 2022. A couple of us got together. Anirudh is founder and me the co-founder. We wanted to address the doctor-patient gap through an AI engine that we can build because a billion searches happen every day in terms of health searches on Google. These are generic searches and don't give personalized solutions. Relevance is low. You have to go through a couple of websites and it gives you generic information in terms of health. We are very personalized. It's literally doctor in your pocket. You can ask it anything from as rudimentary as a cold or a cough to actually easing your anxiety and understanding in terms of complex issues in health like any of the cancers. So we are an application model based on all the foundational models that are built out right now. We've used proprietary LLMs that we have for health. We've built out competition algorithms in the last 1 year to address all health issues, to make it as empathetic and sound like a doctor. It's enabled with voice and video. You can upload any voice note. It's the distribution mechanism is WhatsApp. So you simply type in or upload an image of what is happening to you or send a voice note, and within a few seconds it responds. So it's 24/7 a doctor in your pocket. Healthcare is very specific to people. Our guardrails are to make it not a doctor, but give you understanding and ease of anxiety. The team is going to grow. We are eight people right now. The great thing is we've launched it 3 months back and we've got about 20,000 users, completely organic. It's available in every language in the world. We have users from 116 countries right now. It's a global product at the end of the day. Anyone can use it. We understand and we truly believe that healthcare should be free. And this is free. It's on WhatsApp, easily accessible throughout the world. That's our plans to go, there are close to 8 billion people. We want to reach all 8 billion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To your viewers, please use August. It's called meetaugust.ai. It's on WhatsApp. It's really easy to use. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Actually, these are the current product which is in sales stage. So the name of the product is REN. It can be a mini ICU which we can keep in ambulances or in like B2C. Any customers can use it, doctors can use it for diagnostic purpose, such things. What it actually do is it does 5 things. It measures 5 things. One is respiratory rate. Along with respiratory rate, the BP, body temperature, oxygen levels, and the main thing is it can give ECG signals. There you might have seen the heavy instruments measuring ECG in hospitals, but this is a very portable device replacing that thing. And this thing, it has been currently in demand in many ambulances and many leading hospitals in India also. So apart from this device, we are integrating the data collecting from this device through APIs to any softwares. And coming to the AI part in the device, so once the data is collected, so this data is we are sending the data to cloud, and from the cloud we are sending the data to AI model. So from there, using AI models, the diagnostic part has been we are detecting the diagnostic part. Soon in future, it might replace a doctor who is diagnosing ECG reports also. So this is our goal currently.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are introducing a product name as Vanya. This will be, helping to regenerate the greenery that was, that is being lost for lot of decades on the planet. And we are also, helping farmers to create an extra income on their day-to-day growth, because the conditions of the farmers in India, it's not very good. So right now we are helping farmers economically as well by our product. So our product is MRV, which is monitoring, reporting, and verification. In this product, what we are doing is we are onboarding some small group of farmers which are having small area of lands in hectares and square feet. So what we do is we get the GPS coordinates from these farmers and feed these GPS coordinates to the satellite. Satellite in turn provide us the data which is used for calculating the carbon credits. The data that is provided by the satellite is soil organic matter, biomass, wood biomass, and other factors that helps in generating the carbon credits. So carbon credit, if you don't know it, then the carbon credit is if you are buying one carbon credit, that is I'm giving you an access to exhaust 1 ton of CO2 in your day-to-day activities. So we are generating this carbon credits, and we would be selling this credits to the big companies like Amazon, Intel, C8 Tires, and all, which are consuming a lot of resources of the planet for their business. So they are also in guilt, and they are also doing some CSR activities, NGO activities, which will be the part of this. In this way, we would be selling the carbon credits to them. The percentage of carbon credit that we are selling, the 60% of that amount would go to the farmers, and we would be getting only 40%. In this 40%, we will be covering our costs, that is a satellite cost, plus our profit. So this is the product overall, and this is the way, a step, to help the farmers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
AI Technos is a leading IT company with more than 4 years of experience in IT solutions. We are providing artificial intelligence based chatbots which are integrated in more than 100 plus websites in pharmaceutical companies, which help in pharmaceutical companies to get good question and answers for their customers regarding the products and the medicines they are searching. If anyone wants to search the product in the night, after 12 noon, then she can search the product through AI chatbot in the websites. It is very helpful.
for the person, and no need to have some person to contact the customer through automated system. It is very convenient to the customer also, and we are providing SEO, digital marketing, Facebook ad campaigns, Instagram ad campaigns, Google ad campaigns, and mobile application development services.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have several of the platforms which we start with different products. Say, for example, Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies, and take the policy. Obviously, it will help the clients to have a better policy structure. Also, have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the full idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes.
The problem we solve is we help folks create content, basically globalize, localize, and personalize all their content, including video and audio. So you can take, reduce the painstaking work of, let's say, taking a long form video. It could be a 1-hour webinar, and distilling it down to short form bites that's consumable across any language and targeting any demographic. So that's how we leverage AI.
Actually, everyone uses a computer across the whole world. People use computers, and the slouching is a really big problem across the whole world. And also, this is the problem I experienced myself during the pandemic. Because of that, I developed a Straighten Up AI, which is a web browser extension which helps people to maintain a healthy posture while using a computer. The program makes the screen slightly blurred, therefore making the user aware to straighten up. It's available for Chromium-based browsers. There is a QR code you can see, and it's available to use. So this is my project. I hope you enjoyed and maybe try this out yourself. I highly recommend this.
Nexus is a cognitive platform for document intelligence and text analytics. It basically is a platform to monitor, extract, classify, validate, and reconcile data from multiple different document sources. And it is a combination of our contextual AI and the power of large language models, which are model centric. So we bring both these models together to make the output more accurate and reliable, taking away the problem of hallucinations. So making it easy for enterprises to consume, adopt our product, because we provide assured guarantee to the results that our models generate, so that there is a possibility of touchless processing, where humans do not need to review anything for certain categories of information, while it also provides a flags where human review is required.
Chipweb Technologies is a design company. We provide all design hardware and software design solutions like electronic product design, PCB design, embedded system design, VLSI design services, based solutions, and mobile app development solutions, website development, search engine optimization solutions.
In SecureTech, we are trying to solve a problem wherein we have seen that there are dynamic changes in the cybersecurity industry. Now the bigger question is how to identify all those breaches. The new cyber attacks are happening globally. We at SecureTech are using AI and ML technologies to identify all those events, security events which are happening on a regular basis within your entire IT infrastructure, and using AI and ML technology, we are able to identify all those events within your infrastructure, and this will create an attack chain within your infrastructure, and we are able to identify all those attacks, and in a real time we can share these attacks as an incident to our customer to automatically respond to those attacks as well. And this AI and ML technology we are using to identify all those hidden parameters within your infrastructure.
It is a primarily working on imaging diagnostics for breast cancer grading. For any cancer treatment, especially for breast cancer grading, the CAP report is needed, grading report is needed, which is identifying the severity and abnormality of the breast cancer on pathology images. It is called histology grading. Okay, we are looking around the intake completed the breast cancer grading part. So within 9 months, really AI is growing well, and a lot of innovations happening, and especially on AI, especially helping in AI safety, public health, public security is improved across the industry, including banking, finance, healthcare. A lot of innovation, AI innovation happened in India.
We are creating smarter roads with the help of AI. We are leveraging the power of AI to create smarter road infra management system, road predictive maintenance and analytics through our web app and mobile app. So what you have to do is, you have to simply use our road vision mobile app, mount it on a camera, move to point A to B and do the inspection. So usually this inspection used to take around 3 days for 1 kilometer of road with respect to Indian Road Congress, but now we can speed this process and can complete this entire inspection in just 1 day for a 200 kilometer stretch. This will be done with the help of AI. So first you need to mount this app on your mobile and move to point A to B, and then you simply use this, upload the video, and you will get insights, AI generated reports, budget for the governments and entities who are related, digital twins and a lot of AI models coming, such that we can create safer and smarter.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program, and we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. These are the kind of talent people that you'll find in our office.
We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI, and with this solution we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages.
So we want to be giving this to elderly, or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it's come into contact with urine, there will be some color changes, your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as an abnormality. Different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where it's little yellow. At my home it's little dark. At some other place it will be some other color, and identify it and give the more accurate result to the users.
We are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all three ecosystem, payers, providers and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI enabled technology, the kind of data volume we are getting from the digitalization of the technology, it's covering all the audience, genders and everything. So from that perspective, yes, and the ecosystem is growing up, and we see there's a huge potential, and the way the government is promoting these, I would say that India will be leading from front on the AI digitization and moving forward, going forward.
In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And you know, in India, 90% of people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing and understanding. But 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like, you know, you're reading a newspaper, or you're doing web browsing, or you're getting a bill, or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are
basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer.
We have built a machine learning model that is trained with more than 86,000 images. On the basis of that, we identify 13 different types of pest, 20 different types of crop disease. So our solution is based on WhatsApp.
At Labs, we are trying to reduce the food wastage at the farmer and the mandi end. So a lot of food comes in, a lot of fruits and vegetables, they come to the mandis, and based on certain parameters, they get graded and sorted, and the remaining produce is either thrown out, or it's sold off to at a very low cost. And in the current market situation, what is happening is labor actually sees and observes the fruit visually, and then quality assaying is done based on some parameters. But now this thing introduces a lot of bias, because this is a perspective based analysis, and every person has a different view and perspective of a fruit or vegetable.
So we are building a digital platform to understand documents and extract information out of that. The big problem that corporates and governments deal with is to deal with documents. They get a lot of information in the documents. 60% of the enterprise data lies in the documents, and there is no intelligence on those documents. So what we are building is a platform which can understand these documents and extract meaningful information out of that.
We read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So, a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment. And by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease.
Sure. So over the past 2 years, we've been building out the product in public. We've grown from 0 to about 8 lakh users all across the world. 195 countries out of 196 countries have tried, never installed. And we've done this without spending $1 of marketing money.
We started our journey in the May 2022 last year, where we have built up a technology to assess the security vulnerabilities of the AI systems, and now we have built up a technology also to solve the security issues across any kind of a model, any kind of applications that you are building.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I've been working with the Hyderabad startup ecosystem for over a decade now. Over the years, I've worked across ecosystem development and investments. And it always concerned me that there was no easier way that investors and startups meet, or startups are more well prepared for an investor meeting, or investors have the right kind of deal source coming to them. This is when actually the funding office has taken shape in my head. And over the last 2 years, I've worked on this idea while I was doing my other roles. I have worked deeply on what are the services that would make it worth a startup's time to work with us. What can make their journey easier end to end? So here we are giving a host of services for an early stage startup, right from their compliances to their audits. We would be doing the entire gamut of compliance mastery, as we call it. And on the second part, which is basically where my expertise lies, is how much does a startup raise, and where do they raise it from, and how long should they look for a runway? These are questions that every startup needs to answer to be able to figure out what is the right capital structure that they should go for. These are the questions that I wanted to give support to my startups here in Hyderabad. That is where the financial wizardry, or the second part, which is advisory bit, comes in. And the third part is actually making these connections. connects. Every investor has his or her own thesis with which they invest. So there's a lot of resentment from the startup side that the investors are not investing in them. But from the investors' side, of course, they are taking money from other LPs and they have their own obligations. So how do we navigate this world, make them speak each other's language in a more comfortable way? That is the endeavor the funding office has started with. Of course, along the way, I have found other opportunities to work with incubators. I've observed that there are a lot of gaps even in the incubators. For example, a lot of tech incubators do not have the bandwidth with respect to supporting their entrepreneurs on the funding side of things. So that is where we will augment or we will support them in their journey. Any incubator can reach out to us and we can support them to understand their portfolio in more detail, help them reach the right investors. Apart from this, we do complete programs. The investment readiness program is something that we've developed in-house and we could deliver that to you too. Apart from this, there are a lot of seed funds that are available with various incubators whose management is a challenge in itself, right? From sourcing the correct startups or innovators to fund, to finally actually managing the portfolio. So there's again a huge gamut of services that we can support incubators with. Of course, and the third bit is our funds or investors or corporates. A lot of investors have a little bit of a hassle, mainly the early stage investors have some trouble in finding the right kind of deals. So here we are, your sourcing partners. And even with respect to portfolio management, the smaller funds do not have a full-fledged team to do portfolio management. So there are bits that we can come in and support you while you are, out there investing into the startups. So these are some of the areas that we are going to work deeply in. We will, of course, be entirely focused on startups to begin with. So the Hyderabad ecosystem, though we have done some massive strides with respect to how we built the infrastructure, look at the place that I'm currently standing in. T-Hub has been an amazing place for startups. While we are doing extremely well with respect to the infrastructure, very well with respect to the talent pool availability, to some extent even mentorship. With respect to the financial support, whether the startup needs a debt or whether they need equity, the kind of support that they need with respect to how much to raise, where to raise, that is missing in the ecosystem. The kind of unbiased advisory is missing. So that is another piece that we definitely are very keen about.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Telangana ecosystem that we have here, setting up this startup ecosystem. What do we do? So, right from inception, startup has all of the techies, they don't understand the compliances or the accounting side of things. They're as scared of it as I'm scared of deep technology. So I totally get it, right? So how do we hold their hand right from incorporation all the way to say their audits? So that is one step. Of course, we are there with them, helping them out with all of their regular compliances, ensuring that there are no major compliance issues. The second thing is the financial analysis and modeling and valuation again. The third part, which is where, that's why when people were asking is funding office investment bank, it was very difficult because it's just one of the things that we are doing. And pitch perfection and negotiation. We are there on the table with them while they are doing their term sheet negotiation. So for incubators, while I was working on this thought process for startups, I have had an opportunity during my time in T-Hub to build this program for incubators. Fund management is the other thing that this was a very recent idea. I've been talking to a lot of incubators and they all have this SISFS funding now. So these are the broad areas in which we are planning to work. So this was basically to set the tone and launch this officially.
So really, we've been ideating on this for probably a couple of years since it's taken shape, and I'm really proud of this journey and very happy to be a part of it. I think it's wonderful that T-Fund is doing more of those than elevates all these startups.
There are many startups which need something like this, focused on tech, right? And they're focused on the product that they're building. Vinita's experience as a chartered accountant with startups over the last 10 years helpful for them. And I'm super confident actually that the funding office, with all those right reasons that you just explained, and also the ecosystem, I'm sure, which is supporting the funding office, I'm super confident that it will scale to greater heights, and I wish and I hope and I say that you will do well with the funding office this time.
I think we need to work with the family offices, the pharmaceutical, mobilize funding from family offices in India. I think that would be, so there's a task for you. So, so let's do it. I think we all need to pitch in, and thanks for calling me.
It's a startup, right? It's going to have ups and downs. It's not going to be a straight path. A lot of the startups that we have need your help. You've got the support of everybody in this room. Say something about who you've been in the ecosystem too.
So we are only partnering with a few SaaS product-based organizations, and we are developing a wireless charging solution for them. So it's a pure product-based organization. We are located in Hyderabad, in Kondapur. Yeah, we started last year.
Starting something, I had to be part of it, whatever we are doing together, right? So both of them are amazing individuals in terms of how they have actually built their startup.
I think it's a really very good opportunity for all the startups. So we are a pure IT service company. So basically we work mostly in Pega. It's a BPM product, and we are also working on other low-code, no-code tools over there.
So in this generative AI world, so we basically have put a basic version on ChatGPT. So basically it's your virtual venture capitalist with whom you can practice pitching. First, I remember the line today, it's like, you'll never get what you want. So it's a one line which I read long time back, because she always wanted this to happen. Because we always listened the last two letters whenever we went to investors. So we always wanted these three letters to be there to protect us. So hope this will be a great design, Freddie.
She's been a friend for almost 10 years. And we all know how serious and how encouraging she is all the time. This has been a long cherished dream for her from last 3 years, I think so. And we've been discussing this, and I think this is time for you.
A lot of startup founders would align with the point that they'd love to be surrounded with the people who discuss a lot of ideas and visions and what's happening around in the ecosystem. So Vinita is front seat of such people.
When I started my startup, I had already 25 years of global sales experience. I worked with multinational companies like SAP and all of that. So you come with that. But my experience with Vinita, particularly with Vadwani, whatever we have done, it tells us many things which you don't know, because as a founder, we believe in our ideas so much. I really hope many of the people come and share from your experience, learn from your experience, and you can also contribute to their success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
By Vinita Ralapalli. On this day of housewarming of the funding office, I wish Vinita Ralapalli a grand success, and we would hope, and I'm not having any hesitation to say, that the funding office will do the great job of bringing funders and founders together and enable them with that much lacking preparedness when they do these meetings and finalize their deals. All the best, Vinita and the funding office.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Neerja. I'm Director and Head of Operations for HICIA, one of the oldest IT and ITS industry association of the state. Very happy to be part of this event today, and congratulations to Vinita, who has been a staunch supporter of the product ecosystem in Hyderabad for a very long time. She has been partnering with HICIA for our annual product awards maybe since 2007. So she has been part of the startup ecosystem, the product ecosystem for a very long time, and I wish her best for this new endeavor. Congratulations to Vinita.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This is Murali Krishna Gunturu. I'm a principal at Inflexor Ventures. I have known Vinita for the past 15 years now. I know that this has been a long-standing dream for her. She thought about this, conceptualized this about 10 years back, but I'm glad that it's finally coming to fruition today. I wish her all the best on the launch of the funding office. I think funding office is a great initiative by Vinita. Her experience over the last 10 years in the ecosystem, working with various kind of organizations, whether it is funds, incubators, accelerators, and in ecosystem will greatly help entrepreneurs who are budding right now and wanting to do something. I know that she'll be able to guide them very well in terms of compliances, which probably are the least focused activity in early stage ventures, and also it will also help early stage investors in helping them source startups, good startups, and also put in place processes for the startups they have already invested in. I wish her all the best for the initiative.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm Ganesh. I head marketing for Narwal. It's a great initiative. I've known Vinuta for almost 5 years now. I hope that she would be successful in her venture here. We are also looking at partnering with Vinuta and trying to create some sort of program. So as an organization, as Narwal, we are very happy to be associated with her, and all the best to Vinuta for her future endeavors.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
At today's event, the 11th convocation of NIPER Hyderabad. To welcome the honorable dignitaries, today's chief guest, Shri Arnish Chawla ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India. Dr. Satyanarayan Chawla ji, Chairman, Board of Governors, NIPER Hyderabad and CEO, Lawrence Lab at Hyderabad. Director, NIPER Hyderabad, Professor Shailendra Saraf sir, Professor Srinivas Nanduri, Dean, NIPER Hyderabad, and Dr. S. Gananadmu, Registrar, NIPER Hyderabad. Now, I would like to request Professor Shailendra Saraf sir to please felicitate our chief guest, Shri Arnish Chawla ji and Dr. Satyanarayan Chawla ji with their token of appreciation. Dr. Satyanarayan Chawla ji, and declare the 11th convocation open.
I declare the convocation open.
Professor Shailendra Saraf sir to present the annual report of NIPER Hyderabad.
On this auspicious occasion of 11th convocation of NIPER Hyderabad. On this very auspicious day, I welcome you all again at NIPER Hyderabad. Sir, with the kind support, guidance, encouragement, and from the Department of Pharmaceutical, NIPER Hyderabad has been making, and I am happy to share that the institute is ranked 1 in 2023. In past 1 year, मैं पुनः आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
I would like to invite Dr. Satyanarayan Chawla ji, Chairman, Board of Governors, NIPER Hyderabad.
Journey of a student will also help the nation in a big way. And at this juncture, I wish all of you a great future ahead of you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Director NIPER Hyderabad, Professor Shailendra Saraf sir to please administer exhortation for the event.
I call upon you to administer the exhortation to the recipients.
Thank you, sir. Neglect of prosperity. Let there be no neglect of learning and teaching. Should be given with modesty and should be given with sympathy. You shall take all this as the guiding philosophy of your life.
I admit you to your respective degrees and I charge you that ever in your thought and action you prove yourself worthy of the honor conferred on you.
Professor Srinivas Nanduri, Dean NIPER Hyderabad, will present the list of candidates who will be admitted to their degrees in absentia.
Anika Sood, she is receiving her degree in the PhD in the area of pharmacology. Sai Nagajyoti, she is receiving the degree in the area of pharmaceutics. Shiva Nageshwarrao Gajula, he is receiving his PhD degree in the area of pharmaceutical analysis. And Jiaur Rahman, he is receiving PhD degree in the area of pharmacology. Then I read out the names of the master's students. Harsh Dwivedi, he is receiving the degree in the area of medicinal chemistry. Sulai MR, she is receiving the degree medicinal chemistry area. And Padmashri Naren, she is receiving the degree in the area of pharmacology and toxicology. Harichandar Reddy, so he is receiving the degree in the area of regulatory toxicology. Rachana Yadav, he is receiving the degree in the area of regulatory toxicology. Supriya Behera, she is receiving the degree in the area of regulatory toxicology. And finally, Geni Gacko, he is receiving the degree in the area of natural products.
As the Chairman, Board of Governors, Sniper Hyderabad, I admit the candidates whose names are set out in the list to the respective degrees in absentia.
Medal distribution ceremony, I request today's chief guest, Shri Arnish Chawla ji, to confer medal to the meritorious recipients. I also request Professor Srinivas Nanduri, Dean Naipar Hyderabad, to read out the name of the recipients of medals.
In the area of pharmaceutical analysis, Talari Sesikala. Pujita Pinjale, she is receiving her master's degree in pharmacology and toxicology. Miss Momin Alfia, she is receiving the degree in the area of regulatory toxicology. Mr. Naitik Jain, he is receiving the degree in the area of pharmaceutics. Miss Damare Rutuja in the area of natural products. Miss Kritinga Devi, she is receiving the gold medal in the area of regulatory affairs. Miss Karina Sinha, she is receiving her MTech degree in the pharmaceutical technology process chemistry. Miss Mansi Srivastava, she is receiving her gold medal in pharmaceutical management. Miss Adhav Snehal, she is receiving her gold medal in the area of medical devices.
Today's chief guest, Shri Arnish Chawla ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to kindly deliver the convocation address.
And address this distinguished gathering on the occasion of the 11th convocation of Naipar Hyderabad. Many special congratulations to all those who excelled and won the medals. As graduates of Naipar, you are well equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to meet these challenges to the pharmaceutical industry and to the growth of healthcare sector in India as a whole. Thank you, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Professor Srinivas Nanduri, Dean Naipar Hyderabad, to read out the name of the recipients of PhD degree.
Announcing the names of the successful PhD graduates of the year 2023. The first one is Miss Mekal Priyanka Nirapada in the area of medicinal chemistry. Mr. P. Ramulu in the area of medicinal chemistry. Mr. Pawar Gaurav Bhagwan in the area of medicinal chemistry. Miss Omni Ojisvita in the area of medicinal chemistry.
Request Registrar Naipar Hyderabad to call out the name of the recipients of MS, MTech, MBA degree graduate from 2021 to 2023 batch. Now I request Dr. Satyanarayan Chabaji to declare the 11th convocation closed.
I declare the convocation closed.
I request the faculty to get up and face the students. And give them a big hand.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
At today's event, the 11th convocation of NIPER Hyderabad. To welcome the honorable dignitaries, today's chief guest, Shri Arnish Chawla ji, Dr. Satyanarayan Chabaji, Chairman, Board of Governors, NIPER Hyderabad, and Dr. S. Gananadmu, Registrar, NIPER Hyderabad. Now, I would like to request Professor Shailendra Saraf sir to please felicitate our chief guest, Professor Shailendra Saraf sir, to present the annual report of NIPER Hyderabad.
On this auspicious occasion of 11th convocation of NIPER Hyderabad. On this very auspicious day, I welcome you all again at NIPER Hyderabad. And I am happy to share that the institute is ranked 1 in 2023. मैं पुनः आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Dr. Satyanarayan Chabaji, Chairman, Board of Governors, NIPER Hyderabad.
Journey of a student, the biggest day is when they join the course, when they receive the degree in the convocation. I wish all of you a great future ahead of you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Professor Shailendra Saraf sir to exhortation for the event.
Exhortation to the recipients.
Thank you, sir. You shall take all this as the guiding philosophy of your life.
I admit you to your respective degrees and I charge you that ever in your thought and action you prove yourself worthy of the honor conferred on you.
Professor Srinivas Nanduri, Dean NIPER Hyderabad, will present the list of candidates who will be admitted to their degrees in absentia.
Anika Sood, she is receiving her degree in the PhD in the area of pharmacology. Geni Gacko, he is receiving the degree in the area of natural products.
I admit the candidates whose names are set out in the list to the respective degrees in absentia.
Dean NIPER Hyderabad to read out the name of the recipients of medals.
In the area of pharmaceutical analysis, Talari Sesikala. Pujita Pinjale, she is receiving her master's degree in pharmacology and toxicology. Miss Momin Alfia, she is receiving the degree in the area of regulatory toxicology.
Today's chief guest, Shri Arnish Chawla ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to kindly deliver the convocation address.
And address this distinguished gathering on the occasion of the 11th convocation of NIPER Hyderabad. Many special congratulations to all those who excelled and won the medals. As graduates of NIPER, you are well equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to meet these challenges to the pharmaceutical industry and to the growth of healthcare sector in India as a whole. Thank you, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Professor Srinivas Nanduri, Dean NIPER Hyderabad, to read out the name of the recipients of PhD degree.
Announcing the names of the successful PhD graduates of the year 2023. The first one is Miss Mekhal Priyanka Nirapada in the area of medicinal chemistry. Mr. P. Ramulu in the area of medicinal chemistry. Mr. Pawar Gaurav Bhagwan in the area of medicinal chemistry. Miss Omni Ojisvita in the area of medicinal chemistry.
Request Registrar NIPER Hyderabad to call out the name of the recipients of MS, MTech, MBA degree graduate from 2021 to 2023 batch. To declare the 11th convocation closed.
I declare the convocation closed.
I request the faculty to get up and face the students. And give them a big hand.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Jobs losses due to advert of new age technology such as AI has been grabbing headlines for some time now. But do you know, the same tech can be leveraged to assess the job search. Multiverse is one such startup that helps in navigating the challenges of the future workforce by helping job seekers comprehend global skill trends. To share more light on this, joining us today is Randeep Sudan, a former IAS officer and World Bank official, who is now the founder and CEO of Multiverse, a Singapore-based company. Listen in.
The name multiverse is actually a word which is related to quantum physics. And there's a many worlds hypothesis in quantum physics, which talks about the possibility of there being infinite possibilities, you know. So I thought that what we are trying to do, we are trying to expand possibilities for a large number of people across the world. And there is an opportunity to afford infinite possibilities for people in terms of their career paths, in terms of their lives. And that's what inspired us to go for the word multiverse. We are focused on leveraging digital technologies for the future of work. And we find that this space is rapidly shifting. If you look at what's happening on artificial intelligence, on automation, in robotics, there will be a lot of disruption in labor markets going forward, and India will be no exception. So we need to find ways how to anticipate where the future is heading and prepare individuals and organizations for that emerging future. And this is a big challenge. It is a challenge on a global scale. It can be very disruptive in terms of society, in terms of the economy, and of course, in terms of the future of countries and individuals and organizations. So we feel that the work we are doing can have a huge societal impact. And that's why we are focusing on this particular part of connecting technology with impact. So there are governments which are actively planning for the future and getting organized for those changes. Some of the most important examples in this regard are, for example, Singapore itself. So Singapore does two things. One is it has a Center for Strategic Futures in the Prime Minister's office, which is continuously scouting for opportunities and risks for Singapore. And it does this exercise every 3 months. So in a frequent refresh cycle, they are able to get their entire higher civil service involved, and they are looking for where the shifts are happening. Also, they have established a skills future, which is focused just on preparing Singaporeans for what skills will be required going forward. And they are very much aware and very much plugged in to what is happening in labor markets. Of course, there are other countries, mostly in the developing world, which are not so active and are not anticipating the changes that are coming through. So there's a wide range of differences among governments in terms of tackling this issue. There is a need for having a dedicated organization on thinking about the future, which should, of course, thinking about the future is something which should be across the government and across the academic institutions, but somebody has to be able to organize and orchestrate this. So typically, Niti Aayog or the planning part of the government would be playing such a role, but I feel that they are not so active. For example, the top civil servants in India are not uniformly made capable to deal with strategic foresight as a discipline. Unlike Singapore, where every single senior civil servant has to have a mandatory training on futurecraft. So everybody is completely plugged in to the tools, techniques, and also to the constantly thinking about where the future is heading. I think that's a piece which is completely missing in India, number one. Number two, you need to have the analytics in place to be constantly looking at what shifts are happening in the world. Now, those analytics, I don't see any publicly available data from India where such analytics are made available to everybody that look, as compared to, say, the last quarter, these are the shifts that are taking place in the demand for skills. So that is missing. Then there is a piece which is missing in terms of creating an inventory of skills in the country, which India, is, I think, well positioned to do because we have done digital technologies at scale. So if you look at the digital public infrastructure, you look at Aadhaar, you look at UPI, you look at Diksha, the education platform. So India has done things at scale and leveraged digital technologies very well. I think one area which is ripe for disruption and where India could certainly play a role is to create a skills inventory, of the entire population. So which means that you have digital credentials which not only capture academic qualifications, but they also capture work experience, which is a little more challenging. But there are initiatives internationally where people are trying to capture experience as well. For example, the IEEE has a learning and experience records, So they're trying to develop a standard around that. So I think that if we create an inventory of skills in India, and if we are able to do the analytics on where skills are heading, then one can identify skill gaps and be able to bridge those gaps much faster in terms of adapting curriculum design to those shifts, and also providing some information to individuals and organizations as to where things are heading and where the opportunities might lie. So this needs to be done as a very dedicated and high priority item of work, which currently is, I don't see signs of that in the government. Precisely this point, that you have to deal with this emerging future of work in a holistic way. It cannot be dealt in silos. So number one is you need to understand where skills are going. So you need to have the capability to analyze on global scale what is the demand for skills and how those skills are trending. That's one capability. But when you are preparing people for the future, there is a lag between the future and what you are preparing, because you cannot completely anticipate what's going to happen, say, 3 years down the line. And you are preparing a student who's spending 3 years, say, in a graduation program. And how do you align your education system to be completely plugged into where the future is heading? So that's a challenge, for which you need to do two things. One is you need to have a better track of technologies. Where are those technologies going? What are the patents being filed? What are the VC investments in which technologies are they going? What are the science and technology publications talking about? What is the frequency of mention of various specific technologies? Also, you need to understand what is the potential employment intensity of those technologies. So say when generative AI is coming, what might be its implications for employment? So that analytics needs to be continuously done. And in addition to this, you need to reorient the education system completely in a way that is more future focused in terms of giving enduring skills to students rather than just focusing on technical skills or on a particular domain. And secondly, you also need to give more work-based learning, or work-integrated learning has to be a much bigger piece of our education system. And it has to be in areas which are emergent areas so that the population is well prepared for those areas. So I feel there's a need for a major overhaul on education. There's a major overhaul required in terms of a strategic foresight. And there's a major overhaul required in terms of doing analytics on a global scale rather than just, focused on India. We worked, for example, with Dun & Bradstreet, who were looking at what should be their strategy to leverage their existing data and which are the areas that they might be considering going forward. So we brought in students from international universities who worked in teams and focused on this problem. So essentially, the focus was that how could Dun & Bradstreet leverage its data to get into fintech and to connect that with SMEs, because they have those capabilities in terms of availability of data. And fintech is an emergent area where a lot of innovation is happening. And because we have a societal impact dimension hardwired into our company, so we were looking at how this might make a difference to small and medium enterprises. So we brought in these teams of students. We trained them rapidly on something called the actionable futures process, which we have designed, which is how do you systematically think about the future and then focus on this problem and then offer recommendations to Dun & Bradstreet. So our feedback from Dun & Bradstreet is that they were surprised that when they were doing a similar exercise within the company, and there were people who understand that company inside out, they have been spent years in that company. If they came up with 100 suggestions, this team of students were able to reach a level of 70 without any, exposure to the company and come up with some excellent ideas. So Dun & Bradstreet thought that, yes, these people are able to bring innovation, are able to bring cutting edge thinking and come up with new ideas, which were difficult even for the, those people who were very much part of the company. So that is a proof that this is something which is important. Also, if you look at the US itself, if you look at computer science graduates, only 6% are able to get internships. So obviously, there's a need for a different model where internships have to be scaled up. And that is possible only if you do internships on a virtual sort of approach using remote internships. And if you are able to do this in a way that brings international teams to work together, because then you are not only focusing on a problem which you're trying to solve in a real world context, you are developing skills in students for doing that.
But when they work across geographical boundaries with different teams, you're also promoting social and emotional learning, soft skills, communication. How do you have more cultural sensitivity? How do you work in terms of teams? How do you communicate with them? How do you adapt to time zone differences? How do you negotiate, what their ideas are and your ideas are and come to a consensus? All these are very valuable skills, which is what we are focusing on. Yeah, so we typically work with, of course, organizations, because that's the starting point. The starting point is a problem that you're trying to solve. And then we work with students from different universities. So we worked with students from Ivy League, for example, Princeton, from Berkeley, from University of Michigan. We worked with Boston University students. We have worked with students from a university called Lund in Sweden. We worked with the students from Tilburg University in the Netherlands, ESCP, which is a business school in Paris. We worked with Durham in UK and with the University of Queensland in Australia. And as part of our own development of solutions, we have worked with students from the IIIT Hyderabad. So they have also worked with us, and they developed 2 MVPs for us, which itself is a test case of what value these students can bring to companies and to startups. No, absolutely. In fact, our societal impact dimension of our work would necessitate that we work with the students in developing countries. We work with tier 2, tier 3 type of institutions. But just to validate our thinking, we thought it would be good to start with this Ivy League and see, what is the value that these students can bring. And then we could be able to integrate students, say, from tier 2 or tier 3 institutions from developing countries to work with some of these Ivy League students as well. And we may realize that actually, there is a lot of innovation which those students from tier 2, tier 3 in developing countries can bring. So this is just a phase in our development, but our ultimate objective is to work with students across the world. It is absolutely necessary because there is no option there. So, for example, just look at generative AI. So much has changed because of generative AI, and it has started impacting virtually every function. So, unless you keep pace with that, you will not be able to compete. In many ways, survival itself will be difficult because the costing is so different. Now, just imagine, because of generative AI, there is this, Sri Lankan billionaire in the US, or rather in Canada, who's Chamath Palapitya. He is a billionaire, but he has started an incubator, which is called 8090, which means any established SaaS software, for example, they can come up to 80% of its functionality at a cost which is 90% less. So you look at the metrics that, it takes years and it takes millions of investments to come with, say, a system like SAP or a system like Salesforce. If you can do 80% of that at a cost which is 90% lower, because of what artificial intelligence and generative AI is able to bring, it will be highly disruptive to markets. We have a company in Hyderabad itself, for example, Brain Enterprises, which is getting into low code, no code type of development of solutions, and they are also able to compress the time significantly. In fact, I was talking to their one of their mentors, and he was saying that they don't have a CFO, a human CFO, it's a digital CFO. Even the CEO's function is largely done by a digital CEO. So just imagine, you can see these as weak signals. This is the starting point of what, if amplified, would be highly disruptive to companies and organizations. So there is definitely, you can see that this will, this skilling and reskilling will become a necessity for everybody just to survive. Exactly. So you have to constantly track what is changing. You have to understand where that change is heading, and you have to extrapolate what might be the future if that change gets amplified, right? So it's a leap of imagination as well, which is, in other words, called as scenario planning. You create the scenarios that look, if this continues on this path, or if the path shifts in a particular direction, what might that scenario look like in the future? And then you backcast from preferable scenarios and see what you need to do today. But you're absolutely right. This idea about having a degree and that is being your sort of claim to fame for the rest of your life is gone. You have to be constantly on the learning curve, constantly. So the ability to learn and unlearn becomes a critical capability which needs to be acquired and systematically practiced through your life journey. That's a big change. Yeah, so I think the educational institutions will also have to shift and adapt. So I'll give you an example. The University of South Florida is, I think they recently hired 116 people who are expert in artificial intelligence, and they're embedding AI faculty in every single department. So AI across the curriculum, is what they are trying to do. So they're adapting. They realize that AI is going to make a profound shift in education. That's one thing. You also find that technology itself might solve a problem of learning faster. Because if you look at immersive technologies, it has been established that people can learn much faster as compared to classroom-based approaches. So if I give you the example of Walmart, it was running a program using virtual reality where it could train its workers in 15 minutes what it would take workers 8 hours to be trained on. So you see the difference in terms of accelerated learning. Similarly, I think it was Verizon, which was a training call center staff to handle irate customers. And that using immersive learning could be done much, much faster as compared to normal learning. I will give you a personal example. I visited one of these centers of excellence in Singapore, and they gave me augmented vision glasses, and they say, can you repair this oil rig? I have not had any experience of oil rigs. That's the first time in my life that I'm seeing oil rig, sitting there on the floor. But with the help of glasses, it tells you what part I need to look at, what tool I need to use, in what direction I need to use that tool, and how I need to replace that particular part. Now, all that I could do without any guidance except the augmented glasses that I had. And so just imagine that there may be somebody who's a cab driver, and tomorrow you have autonomous cars, and you need to retrain that cab driver in some other area. Maybe he has to go and inspect a substation, electric substation. So some basic training, of course. I'm not saying that training is completely gone, but with these type of new technologies, and with Apple coming out with Vision Pro, which is just the starting point. What the iPhone was in 2007 and what it is today is the capability is very different. So just imagine where these technologies will go and how they will get democratized, and the price will come down with the competition. So the learning process itself can be accelerated, and educational institutions, as they are currently organized, will have to adapt. Otherwise, they will become irrelevant. Yes, so the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, they launched a global challenge called Innovate 2030. And it was a challenge, the focus was on digital for climate change. So it was in the context of climate change. And one of the challenges was to provide some ideas for the city of Porto Viejo in Ecuador as to how they could introduce smart tourism and sustainability in the city. So we proposed some solutions which looked at digital technologies, especially using technologies which are immersive technologies, using the metaverse, as a framing concept, using approaches where high value tourism could come physically to Porto Viejo, but a lot of revenues and a lot of visibility could be generated using smart technologies, especially by creating galleries of climate art, by promoting other assets which are sustainability oriented in the metaverse. So that set of solutions, it won us the global award from Innovate 2030. Yes, so I'm happy that you are in this space and you are using emerging technologies to do this. So just imagine if one had to establish a media house earlier, it would be so expensive to do that. And it may not be feasible to have conversations internationally without any boundaries. But today the world is changing, and I'm happy that nimble, agile, startup oriented, highly technology focused groups are coming up like yours to change the space and democratize it, so that startups like us also will are profiled and have a voice in terms of global reach and global coverage, which is very, very useful.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Moving on to our next session, it is a fireside chat with Dr. Sapna Poti on industry academia and startup academia alongside Anup Pai and Indrani Karuna Sagar, which is moderated by Mr. Naveen Lakur. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and lovers of inspiration, welcome to our fireside chat by the beach. Tonight, we have the pleasure of gathering under the starlight sky with the soothing sounds of the waves as our backdrop for an evening of thought-provoking conversation during the fireside chat on industry, academia, and startups academia. Tonight, as we come together on this picturesque Tanirbavi beach, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, exploration, and discovery. Thank you for joining us for this fireside chat on industry, academia, and startup academia. May our conversations tonight be as invigorating as the ocean breeze and as enlightening as the stars above. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we welcome our panelists for today. I request Dr. Sapna Poti, Mr. Anup Pai, Dr. Indrani Karuna Sagar, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Naveen Lakur, to please come on to the dais. Dr. Sapna Poti is currently the Director, Strategic Alliances in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Poti is a PhD from IIT Madras with a dissertation in Enterprise Resources Planning and has around 30 years of experience. Her current role is to facilitate and promote scientific research and development and innovations in India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Anup Pai is the founder of eSamudai. Anup is building eSamudai, which is a decentralized digital community network for local sustainable living. Building eSamudai is a 1-to-0 journey which enabled him to navigate the increasing rate of change, which he terms hyper-change. Previously, Anup had a 0-to-1 journey with Fintellix Solutions, which he built from scratch to sell to Nasdaq, listed Verisk after 2 rounds of funding from Tier 1 VCs like Sequoia. eSamudai is actively engaged in building a network of digital districts interconnected on India's national digital public infrastructure. Within each district, a nest is created which combines community commerce, community finance, and community media.
Nest integrates people into a network of cooperatively operated local digital businesses. Recognizing climate change as the greatest challenge of our times, eSamuday has configured Nest to prioritize local action while fostering global cooperation for sustainability. Welcome, sir. Dr. Indrani Karunasagar is an MSc, PhD in medical microbiology from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India. Her professional career has spanned across 4 decades in multiple prestigious institutions such as Kasturba Medical College, JMI MPR, Pondicherry University of Agricultural Sciences, Mangalore, and Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fisheries Sciences University, College of Fisheries, Mangalore. She was also the Associate Director of Research at KVA FSU, Bidar, until her retirement. She has served on several national and international committees, including FAO, WHO, Joint Expert Committee on Microbiological Risk Assessment, member of FAO Subcommittee on Antimicrobial Resistance, scientific advisor, International Foundation of Science, Sweden, faculty member of the International Life Science Institute, Singapore, and National Academy of Science, USA. She is actively promoting One Health research and education. Her recognition at the international level includes the coveted position of Director of UNESCO Center for Biotechnology, Chair of the International Jury for UNESCO Life Science Prize for Research and Social Relevance. She was the Director, NITTE, and also headed the NITTE University Center for Science Education and Research, and was the Dean Faculty of Biological Sciences for 6 years from July 2014 to October 2020. Presently, she is the Director, Projects and heads the Technology Enabling Center of Department of Science and Technology at NITTE. She is a recipient of several awards and recognitions in India and abroad, notable being National Technology Development Award, Government of India, Fellow National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Award for Excellence in Research and Lifetime Contribution to Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Outstanding Woman Scientist Award, ICAR, Government of India. She was recently ranked 11 among the top scientists in India in microbiology 2023. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Moderating this session is Mr. Naveen Lakur. Mr. Naveen Lakur is the founder and chief innovation coach at Institute of Inspiring Innovation, corporate divisions such as Dell R&D, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development, Standard Chartered Bank, TCS Healthcare, Fujifilm Sericol, Crimson Logic have utilized his training programs to nurture their human capital with innovation competencies. Naveen Lakur is a serious entrepreneur turned innovation coach. Naveen loves to inspire enterprises and entrepreneurs to innovate and guide them to grow in the right direction. In his professional career, spanning 25 plus years in the industry worldwide, he has co-founded several innovative companies. He has also been a catalyst for 250 plus ideas to have become commercial realities. He's passionate about sharing his practical knowledge of building companies and nurturing ideas. He brings to the table his personal experience of a unique combination of systemic innovation, a structured and scalable approach, and tactical innovation, a frugal and flexible approach. Besides his active engagement in the industry, he indulges in writing books with international recognition, and he loves telling business stories. Sir, we're glad to have you here. I kindly request you to commence this session.
One side it is industry, the other side is the academia, and then the other dimension, the 3 dimensions, right? So is the startup. And looks like all 3 of you are bringing all those 3 aspects to the table. Like, when I heard your keynote talk, it was coming out, and with your IIT Madras, one side the academia, and now with the startups that you're doing, and also from the industry experience that you've had. So you're a combination of all three, and similar is what I'm getting to see from the other panelists also. Welcome. I'm sure it's going to be interesting and useful for our audience. So this was the synergy that we wanted to bring, and we were looking at curating some questions while asking the audience. At the same time, this was done even before the session. So I have few of them for all of us. And are you game? So yes. Wonderful. So here, the very first one, interesting one, it is between synergy or silos. Okay, the theme is it synergy or silos? In your experience, how effective are current collaborations between industry, academia, and startups? What are the biggest challenges faced, and how can we foster greater synergy? Okay, so synergy versus silos. What's your thought?
Yeah, initially, earlier days, I think the industries and academia and startups used to have their own silos. But now it's more and more industries are also coming forward, looking for startups. We also included from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor 2 clauses in the CSR. One is to fund research, which is aligned to Sustainable Development Goals, and the other is to incubate any startup. So these clauses also help the CSR funding to reach the startups and academia. So that is the other reason why they're all wanting to work on some of the Sustainable Development Goal areas like water, waste management, renewable energy, etc. So there's a lot more synergy now. However, as you mentioned, what are the challenges? There are quite a few challenges. One is the pace at which people are going. So industry goes at a different pace. Startup is able to match that pace in some ways. Academia surely is not able to go on that pace because they have their regular jobs of teaching along with research. So they're not only doing one or the other. And hence they are not, and they are also technologically, interested in cracking bigger and bigger technology problems. So they are not interested in the mundane stuff. So they are always seeking something very challenging and so on. So they are in a different world altogether.
Manthan itself as a platform is actually promoting that synergy, right?
Yes.
So bringing the ecosystem players together. And one of the books that I've authored is by name Inseparable Twins. Like they are 2 sides of the same coin. To me, I see the synergy and the silos are like the 2 sides of the same coin. They coexist. In fact, in the previous panel discussion, we saw that some investor are focused on the specific areas of the investment in the gaming, right? So it is in silos in a way, but there is synergy. So they are like 2 sides of the same coin, and in the way you are focused on developing a platform which will bring everybody together and optimize the efforts. And I'm sure she's spending more time on the academia side, right? So but then you want to connect with the industry and also want to see how startups are benefiting. And NITE is one of those institutions where incidentally I was the super mentor for Atal Incubation Center NITE. So I have a special connection with your institution that way, and where startup, from the startup focus. So what's your approach? Do you think it is in silos or is it synergy? And what are the challenges that you think should be addressed?
It's $1 million question. When I think that I come from a generation that did not look at anything beyond what happens within the 4 walls of a classroom, max a university portal, that's it. And through the 5 decades that I've spent, and as they mentioned in different institutions, I have seen the change that has happened in the thinking. And that change has been also undergoing a lot of innovation. While the government had, started off incubation centers, along the way they realized before they incubate, understanding the TRL level of any technology that one is interested in has to be probably looked into, and has to be mined, whether it's from a school project, a college project. No one ever thought that what they did was going to become of significance because we were limited to getting a degree, finding a job. But today the situation is different. Research encompasses, apart from basic aspects that you study, a translational value. And this has made all the difference in the connect. In my former years, if somebody in a university was associated with a company or worked for some company, it was considered criminal. But in the last 2 decades, things have been changing, and government also has started supporting through, as I said, incubation centers. And as the director of a center set up by Department of Science and Technology, which is called as a Technology Enabling Center, we serve as the link even before identifying who can become a startup by making them realize that what they did is of significance. We have, of course, some startups from our center, and you are very well aware of it.
Yes.
Apart from, say, looking at developing apps, which in the engineering college is happening all the time, I lead a biotech center, and therefore the focus towards understanding real life situations to think of solution. For instance, the climate change aspect that was talked about by one of the startups. Who is going to be interested in a device if you tell them you can have this to reduce the carbon footprint? This would come, I mentioned to him, under the corporate social responsibility. So they have a responsibility towards a larger project such as reducing carbon footprint, and not merely thinking about something that an individual can just benefit for themselves through sales.
Okay. So I'm an entrepreneur, and when I see a silo, I take out my bazooka, right? So it's always been that way. See, I mean, silos come from an old world where protecting and, sort of being ultra competitive was a thing, right? We are in the new Web3 decentralized network economy, which is symbolized by what is known as competitive cooperation, right? So there is cooperation at some level, and there is competition at many levels as well. So, and synergy is the only way to be in the network world. I mean, when you try to hoard information decays at a very rapid pace, because now we know that information has got half-life, and the more you hoard your knowledge, the less it becomes in value. When you share knowledge, it increases in value exponentially. Absolutely. And these are all learnings that we're having from physics and other natural sciences and other things. So I am a big advocate of the fact that silos need to be broken down. Faster you do it, the better. I take out bazookas every day to break out silos. And that is done through conversation, that is done through consulting and trying to share each other's point of view.
I think in general, I agree with you, right? But you as an entrepreneur, and you've raised investments for your entrepreneurial ventures, well, as much as the synergy is what is required from an ecosystem side, but as a startup, you need to specialize, you need to actually focus on particular area. That is also in another way as a silo.
That's
right?
focus.
So how important is that to specialize and to focus?
So look, I mean, nothing can be done without focus, right? You can't achieve anything if you don't focus. But at the same time, I think our work has become so interdisciplinary these days that we have to collaborate with other people with other walks of life, right? Because you're not building in a silo.
Yeah.
You live in a society, and solutions have to come and live in. I mean, and for example, since we're talking about academia, industry, and startups, so we think building from our perspective, but I think that we're building. I'll be living in the world of the young tomorrow, right? In 20 years, the world I'll be living in is their world.
Correct.
Right? So why can't we see the whole world from their perspective? Because eventually, what the biggest opportunity in India right now is the youth of India, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the opportunity, right? So if you build for them, I mean, if you build, everything we think about is saying, what can we do with young people, and how can their lives be?
That's the vision and enrollment. And actually, the next question is actually based on that theme, which is the talent bridge. Okay, so here is the question based on the theme talent bridge. Many argue that academic research often lacks market application, right? That's been the way. We all know that this current academic, the design of the education system was for Industrial Revolution 1.0, and while we are there at 4 and looking at knocking at 5 and also talking about 6, but the system is stuck at 1.5 maybe, right? So, and while we are wanting entrepreneurship as the mindset which is required with the youth, and youth as the biggest asset, so the talent bridge, the gap is pretty large, right? So how can startups and industry help bridge this gap? Attracting and nurturing talent with both research expertise and commercialization skills. Okay, so that's a pretty big one, right? While there is a gap which is high, and you being an entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you. If you are hiring people, or if you want youth to embrace entrepreneurship, what are the gaps and the challenges that you see, and how do you think we can address that? Your ideas, your thoughts.
So first and foremost, I think I spend a lot of time with people in campus. And I think entrepreneurship has gone from being like a sexy thing to being something that they want to pursue, definitely, because everybody has come to the realization that a job is not going to give you security, financial security, and fulfillment through the 40 years we're going to work, because change is happening so fast, right? So entrepreneurship is definitely there. I feel I've got very, stoic old ideas about how to implement. I think the alumni networks of every college are crucial here, right? To be able to bring the alumni network who come from either academia or in government policy making or in industry or in startup, connect to the institution at a deep level, right? Because there is already trust, right? You already know that you are from that institution. If alumni networks engage with student networks, job done, right? You have collaboration built there. And the synergy already there.
Absolutely.
So
that's a wonderful secret that you have brought out. I think today, all that what you need to learn from just as an academic, as a content, right, is all available. And even ChatGPT and the AI is all available. You don't have to go to college for that degree and, that kind of learning. It is the network which is going to be very useful. And are we building that platform? Educational institutions, are they building that? I think that's the new mindset, right? One of the quotes in my book, A Little Extra, refers to, building from an entrepreneur perspective, it's very appropriate. Building a net worth is ordinary. Ordinary is not bad. We need to build net worth. Building a network is extraordinary. Ask any of those people who built great net worth, they will tell you how their network mattered, right? So educational institutions in the entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's so important, and in the research perspective, that, can we build that network, right? Can that play as a platform? And moving that question to you as a research, right? Because you're from biotech aspect, and, so most of the educational institutions, the way it works, it is based on the ranks, and based on the placement is where the demand for their institution grows. Yeah. And we are talking about entrepreneurship. It's not about getting a job, it's about giving jobs. And the mindset is about research, mindset is about solving some problems, and so on. So how much of that is happening in academia, and what do you think is the gap in India, and how can we bridge that?
The first point is, I think doing research in a laboratory is all about a lot of honesty with what you're doing, not looking at how much is going to find a place in the industry. Whereas when you get into an industry and start working on the same aspect, you deal with a lot of lies. And this big divide is what sometimes frustrates people who have gone from a laboratory where they did probably research of a very high order, and then they go to an industry and say, especially we've seen this with so many people, telling us that it's completely different in an industry. It's about getting certifications. It's about having the right market approach to its saleability ultimately. But somewhere the two meet, because I think industries also have realized that for them to be sustainable, marketable, internationally acceptable, one does need to go through a very good R&D system in their own centers. And I think this in-plant quality controls, in-plant R&D
Absolutely.
and networking.
But is that happening?
It's beginning
Because
to happen.
the way academia, the way it is taught, right? Mug up, answer, and if it is A for not apple, then you don't even get a mark. When today people relate apple to a phone than a fruit. That is the world that we are in. And where the gap between the academia and if you see what the research mindset is required, it's no connection only. So how do we think we can bridge that?
I personally think, see, we have to consider every method of approaching a problem from the perspective that exists in a particular country.
Yeah.
We can talk about these kind of methods in Germany. We talk about it. I've been to most of the countries.
I think.
But in India,
yeah.
if you look at the number of students in a
Yes,
classroom,
yes.
the number of students in a university, all of us have gone through that old-time kind of education. But there is today opportunity for the younger people to have exposure, either online or through the visits, to know how they can maneuver and mold what they have learned
sure if
to
there is
suit the industry.
I'm sure if there is an opportunity and time, I would have wished, how do we get many more Indranis, right? So where Sir M. Vishweshwaraya's award is what you are a recipient of, and what does it take for that research mindset, that wonderful engineering aspect in terms of be it bio or be it any other field today, right? How do more students develop that? And I think those are the secrets probably the industry needs, the academia needs, and the startup would also need, because the research oriented here in India, as part of our startup ecosystem and my personal experience of dealing with hundreds of startups around the world, I've seen here that the research mindset is low here with the students, young entrepreneurs. It's either they say it's a gut feeling, or it is like, somebody else is doing, so I'm doing it kind. It's a copycat model, or somewhere else it has worked, so let me do. And even the investors are backing that way, right? So that is where I think the new mindset altogether is required for India. And for India to lead from the front for entrepreneurial things,
It's
right?
changing, but it's changing.
Yes.
Any change in India will be slow. We wouldn't be having Manthan,
Yes.
which is addressing so many issues.
Yeah.
Everything against the background of the very, very large numbers. And we need to realize that gone are the days where you proposed research projects and they got approved for the basic science that you were doing. Today, there is a social science component to it. There is a component where the translational part of what you're doing is taken into consideration by the experts. And it is here that I would maybe say the startups should come even to centers like us to talk and apply for projects with the government, where it doesn't become so highly, I should say, I wouldn't say competitive, it's like pressure about what you're going to deliver.
I think there's a hidden...
Say BIRAC, big grants from the DBT, all these are available, and we have been hand-holding people, and I can I can inform you that quite a few of them have got support.
Actually, that is where the secret is, right? Where the young youth especially should know how to tap into the resources of the academia, where there's labs, research centers, and so on. So it's not as much utilized, right? So I think underutilized, and that shifts to her when you mentioned about Manthan, and she was actually traveling last several days and straight landed up here, and the talent bridge. Talk to us about how your travel, just recent one, and about the Manthan, and how the talent bridge is bridging, and how are you bridging, and what do you think can be done?
Right. So I was traveling to Dubai because Manthan got selected by the World Government Summit, which is organized by the Prime Minister's Office of UAE, along with WHO, United Nations, and World Economic Forum. So this got nominated in the last minute, and they kind of came to know about it through interview that I gave in Government Insider. What I feel is that when it comes to industries, yes, they are very keen on certification, etc. They do whatever is required for livelihoods because they have to generate them, they have to pay salaries to their people, and hence the pace at which they need to go is much faster. However, I think the research outcome that comes from various academic institutes is also very useful for startups. Almost all innovations that we see are somewhere or the other an outcome of research. If it's not an outcome of research, then at least it has some international journal papers behind it. Because almost anything to do with drug discovery or biotechnology or even Ayush for that matter needs certifications. So because of that, I think it needs to work closely with academia. In terms of Manthan, of course, it brings in, the whole idea is to source CSR grants, foundations, line ministries, and so on. So people think once you make this platform, everybody will come on their own, just like it is in Facebook or Amazon, right? But the point is, it's not true. You have to have people behind it who convince these industries, convince these foundations to come on the platform. The minute they get good proposals, they'll keep coming back. But if they don't get good proposals or they don't get good solutions, they are not going to come back. And it's a big task to bring them back. Or if one academic institute or one startup has burned their fingers with the industry, then we are dead. I mean, I have cases like that, where one IIT, I don't want to name them, but I was so frustrated and furious. I really had a big fight with the director, where they have returned some of the funds which they received. Can you beat that? Like, I mean, here we are dying and trying to get people to pay and all that. And these guys, and they're telling me that we didn't get enough good startups. I said, how come? The first 3 startups could have been, you would have given them more money. Just because you didn't get 5 of them. So that less people want to think today. And this is also coming back to your AI, that AI is making, and also a lot of these gadgets are making people stop thinking normally. That intelligence that has to be used, why are you not using that intelligence? You're a faculty member of an IIT, for heaven's sake. And we have put a lot of efforts to bring that organization to you.
What are the emerging areas of research and technology where collaboration between industry, academia, and startups hold the most promise? Bonus question, each one will get a chance to share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Okay, so we will come back to that. But before that, future focus. What should academia, the startups, and the industry should collaborate for as a future focus?
So first thing is, I think a lot of focus is going on bio and technology synergies, right? I mean, a new space of research around how we can build systems that are biomimicry, and how can we make have more, let's say, artificial intelligence in the whole biotechnology. Or so I think there's going to be a lot of research in there, and that can, if we can extend the life of the human, if we can make our lives more healthy, productive, that's excellent, right? The other, I think, is I feel we do less, but we should do more, is in theoretical physics and looking beyond current instrumentation. We depend, in current science, we depend a lot on instrumentation and experimentation and proved results. Whereas we're entering periods in theoretical physics which go beyond what we can experience or experiment with. And I think we need to invest more in theoretical physics, because that's going to lead us to quantum supremacy and understanding quantum at that level, I feel. Right?
Wonderful.
So,
in fact, this resonates very well with one of the experts that I was talking recently. They said Indians, as the Bharatiyas, the ancient wisdom that we have, mathematics, that skills comes natural to us. It's been in the DNA. If only we know how to really nurture that, and it might play a big role in the AI generation, that the youth is going to be like playing a big role, and you wouldn't know whether it is machine or man who is working, right? So it kind of extends and resonates very well with the point that you're saying, as a future focus, right? So, madam, future focus.
The way you talked about Indian mathematical mindset, yes, the proof of it is already there with both Satya Nadella as well as,
Sundar
Google
Pichai.
Sundar Pichai. And not to speak of course, Ramanujam, who, of course, we lost him very early, but his legacy, when I go to Cambridge, more people know about all that. So these inspiring stories are very important. But coming back to your question, I think industries in India need to have more confidence in the institutions in India. I think there is a basic lack in that. Whatever be the reason, if today you make a white stand with me and there is a problem that is put forth, they would rather have it solved or approached. They approach the lab somewhere outside, not knowing that that person will come back to me to solve the problem.
The back end. The back end.
I know, I have actually examples of all that. When there was serious problem of, I used to work a lot with shrimps, It's a major exchequer earner for this country. And in 1984, 85, there was boom. But when there was a major disease that struck, well, they went and approached. They were, of course, government institutions. Even government always trusted them. Today, they trust us also, I think. But they went and approached the experts in Australia and in America to help them with the disease problem, until suddenly we had some directors from the government and all turning up in our lab, and we wondered how they came to us. They were guided by those people saying the expert on this topic is in the College of Fisheries at Mangalore, Dr. Indrani Karunasagar and Dr. Idya Karunasagar. And so you need someone else outside of this country to tell you are good. Maybe the recognition we enjoy is also part of that, because we have had so many bilateral projects, so many people from abroad. And for those very diseases and...
The thought leadership, right? So I think...
Today it's different. The government of India has introduced, that is why, bilateral projects in a big, big way.
Correct.
So equal partnerships, patent sharing, everything is there.
I think this is where academia, we should also teach. We know how to solve problems, but we should learn how to present, right? So one of the key things, when I used to travel around to bring projects to India, I've heard this multiple times to myself directly. They're saying, "Oh, you guys are amazing. If only we tell you what to do."
Exactly.
So that's the mindset, and like they will tell and we will do right? So unless we start learning how to present and we know how to innovate and we know how to represent, right? That I think is changing. So it will, and now we are with the digital, kind of democratization which is happening, and tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, no barriers, right? It is, we need to learn and develop that skills, and that is where academia should go beyond the subjects and bring the softer side of skill development to happen.
No, the channels are publishing.
Yeah.
But publishing has become the biggest industry. I'm sure with Dr. Poti sitting here, she would, I'm telling all this because I know they are involved in helping to solve many of these problems.
Absolutely. And that's
they
the
pay
next,
so much. That's why
that's
I'm
the
very
next
happy
stage of Manthan and future focus.
Exactly.
I'm sure she's developing this platform itself as an architect for Manthan. So what is the sapna for that? So your name is Sapna, and future focus is that dream, right? So what is the dream that you have seen?
So I think a lot of academia, startups and industries today have started working together. The pilots are very small, they need to be scaled and things like that, and hence industry is required. Like I said, research outcome needs to get into an innovation. Only then the innovation is going to be really profound and solid. And hence there is a lot of this synergy which is going on between these three. Let's take the pandemic times. When a ventilator had to be developed, researchers were putting all their efforts in making a good ventilator with technology, with with all that was required in terms of making that ventilator. That went to a startup for pilots as well as they made the cohort, and then they took it forward and did the pilots and things like that, and they built the whole business plan, all of that. And then came an industry like Maruti or like ABB and several companies which came forward and said that we will scale it up. So when during a pandemic this could be done, which is a value chain between 3 different animals, that can be surely done in day-to-day business. So if you see Mahindras, you see Tatas, they're always looking, Mr. Anand Mahindra himself is always looking for new ideas. Yes. He's always looking for new startups. He's always looking for research output. And that's what they come to Manthan for. Let's not go so far. Even if you look at X Prize Foundation, which is an unknown entity for most of the startups,